Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Welcome to the Method Rush King of the Hill. My name is TheKexman, and I'm super excited to be back here at the desk in this King of the Hill, because the first time I did one of these, it was an absolute blast. I am so excited for today, and it's not just because I'm casting, but also I get to see all of your beautiful faces in chat. And speaking of beautiful faces, T-Wags, thank you for joining me on the desk once again here today.
You're always too kind. It's a pleasure to have you back. The community loved you last time. I'm sure we'll have another blast this time. Yeah, some different runners today, but you know, same old Minecraft speedrunning.
Yeah, same old Minecraft speedrunning, but we do have some new names here today. We're obviously some names that are new, some names that you may recognize if you have been watching the King of the Hill from the start. I do want to take a second just to apologize if you hear me being a little bit nasally. I have actually come down I've had COVID all week, so I do apologize to everybody if I'm a little bit nasally. I do apologize, but fear not, I still have my energy. I still have all of my fantastic knowledge that everybody so loved last time. But yeah, we do have some new names here, and we were actually discussing this before we came on air. Obviously, Hoffik is a name that we know. He's the current king of the hill. However, there are some names like No Fear in here, T-Wags, that some people may not be necessarily 100% familiar with.
Yeah, I think it's a full EU roster this week. We do have this is TwitchCon edition. We have TwitchCon going on in the States, so it is a very EU focused roster. But yeah, Hoffik I think is one of the last 2 or 3. I think about 3 now actually. No Fear has been playing for at least a year. I haven't seen many of No Fear streams, but I do know No Fear is on the grind, has a lot of supporters and believers in chat. First time being in a big tournament. I don't know if I've seen No Fear in big tournaments before. No Fear's in chat, there you go. Very competent runner. I've seen practicing very recently in the last week, definitely on the grinds. Actually pretty scary, I think, for a lot of these other runners in the tournament. No Fear's kind of an underdog, dark horse name, but I think big things. Seven Rao has been playing in a ton of different tournaments. Seven Rao has been consistent, one of the best top tournament runners, probably top 5 in the world now. Also a very scary name. Dima, one of the OGs, probably one of the first 5 big Minecraft speedrunners of all time. Everyone knows Dimax's name. Wonderful guy. I know he's been playing different categories, in and out, so I have no idea if Dima's practiced. If he's rusty, Dima's a wild card in this one. Yeah.
Well, interestingly enough, Dimax was actually in the first Method Rush King of the Hill. Actually took part in the first Method Rush King of the Hill. Kind of took a little bit of a break, decided to change a few things up, but over the past couple of weeks, over the past few months, they've kind of come back into the Minecraft speedrunning thing, and now has decided to, let's give this Method Rush King of the Hill a go once again. I do want to say, obviously, we've spoken about the players. Chat, I hope you are all feeling well today. I hope you're all enjoying your weekend. It's about to get a lot better because, oh boy, do we have some fantastic action coming up for you today. The first game that we do have coming up is Hoffik versus Dimax, so pretty excited to see how that one's going to play. Obviously, as mentioned, Hoffik, the current reigning king. So we have, in the past couple of weeks, seen one monarchy fall. Are we going to see another monarchy changing hands here today with Hoffik? Hoffik has been absolutely incredible over the past couple of months with these tournaments. So, however, as you mentioned, T-Wags, No Fear coming in. No fear by name, potentially no fear by nature. This is something that, you know, they really don't necessarily have anything to lose here. They can change something up. They can potentially cause some issues here amongst these players. However, once again, as mentioned, we've got some classic players here. Dimax, obviously, everybody knows. Seven Rao has been playing in a bunch of tournaments recently. This is shaping up to be an absolutely incredible day. What can folks expect from this? If they're coming in and they haven't really been to, they haven't seen these Method Rush tournaments before, coming into this one, what can people expect out of these players?
Yeah, I mean, Hoffik, I think we can all expect to be very strong and consistent. Hoffik has been one of the best tournament runners. There's a reason he's king of the hill. I would not be surprised if Hoffik just plays consistent, fast, just like he has. But any of these other 3 runners, I really have no idea. It would not shock me if any of these other 3 runners absolutely turned up and had a phenomenal day and completely swept everyone else. It also wouldn't surprise me if like they threw a couple of matches, made a couple mistakes or deaths or something. I mean, I really don't know. We were all kind of speedrunning very consistently and practicing like a year ago. Everyone was kind of grinding every day, but now people take breaks, people come back, people are rusty, people are practiced. There's a lot of tech you have to brush up on, so if you're up to date on all your tech, your magma ravine portals, everything, you can make a really good showing. But you gotta be, there's so much nowadays, you gotta be really, really on point. So
oh, yeah, massively so. An interesting point you mentioned, talking about brushing up and, making sure your times are correct and your times are as fast as they possibly can be. So you'll notice that there is personal best and tournament best. So tournament best is obviously, so PB and TB. TB is the one that I want to look at specifically here because that relates to the Method Rush King of the Hill tournament. And you can see Hoffik currently leading with an 8 minute and 14 second, which is blisteringly fast. However, take a look at Dimax. Dimax was one of the first players to ever take part in the Method Rush tournament. 16 minutes and 8 seconds. Look at the difference in those times. We are on, I can't remember exactly which Method Rush we're on now, but you can see the progression of how quick these players have gone over time compared to when Dimax started here. So again, Dimax does have history in this, but is it possible that there's been so much that has kind of passed Dimax by at this stage that, it may be a little bit on the back foot here?
Yeah, I mean, Tournament 1 took place in August 15th. You can go over to the Method website, actually. If you go to method.gg/Minecraft, I think !Minecraft in chat, you can actually see a list of all these tournaments on the side. But yeah, Tournament 1, August 15th of 2021 was a long time ago. We've come a long way in terms of tech and even just mechanics in that time. So Dima's saying he knows the strats in chat. All right, we'll see. But there was
never question.
There was no
question the strats.
Real mapless treasure back then. I mean, seeds were pretty basic. There were a lot of villages. Now it's a lot more shipwreck, better treasure. So things have definitely sped up. And yeah, Dima's only played in 1 tournament. Hoffik's played in a lot, so a lot of opportunities to get that tournament best up. But I expect improvements in tournament best for all the 3 challengers today for sure. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just about to say, the one thing I absolutely love is, as I've mentioned, the previous one that I did, I absolutely loved it. The community, the Minecraft community, you folks in the Minecraft community and the players, absolutely incredible. Welcomed me with open arms. And I love that, we have the players in the chat that, there's obviously a banter going on between them. Everyone's here for a good time, which is, what we do love to see. There is a prize pool for this tournament. It is $1,000. Winner, I believe, gets 500. Let me just double check. It says right here at the bottom, but I've got something in the way. It's 600 for first place, 200 for second, and then third and fourth both get $100 each, which is absolutely massive. We love to see that. But yeah, it's interesting to me that we have these tournaments going on, and for people that haven't actually seen how this tournament plays out, and they're kind of sat there going, how do you rush Minecraft? It's Minecraft. That doesn't make, that doesn't seem to make any sense. So we'll do a little bit of explanation on that as we also take a look at what we do see from the mod here. So T-Wags, people that are watching, they will understand kind of the idea of trades and maybe spawns, but how does this mod differentiate between what we see in the quote-unquote original game?
Yeah, the original game, Mojang, is absolutely in love with randomness and RNG. They absolutely love to make everything terribly painful and random. So unfortunately, for tournaments, that makes it difficult. We have to make it the same for every player. So players will play best of 3 seeds. They will play on the same seed. They will get a lot of the RNG the same. So in the overworld, you always get 5 iron from those iron golems so that you can make a bucket flint and steel guaranteed. In the nether, Blaze spawns are now standardized, so their spawn positions around the spawner, their drops are standardized, the eye breaks, the piglin trades, and even the gravel that you get, the first flint will be seed based, so the players will have the same We do like to increase the obsidian drop rate so that you can get 20 obsidian and lower your chances of just having to run to the stronghold, which is a little bit slow and boring. And then in the end, there are a few different strategies. We can see 0 cycles, 1 cycles, but at the very worst, it'll take 90 seconds for the dragon to perch if you're just doing a standard waiting strategy.
Don't you mean phase?
Don't I mean what?
Don't you mean phase instead of cycle?
The dragon phase, excuse me.
The dragon phase. Everybody that was watching, they know the dragon phase. That was something that, rather comically, I kind of overtook all the other Minecraft nomenclature and changed it into phase instead of cycle.
Yeah, I forgot, but there were a couple ones that I had to change. So it did
seem to work out. People seem to enjoy it. So we'll see exactly what happens when we get into our first game. And that is happening right now. We're going to be seeing Hoffik versus Dimax. This is a best of 3. And for those wondering exactly how you complete this, effectively, you kill the Ender Dragon. We are just going to see how quickly these two players can be killing the Ender Dragon. And there are some interesting strategies, as T-Wag's already mentioned, that go along with that. We do have, there's a bed strategy, which people just use to blow up beds, which is absolutely hilarious to me. The fact that you are effectively killing a dragon with a bed, but it seems to work out for them. They seem to do it quite well. And you can also see at the bottom of their screens here, you can see shipwreck and lava ravine. This will give them some information on the seed that they are going into. And is there anything specific, T-Wags, that throughout this entire tournament, every single player will just, if they see that at the bottom of their screen, they know they're in for a tough time? Is there one specific thing that will just make them go, oh, this one's going to be difficult?
I would definitely say monument. I think probably every other strategy, maybe desert temple or jungle temple, is going to be a bit rough because those are low food. But actually, as the strategies kind of progress over the years, lower and lower food runs start to become pretty common. In fact, in this shipwreck seed, we may even just see iron in the shipwreck and no food at all, and runners will just have to figure out how to get food or do what we call a hunger reset with no food. So it kind of depends. So no food seeds can be pretty tough, but by far the toughest is going to be the monument seed. Monuments were very, very fun because they have 8 gold blocks when they were kind of first being developed. Now every runner dreads it because it's typically a few minutes slower than these typical bastion strategies. So no one runs them, even though they're still quite simple. Actually, very simple. All you have to do is loot the monument. You cannot even get mining fatigue with the mod, and then you have to enter the nether on 5 RD to get piglins, but still very difficult. And here we see actually a terrible shipwreck. No food, only 3 iron, one of the worst shipwrecks ever. There has to be something else intended on this seed. Surely.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like Ariel has already come by and plundered that ship. Nothing much left. Going down for another shipwreck here. Let's see what they can find in this one. You'd hope maybe a little bit more. Looks as though we do get some TNT. There's food in there. That one looked much better. There we go. That's probably what you were looking for there, T-Wags.
Yeah. I think in the seed notes it said which direction or something. So there's 2 shipwrecks. I think that was the intended one. Even some armor, some TNT. 12 iron is the big number you're looking for. That makes all of your full tools, bucket, and flint and steel to enter the nether. Gold shovel, I always love to see gold shovels. Gold tools mine things way, way faster. They just break really quickly. But, if you only need 1 flint, then you might as well just make a gold shovel. It's fantastic.
Exactly. You can see Hoffik here absolutely speeding through. Once again, the speed that these players have cannot be underestimated in any way, shape, or form. It is huge. We see Hoffik now has managed to put themselves, obviously, into the area where we expect them to take a look and find exactly what they are looking for here. They seem to be about almost a minute ahead of where Dimax Dimax is at the moment, but there's still a lot of opportunities for Dimax to catch up here, as we all know. We know just how just how dangerous it can be down here in the below. I'm going to call it the below. I think it makes sense. I'm going to continue. This is my goal. I'm going to continue to try and overtake Minecraft nomenclature. That's my goal. That's what I'm going to try and do here. We'll see how it plays out. But once we get into this sort of phase, is this where the speedruns really start to take off, T-Wags?
This is the dangerous part of the run, really. The overworld is where you can show off your mechanics, where you can use your strategic kind of mindset to speed things up, even by just a few seconds. I mean, we can already see Hoffik's ahead by 30 seconds to a minute just from the overworld. Very impressive routing. The Nether is just the dangerous part. Everything you do here is pretty standard. There's not too much strategy. You're going to do a fortress and a bastion in whatever order you want, whichever one's closer. Here, fortress just happens to be closer. They have a shield. It's pretty self-explanatory. You just want to get 6 or 7 blaze rods and then go to the bastion. But very, very dangerous. We see Dima fighting a wither and a normal skeleton. Very obnoxious. Without fire resistance, these blazes can really hurt. So fortress first can definitely hurt sometimes.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of people where runs have kind of come to die in these fortresses. They've been doing everything they can, and it just hasn't worked out for them fighting these blazes. Also getting hit by these skeletons as well, eating a little bit of food. They're getting some health back as much as they possibly can. But we do see on the side of Hoffik, there is a specific number. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in onto Dimax here. That is a lot of damage. Take a look at that. 1 heart left. If that was Zelda, the most obnoxious noise would be playing right now. I think we all know that specific noise. And speaking of obnoxious noises, the death sound effect coming out of Dimax there, that is really unfortunate. I suppose the only saving grace is the portal is not that far away from where Dimax is respawned. The portal is not that far enough. It looks like Dimax is just straight up reloading the world here and going again. But this just goes to show just how dangerous these areas are. Dimax, one of the best in the world at this, and taken down relatively quickly. And Hoffik playing this very, very carefully here. I mean, we've seen some of these players absolutely speedrun through these, but Hoffik fully aware and respecting just what damage can happen when you are in these areas.
Yeah, it's the low food coming into play. I mean, there was some food in that shipwreck. There is a suspicious stew and rotten flesh, so not the best. Enough to sustain, and Hoffik will actually make it out of here. Pretty low, though. Honestly, one random hit from a blaze, and Hoffik could have died there easily, too. But I know runners like to try to do their 2 nether structures just in order of, where they see them. But I don't think there's any harm in trying to find this bastion first, doing that, getting all of your stuff, maybe getting some extra food, and then getting fire res and going to fortress. I mean, it's right here. It's really not very far, especially in tournament seeds. Everything's going to be close. So I would almost always do bastion first, although it seems like kind of I don't know, people could call you a weenie for doing bastion first because maybe it'd be slower, but I'd survive.
What do we think, chap?
You know what I mean?
What do we think? Doing bastion first, does that make you a weenie? Does that make you a weenie? Get your weenie. No, actually, let's not say that. Give us a yes or a no. Let us know if you think you're a weenie for doing bastion first.
Yes.
Yes. It seems that T-Wags and shambles.
You could do home portal educated chat. Think about it.
Look at that. But chat immediately. Go back to Weenie Hut Jr. Look at that. There we go. It seems as though the chat has spoken, and T-Wags, it seems as though doing that first is unfortunately Weenie Hut Jr. Speaking of Weenie Hut, we do see setting these little piglins into Weenie Hut here, trying to get as much as they possibly can. Dimax is currently still back in the Nether. Look to be heading towards the fortress now, I believe. We've seen a couple of times them switching their FOVs around quite a few times, sort of going super narrow and then super wide. Any particular reason why they are doing that, T-Wags? Once again, for people that are coming in and not quite sure of why certain things are happening.
Yeah, so first of all, FOV is a comfort thing. Some people like smaller field of vision. Some people like larger so they can just see the stuff around it. But more technically, the Mojang decided to just add in a debug screen when you hit the F3 button in Minecraft, just for fun, because it is kind of a sandboxy game. But that debug menu shows a lot of information, and it shows you information based on where you're looking and what you're looking at. So you can actually find out how many piglins are in your field of view through that screen. So if you lower your field of vision, you look a certain direction, you can actually see a number that will tell you if there are piglins in a certain direction, which tells you where the bastion is. So that's how Dima and Rao were able to find this, even though it was hidden through a wall. Kind of cheaty. I think a lot of games that are, more traditional wouldn't do this, but in Minecraft we use F3 all the time. As Dima doing an aggressive route here, barely surviving. Doing
does this count as a weenie run? Because technically, Dima did go to the fortress first.
I mean, he did go to the fortress first when he died, and now he's back to the bastion. I think this is a much smarter play. I think this is
okay. I think this is okay. This is a solid strat here. This is a solid strat coming out of Dima. Making sure that they are playing this as safe as they possibly can. We do see Hoffik is currently trying to figure out exactly where they need to go, but that is a super risky drop there. I'm not sure whether that was just not quite looking where they were going and falling down a hole, but Hoffik looking around going, what happened? Why am I suddenly down here? Unfortunately, not spotting that one, but here we go. It looks like they're building the portal once again, getting back into the overworld because they do want to be getting to that dragon as quickly as possible. 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Just a key point as well. Hoffik's quickest time, he had already killed the Ender Dragon at this point. He'd already killed the Ender Dragon like 40 seconds ago. That's how quick one of Hoffik's time has been. So now they're going to get a lot of information out of this here. So very specific, if I remember correctly from my last time being here, they will actually be looking at the position of the eye based on coordinates in the sky, and they'll figure out just how far they need to go for them to be able to get to obviously where they need for the portal. So this is some pretty specific stuff that they are doing here, T-Wags.
Yeah, this is OG triangulation, just like if you had to, work with satellites and triangulate the position of something on Earth. It's the exact same thing they're doing here. You throw an eye, look at the angle. I think the first eye measurement is 149.3 using the F3 debug menu. Again, you move to the side, throw another one. I think the next one was like 151.3 or something. So you take the difference of those angles. If, the angles are really close, that means it's really, really far away. If the angles are very steep, that means it's much closer. Basic triangulation stuff. So there are very specific ways to do this to get very detailed coordinates using math, but I think Hoffik is just doing a very rough approximation. It's about 1,000 blocks away, so he's not going to be super close to the stronghold, but he should be within a few hundred blocks here. He'll have to dig up, unfortunately he's in a cave, and throw another eye to see which way. But he does have tons of eyes. You need really 12 at most, and he's got 14, so totally fine on that route.
Yeah, there we go, taking a look around, picking up the eye once again, being able to pick those up, and wondering whether Hoffik has kind of figured it out, possibly. I would think so at this point. And this is the stage where we have actually seen in the past players that are behind can kind of catch up. We have seen it numerous occasions, players trying to find where they need to be. It looks like it has been found on the side of Hoffik, but Dimax here still going, looks in this fortress once again, and these are dangerous places. Need to make sure they're not getting hit by those blazes. They do hurt a lot. Double checking to make sure exactly how much, whether they have the ingredients that they do need. That blaze is just not coming down. There it is. Looks as though they have picked that one up, and I think that might be all the items that they are looking for. Maybe they'll go for one more potentially here, but Hoffik is currently looking for that portal. And once again, these areas can be, they are absolute mazes, but it's very, very easy for you to get lost. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case though for Hoffik. Looks as though Hoffik has been able to find exactly where they need to go, and here we are, our first look at the Ender Dragon. So now it's time to craft some beds and make sure that this Ender Dragon is doing exactly what they want it to do. And this is there's again some very, very specific tech in regards to where these players need to stand. They need to keep an eye on the Ender Dragon at the same time. There are some pretty specific things here, T-Wags, that need to be done for this to work out exactly how they want it.
Yeah, the dragon will perch in the opposite direction from the player, and the mod makes it so you have to be at least a little bit of distance away, about this far away from the center, in order to get that dragon to go into the perch phase. Once it does, though, Mojang is so quirky. They thought it'd be funny if you tried to sleep in the nether or the end. Instead, the bed would just blow up in your face. I wonder how many people that actually got when they first tried Minecraft, if they tried to sleep in a different dimension. I wonder how many people didn't know that. I think I knew that before starting to play. I don't know how, but I think I remember knowing that before playing Minecraft. So I didn't try to sleep in the nether, but that must have been just a miserable experience. Either way, now we use that to actually help kill the dragon, because the beds do a massive amount of damage. So you can actually kill the dragon in just 4 explosions. And that
exactly. Looks like the dragon is coming down. Big perch coming in. Let's see exactly how this plays out. You can see that they've actually designed, take a look at the hitboxes for the Ender Dragon. There's 3, 4. They need to get this one here. Ender Dragon is down. There we go. Hoffik is the victor in game number 1. A time of just under 13 minutes and 20 seconds, which is still relatively quick. Not the quickest we've seen out of Hoffik, not the quickest we've seen by a long shot, but still, it has done enough to complete this map here for Hoffik there. And Dimax, I think, was doing pretty well just up until that moment where they got caught out by the blazes. And again, you really can't underestimate just how much damage those blazes can do to you, because you see there, you get put back to the start and you have 2 choices. You either go and find, effectively the portal again, or you restart the world, which again is just going to waste even more time.
Yeah, I mean, low food situation, it's understandable that one of the runners is going to die there, because, if you have low food, you can play the blaze fight really, really slow and really safely, but then you're just going to lose because the other runner played it risky. So both of them playing pretty risky. Demon getting hit by a couple blazes and taking a death. It's understandable in a Fortress first run, but Hoffik, a really, really solid time there. 13-ish minutes for a Fortress first, low food, not a super fast overworld, not a super fast double travel, had to dig up from a cave. It was a really nice stronghold, good navigation. So Hoffik all around, very impressive first run. But we're always going to switch it up for that seed too. If you see a shipwreck on the first seed, going to be something different on the second one.
It's not only going to be something different, but it's going to be something that's really going to have to keep these players on their toes. And we saw, obviously, and once again, Dimax there, there was actually nothing wrong with that run specifically. Yes, there was the 1 death, but again, very, very difficult situation. As you mentioned, low food, you're going into a fortress, it's going to be pretty rough for you. But again, you mentioned that sometimes that risk does pay off for you, and I don't necessarily think Hoffik took any risks there, but again, sometimes you have to go for that risk reward strategy. And honestly, I think in Minecraft specifically, when we're talking about Minecraft speedrunning, those risk reward strategies, I think that the gulf in the risk versus the reward is so huge. It's absolutely massive. If you go for that risk reward, you could be gaining sort of a minute and a half, or you could be losing a minute and a half, 2 minutes. It's a pretty big swing either way.
Yeah, and we could see a lot more risk. We might see some today. I mean, again, I don't know if we saw any 0 cycles last time you were here, but there are definitely riskier things to do in this game. At the end of a run, you could put it all on the line, and if you miss a 0 cycle, it is all over, and you have essentially lost. But yeah, I think this first one, Fortress first, was tough enough. I'm expecting probably a switch up, maybe like a village on this next one, Bastion first. A little more standard, so maybe less risky. Again, if you have a village and you can get food from the spawn, that seed is very, very different. Essentially, there's almost no risk. If you have food and a shield, you just annihilate that fortress first, no problem. So, I mean, we'll see.
And I tell you what else is no risk. That's the fantastic method merch that we have available. ! Merch in the chat. That will take you directly to the store. Also method.gg/store. You can find all the fantastic products in there. They are incredibly comfortable. I have a couple of them myself. Some fantastic joggers. There's some lovely hoodies. That hoodie, by the way, is one of the most comfortable hoodies that I own. It is so nice, and especially because winter's coming around, it's the perfect time to go and grab those as soon as possible. Going into this next match, Hoffik obviously kind of wants to really put their name on this here. Let's take a look. Village and Obsidian, there we go. So as you mentioned, T-Bags, you're expecting something from a village here. Anything here that jumps out at you that kind of makes you go, oh, this could be interesting? Or is this just going to be a very fast run between these two players right now?
Village and Obsidian, that's a weird one. I don't know if we've seen that one before, but that would make me think that there is a blacksmith in this village that is going to give you enough obsidian to enter without even needing a lava pool. So again, this game doesn't make total sense in the decisions. Sometimes there's a structure in a village that happens about 20% of the time that gives you absolutely busted things, gives you tons of iron, an iron pick, everything you need to do a speed run. It gives you obsidian to enter the nether. So it's pretty rare.
20% of the time?
Yeah.
It works every time.
Exactly. A lot of people have PBs on village blacksmith seeds, even though they're very rare. It's just they give you such an overpowered amount of stuff at the beginning of a start that it's kind of crazy. So that's what I would expect here, blacksmith. And it does say bastion visible, fortress visible, so the nether looks pretty open. I would assume you go bastion first, and I'm expecting a much faster time here. So
yeah, we'll see how this plays out between Hoffik and Dimax. Hoffik currently 1-0 up in this best of 3. Hoffik, the current reigning king of the hill. Will we see them potentially dethroned? We wouldn't see it here right at the start, but Dimax potentially could really lay it out and say, Hoffik, you're in trouble because, you know, I'm going to be coming for you here. So let's take a look and see how this plays out. Immediately, they're going to be looking for that village, and it shouldn't, in theory, be too far away from them. Doing a little bit of a dig there. Maybe some ice fishing on the side of Hoffik. We'll have to wait and see. But here we go. Here's the village. So let's see what we find in here. A couple of leather pieces. Maybe we are expecting something a little bit busted. We'll have to wait and see. There is a bed, so we do have ammunition for the nether, for the ender dragon, so we'll see exactly how that plays out here. And on the side of Dimax, looks as though they have picked up a couple of things actually. Trying to see how many bars they have. They have 2 of the iron bars. They already have a pickaxe as well, and a little bit of food, so relatively nice start there for them.
Yeah, definitely gonna accelerate. I mean, once you get the iron pick, you just really want 4 stones so that you can make your axe and your shovel, and that's your tools throughout the run. Even as a gold, you could do gold shovel, so just need 3 stone really. Let's see. Yeah, just gonna keep the golds. Oh no, do gold shovel. Okay, so we'll get the gold shovel. I kind of like that play. And it did say obsidian, so I'm expecting maybe a second blacksmith, or maybe it was a ruined portal or something. There's something here that we haven't seen. Oh, there it is on Hoffik's screen. Okay, there's the obsidian. A second blacksmith has 12. I'll be there. We'll be able to enter. All you need is a single piece of flint, honestly.
Just gotta keep an eye out, because if Dimax misses this, that could be huge. Looks like they're going straight in for the golem. I don't know whether Dimax has actually sinned the second blacksmith.
I mean, you gotta know it said obsidian in the seed notes, so Dimax has to know there's either a second blacksmith or a ruined portal. So looking around for it now, yeah, there's a second one. So
he's making a bucket. I don't know whether he's realized it's there yet. I don't know whether he's realized.
I think it's right here. I think it's on this side of the village. Yeah, Dima's right next to it. He just saw it. Dima, you just saw this.
There we go. Unfortunate, but we do see Hoffik is currently in the nether now. Let's see exactly what they're going to be going for. Are we going to see the Weenie Hut Junior Bastion first, or are we going to see the Chad? Are we going to see the Chad Fortress first? We're going to have to wait and see. It looks as though one of those giant floating heads. Don't like that. That's pretty nasty. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. It's really, just don't like it. So we'll see how this plays out. Looks as though Hoffik just keeping an eye out, seeing what's around, because even though the bastion is right here, it's one of those positions where you kind of have to look around. You do have to keep an eye around you, T-Wags, because you never know what could be appearing there. All of us, you could be missing something pretty vital, or even if it's just information around you, you could be missing out on.
Yeah, this is it should be a very fast run, honestly. It's another treasure bastion, which is pretty cool to see. They'll have to start from the upper section here, so route a little bit slower than what they're used to. Piglins are a little bit obnoxious to get into place here, but should be totally fine. And Tima, meanwhile, has found his own routes to the Nether, has just completely gone caving in order to find a lava pool. We'll find it and eventually get in here, but Dima is going to be...
Oh, Dima, no! This run is going from bad to worse for Dima. Not only did Dima miss miss the blacksmith, the second blacksmith at the start, but also, unfortunately, losing their life here, trying to build this obsidian portal. Everything was looking relatively solid, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this zombie just came through and just went, nah, and just immediately knocked Dima straight into the lava. And unfortunately, that is Dima. Dima looks like they have restarted the seed here, but this gives Hoffik such a huge lead, T-Wags. I can't see a world, unless Hoffik makes some mistake here, I can't really see a world in where Dima comes back into this.
Yeah, there are definitely ways later in the run to completely throw everything. If you have a missed pearl or you miss a zero cycle or something, that is definitely a way to just completely lose the run. So it's not totally over yet. Hoffik is struggling trying to get these piglins into place in this bastion, but has plenty of time here, just needs to not throw. Oh, Dima, I didn't even see where that zombie could have possibly come from. There was like there was no way, and it just came out of nowhere.
The zombie literally just dropped and was just nah, and just immediately took out Dima. That was super unfortunate there. We do see Hoffik taking a look, obviously, at the map here, doing a couple of calculations, I would imagine. There we go. Looks as though they have been able to get themselves into a position, and the tech that these players use, obviously, render distance, FOV, there's so much going on here that is not your usual quote-unquote Minecraft strategies, as we do see Hoffik going into the fortress here. And once again, these blazes absolutely chunk your health if you are not careful. Not only the blazes, but you're also having to deal with the zombies at the same time, with the skeletons, so there's a lot of damage, and you also have to be pretty careful that you don't get knocked off. We've seen it happen previously in the past. It is very, very easy when you're building these up. If you just get hit by an errant arrow or someone, a sword swing or something along those sort of lines, and you plummet to your death, there can be some risky plays. But Hoffik looking like they're dealing with this relatively comfortably.
Yeah, fire resistance helping a lot. This is a Soul Sand Valley fortress, so going to have a lot more mobs than usual just based on the spawning mechanics. But Hoffik has done a really nice pearl hang, has thrown a pearl to the fortress, thrown a pearl up at his position right at his original nether portal, and lowered his render distance. So as soon as he is ready to leave, has enough blaze rods here, he will just up his render distance. That will render in the pearl. It will hit the ground, and he'll be out back at his original portal, be able to throw those eyes, get a direction to the stronghold, and then leave with another 10 obsidian. So Dimax here again, missing the second blacksmith. I saw Dima craft 2 boats. Dima having a very rough go at this. A lot of mobs here now. This is very obnoxious. Creepers, zombies, skeletons, just having a terrible time.
Just fortress things. Just fortress things. That is the second time we've unfortunately seen Dima miss that second blacksmith. Keep an eye out for that zombie. That zombie wants Dima's blood. We'll see if that plays out here. Very, very quickly building up this obsidian portal here, and they will be making it into the nether here. So that will obviously give them the chance to potentially catch up to Hoffik, but Hoffik, you've got to say, miles ahead at this stage. Still a lot of fighting to be done here in this fortress. Still a couple more blaze rods. Still need 3, I believe. 8 blaze rods is what you'd be looking at. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I believe that to be the case here. Taking out as many of these 7. Okay, 7. There we go. Taking as much of a effectively taking their time here. I don't think they're going to really rush this here, because again, as you mentioned, there's a lot more enemies here than you would normally expect, so rushing could actually create more of a problem than it is worth.
Yeah, Hoffik, I guess one of the downsides of doing this pearl hang is you have to keep your render distance low so that you don't render in that pearl and it doesn't teleport you right away, which it just did. It just... no.
There we go. Only 5 blaze rods.
Yeah.
Only 5 blaze rods.
Didn't mean to do that. Got a little too close to his original pearl hang, and it just teleported him. But that's okay. He'll get the angle here, do some math in his head. Maybe he's just, he'll throw 2, but get some food and then go back. But he'll have to get another blaze rod at least. It could be a 2-eye stronghold, you never know, but you don't really want to take that risk. So gonna look towards that direction, and then the fortress is unfortunately the other way, but that's okay. He'll just need 1 or 2 more blaze rods, and he'll be out of here. So that's all right. Dima has made it to the bastion. He's here.
There you go. Dima's made this, and this is potentially an opportunity for Dima to do a little bit of catch-up. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to overtake Hoffik, but that single mistake there from Hoffik, getting too close to the eye and immediately getting teleported to the obsidian portal there, does mean that Hoffik has to waste a little bit more time going back to this fortress and doing everything that they possibly can. And also, going back to this fortress, not forget, not only is it costing time, but it's also still very, very dangerous. Hoffik could still very easily die here. Hoffik could very, very easily die here. Dimax picking up a little bit more of that obsidian. Looks as though Hoffik is looking okay at the moment, but still, take a look around. There's just skeletons, there's blazes getting knocked off perches there. That's the danger. You do have to be very, very careful about it. There's a lot of mobs here. Look, I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, you've got however many there are. They are just non-stop coming for Hoffik. It's not just the players that are after Hoffik's blood in this King of the Hill. The zombies, the skeletons, the blazes, they all have Hoffik's blood on their mind right now. I don't know what that is, but that is a demonic accordion. It is coming after Hoffik right now, and Hoffik doing everything they can to beat that back. Arrows in the face and in the shoulder. That's not going to feel good, but still, this is a lot of time wasted here for Hoffik, T-Wags.
Yeah, Hoffik having a terrible go at this fortress, getting only wither skeletons. The reason he couldn't pillar up to knock those wither skeletons off was there a ghast and a skeleton shooting him. Dimax, meanwhile, having no issues at all. I see like 8 blazes immediately on Dima's side, so RNG is very, very much favoring Dima on this side. But this
fortress, look at all those blazes on Dimax's side.
Just really fortunate.
That was just the amount of firepower that is being aimed at Dimax right now is actually disgusting. But this also gives Dimax potential chances to really. Oh, that is unfortunate. That blaze rod dropping down there. But it looks like Hoffik has gone back to the. Did Hoffik die? Did Hoffik die?
Oh, I hope we have a replay for that, because I thought Hoffik was battling a lot of withers, normal skeletons, and a ghast, but just needed 1 more blaze rod.
There it is. He fell. He fell. Hoffik fell to his death. I'm not sure what happened there, whether or not he got knocked off by a blaze or something along those sort of lines, but it did look as though Hoffik was, for whatever reason, sent to the Shadow Realm. Hoffik looking as though they are having to restart. So now this is swung back in the favor of Dimax. And how many blazing rods does Dimax has? Only 2 at the moment. But you've got to say, we were talking about how can Dimax catch up? And what do you know? That exact thing has happened, just showing how dangerous these fortresses are. Dimax now in the driving seat for this game here. Hoffik is 1-0 up. Dimax potentially in a position to take us to a game number 3 and looking relatively comfortable right now, T-Wags.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we said. There's 2 main ways you could completely lose a run later on, either missing a 0 cycle or missing a pearl and losing all your health, and that's exactly what happened to Hoffik. It looks like he pearled back towards the bastion in the direction towards the nether exit and just hit a bad pearl and completely fell to his death there. But I think Hoffik might have gathered everything. I see the eyes, I see blaze rods, I see at least a couple pearls. If Hoffik has obsidian and none of it burned, I think Hoffik might be okay. Low on food here, but
7 blaze rods for Dimax. Here we go, Dimax going back. I think, I mean, I'm not sure where Hoffik is going. Maybe Hoffik is... Where is Hoffik going? Gonna make the portal here. Okay, interesting. So they already have the information. Dimax is gonna have that information now as well. So this now comes down to Hoffik is still probably slightly ahead, maybe slightly ahead, T-Wags, but I wouldn't count out Dimax at any point now because Dimax is hot on the heels of Hoffik.
Yeah, it's actually pretty close. I mean, Dimax does need to still get the information on which direction Stronghold is and exit, whereas Hoffik has that. So I think Hoffik's in the lead, but at this point in time, it's so hard to say because we don't know how well they judged their nether exits here. Like, Dima could just exit into the Stronghold and be ahead. Hoffik is in the ocean here, could be close too.
Yeah, it looks as though Dimax is heading to the same sort of area in the nether that Hoffik was at. So obviously taking a quick look here, it looks as though they are pretty much in the exact same area. So I believe they may have figured out, or Dimax has figured out exactly where they need to be. The ender pearl going slightly different though. Looks like this is going to a slightly different location and it's right smack bang in the middle of the lava. This is not a great place for Dimax to be. How do you like your Dimax? Medium rare or medium? It looks as though it could be well done by the end of this. Building the portal here, slightly different location for Dimax, and as mentioned, if Dimax ends up putting themselves into the middle of the stronghold, that would actually be huge for them over Hoffik here. So let's take a look and see exactly how this plays out. Dimax looks as though they haven't quite put themselves, they are in a cave, but they've got to be around the same sort of location that Hoffik is right now. Hoffik doing a little bit of swimming, slightly off. Yeah, they've got to be around about the same sort of location. Let's see, has Hoffik found what they need? It looks like Hoffik has found it. So Dimax is not far behind, and they've gone straight into the room as well here. They've gone straight into the room. Looks as though we are looking at what appears to be, do they have enough? Yes, they do. Hoffik is going into the Ender Dragon area. So once again, we will potentially see Hoffik here going up against the Ender Dragon. Maybe they'll feel the pressure. Maybe they feel as though they might have to zero phase here. We'll have to play out and see. Dimax hot on the heels, though. Really hot on the heels of Hoffik. This is a really close game here. And once again, Hoffik, the pressure on right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a good way to deal with the pressure, Kexman. That is a classic mistake when you're under pressure. Misplacing the obsidian. Honestly, you could take an extra second. You have plenty of time to just place that correctly. But Hoffik trying to rush it now has to do a very awkward kind of elevated setup. It can work, but the dragon is a bit buggy, so it might actually just fail. And Dima here is at the same position. Doesn't see the ocean exposed portal room, though. Maybe we'll look.
That is unfortunate.
We'll look around to find it. It should be very obvious from one direction here.
It looks like they are going to be doing a little bit of crafting here. Obviously, they want to be prepared when they go in so they can immediately head straight towards that dragon. But yeah, as you mentioned, missing out on that the portal room that was completely open. Do you see the Ender Dragon coming down here? Let's see if we can actually get this from Hoffik. There's one. There's two. These are some good hits. They're looking at trying to hit the head of the Ender Dragon here. And there it is. The Ender Dragon going down. 16 minutes and 15 seconds approximately for Hoffik. But my word, that was close. Dimax there, really unfortunate, didn't quite make it, but you know, that could have really gone either way there. I think if Hoffik could have lost a bunch of their ingredients, if they'd have lost their blaze rods, we could be talking about a game number 3, T-Wags.
Yeah, Dimax. If he didn't take a death or found that second blacksmith, I actually think Dimax takes that and takes it to a game 3. That's so silly. I think Dima will watch this back and be like, the obsidian in the seed notes, there's another blacksmith, and that's upsetting. So Hoffik still takes it even with the death. Had a very rough fortress, but takes it in 16 minutes. Honestly, that fortress was a nightmare. So well done to Hoffik for keeping his head in the game and sticking out with that one. And we'll take that tough seed, and that's just it. That's a 2-0. So I think Hoffik just playing better there. Dimax, again, telling us all in the chat, he knows the strats. Dimax can play, but taking 2 deaths on each of these 2 seeds, that's killer.
Yeah, it's always going to cause issues, and not only that as well. I mean, don't forget Dimax missing the second blacksmith that had all of that obsidian. That could have even, I mean, there's so many things that could have, if Dimax had have seen that second blacksmith, Hoffik with the death, that would have meant that Dimax was even further ahead. Obviously, if Dimax hadn't have been killed by that zombie, Dimax would have been ahead that entire time. It was one of those situations where, you know, Hoffik unfortunately did take a death during that, and it was a pretty big death as well. But Dimax just slightly behind from the start and didn't quite do enough to catch up. However, we did see Dimax get themselves into a position where they were hot on the heels of Hoffik, and once again, that's going to be something that these players are going to be looking out for. They're going to be looking at Hoffik and going, yeah, he's the reigning king of the hill. But Dimax is a legend in these parts, and you know, they know their stuff. They absolutely know their stuff, and we've seen what Hoffik and Dimax can do. However, taking a quick look at the brackets coming up next, we do have No Fear against Sevenral. Very excited for this game. No Fear, obviously, a little bit of a new name. People will know if you are very familiar with the Minecraft speedrunning area, but if you are not, then keep an eye out for this, because No Fear by name, definitely No Fear by nature. We do see Hoffik moving on in the into the upper bracket semi-finals. Dimax dropping down to the losers bracket, losers round one. Whoever loses this next match between No Fear and Sevenral will be going down and joining Dimax there. But once again, only time is going to tell who that is going to be. Sevenral versus No Fear coming up after this short break.
I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, till let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya, I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. Explode every time you go and slam the door. Adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, till let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya, I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, till let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya, I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. I'm so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Posters covering our walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. can't wear any other colors. Posters covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you would tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, needing tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is TheKexman. I'm joined by T-Wags, and this is the Method Rush King of the Hill. We've already had a fantastic two-game series. It was a best of three, 2 games to Hoffik against Dimax, where we saw some incredible action. We saw some deaths. We saw a very, very difficult fortress, and we saw some terrible demonic accordions. I need to come up with a name. I don't know what they're called, but from now on, I don't even need to know their real name because their real name is demonic accordions. I need to come up with a name for the big floating head things. They kind of freak me out a little bit. I need to come up with a name for those. But we do have No Fear against Sevenral coming up in our next best of 3. And once again, for those folks that haven't been paying attention to the Minecraft speedrunning, the name No Fear T-Wags has kind of been really growing in size over the last couple of months. And this is a player that I think you actually look at their personal best, that's quicker than Hoffik. So there is definitely a world where we could see No Fear coming kind of, I don't want to say out of, obscurity, but definitely out of left field and claiming the crown away from Hoffik here.
Yeah, No Fear definitely has been on their game these last few months. I know for sure. Getting a sub 10, which kind of puts you in legendary Minecraft speedrunning status. You got to know all your tricks. You got to know all the fancy magma ravine portals, all the fastest bastion routes, all the tech, probably zero cycle if you're going for sub 10, and No Fear has one of late. No Fear has been quietly speedrunning. I think the last year or so, I saw runs from quite a while back. I know people have been watching No Fear and know them from a ways back. But yeah, I think the last couple of months been popping off. I'm expecting big things. I think No Fear has played in maybe a few minor tournaments here or there, but I don't know. Again, tournament pressure can be really devastating. So I don't know if No Fear has any fear of this tournament. I would expect with a name like that, probably not, but you never know.
Yeah, with a name like not only No Fear, but that's No Fear Elite. That's 1337. That's No Fear Elite. So, that's really, really gaming, that is. However, on the other side, Sevenral has been taking part in quite a few tournaments recently. So, the idea, as you mentioned, that the tournament pressure, that can come with this, I think Sevenral is not necessarily used to it by now, but after taking part in so many tournaments over, the last couple of months, definitely going to be in the zone for a tournament here. Probably out of all of these players, I would say, for my money, is probably the one that is going to be affected by tournament pressure the least.
Yeah, I would think that's true. I think Raul has been in the tournament scene for quite some time, and whenever you start off in the tournament scene, I can say from experience, a lot of players, I hope, feel the same way that I do, but you spend so many hours practicing leading up to a tournament. You devote your whole life into like playing the game and speedrunning, learning all this tech and making sure you're on point. And you show up the day of and you're like really confident. You're like, man, I'm gonna do so well today. And then you just take a stupid death and lose on like seed 1, and you're like, wow, that tournament sucked. You just get really disappointed, because that's how all of your first couple tournaments start out. I think Sevenral has been there. The pressure's on, you take a death, you're really disappointed, and it's happened to all of us. And now Sevenral's probably like, I'll show up to this tournament. I don't want to put too much expectation on it. If I die, I die. If I win, I win. Whatever. And that's the mindset that helps you play the best. So I hope Sevenral is in that mindset where it's like, whatever. And then you play with confidence, and then you kill it, and then you take home the dub. So I think so. But again, I don't know really how much these runners have been practicing. It all comes down, in the last week, have you been grinding? Do you know all your strats? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I want to hear from chat. Who do you think is going to take this best of 3? Is it going to be No Fear? Is it going to be Seven Raul? Let us know in the chat. I would love to see which way chat is going to go from here. We do seem to have a couple of people that are backing No Fear. We do have Village and Lava Ravine that we do see what is going on here. Bastion visible, and the fortress is visible from Bastion, so that should hopefully give us a relatively quick nether here. Looks as though we do have Raul. Looks as though a couple of people, one person going for Raul here, and we do see a couple of people saying No Fear, the greatest No Fear Legoat. So we'll have to wait and see. For these two players that are looking at this and they are seeing, Desert Temple South, they're seeing the Village, they're seeing the Lava Ravine south of Village as well, which will obviously give them a hand getting the obsidian sorted. But is there anything that they are specifically looking at going, yeah, this is what I want. This is going to give me a really quick time here?
Desert Temple South optional is the big difference in this one. I think everything else is pretty standard. Village and Lava Ravine makes me think it's a coastal village, so probably going to get some extra wood for boat indoors. But the Desert Temple optional, to me, almost every time I see that, I think, well, I love desert temples. They're the coolest structure in Minecraft, basically. But sometimes they're a big time sink, and on average, they don't give you enough to be worth it. So I would probably expect both runners to avoid it. I would love to see what's in that desert temple, though. My curiosity gets the best of me. I would just want to see what's in it, even though it's probably not worth it. It is very, very close, though. A desert temple that close is a lot more convenient. Raul is actually going for it right away. Yeah, okay, yep. Wow. I think they're both... I mean, it's so close. Why not just go for it, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to say, as you mentioned, there is a bit of a risk reward, but we have spoken at just how important these risk rewards can be. Let's see what we do have on the side. Looks as though a couple of things picked up there. Doesn't look to be anything too game changing on the side of Seven Raul, but still, that could have been something that would have absolutely changed how this game plays out here. No Fear also dropping down there as well. By the looks of it, both of them going for it. And we've spoken about this risk reward. We've spoken about how important it can be to potentially take those risks. And it doesn't look like they've got much there. There's one golden apple. Doesn't look to be much else on the side of for these players here that they can really take advantage of. But still, gives them potentially a little bit of a lift up at the start of this match here. For the people that are looking at getting into speedrunning, you've mentioned obviously, looking at various different things and saying, oh, there's a desert temple that, I like desert temples. I like potentially what they can have, looking at various different seeds and kind of figuring out what's going on around you. How important is it as a speedrunner to kind of almost pre-plan and know what you're going to be doing going into something like this? And even, being able to adjust on the fly to stuff that appears in a seed that you're on.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say pre-planning is almost like never done. It's so strange that in this speedrun, in random seed glitchless, there's almost nothing you can do to really prepare for what a seed is going to get you. It's almost just muscle memory. I mean, these runners have done thousands, if not tens of thousands of different types of seeds, which all have just different starts. You see here like a diamond sword, iron pick, stone shovel. We haven't seen that combination yet. We probably won't see that the rest of the day. I mean, the combination of food and tools and blocks that you have are almost never ever the same. So it's just muscle memory. You just get this amount of iron, stone, and diamonds, and just kind of make it up as you go. So here we see diamond sword coming out. I think is a nice play from No Fear. No Fear actually entering, as I say that, is in a housing bastion already. Oh no.
He actually entered into it. He entered. Oh, that is that's something interesting.
Okay, so yeah, Raul is going to do a bucket list. I saw the seed notes that said it was 6 deep lava. This does allow you to do a bucket list enter. Okay, there's so much going on. Raul is going to enter with bucket list wood. Like, gets it immediately. He has an iron pick. He's at the bottom of a bastion. No Fear made a bucket, so he has to get the iron. Oh my god,
I fully
this seems
appreciate
crazy.
there was a split second there where Seven Ral entered into that bastion, walked in, and you could almost see Seven Ral stop and go, wait, hang on a minute, and look around as if to say, am I in the middle of a bastion? Am I in the middle of a bastion? That is an interesting start for both of these players here. The fact that Seven Ral did that without obviously going in bucketless, that's again, that potentially could really change things up here. Let's see exactly how it plays out for both of these players here. What happened to No Fear? Has No Fear just restarted? It looks like we may have had a death or something along those lines. Taking a look at crafting, let's see exactly what happened here. Looks as though everything was going fine. Everything was going fine. Taking a look at what they had. Doing a little bit of crafting here, and just got absolutely deleted by something. I think a piglin just came up and speared No Fear there. That is unfortunate for No Fear. I'm not 100% sure what that was. Could have been it was a piglin. That was a piglin death. If you had piglin death on your bingo card, congratulations.
Seven Ral doing something actually insanely impressive here. I mean, No Fear running into some issues, really unfortunate. No Fear, now that he knows the seed, he can maybe play it a bit better even. But props to Seven Ral for just reading the seed notes and knowing exactly what it meant. The seed notes said 6 deep lava ravine, which I mean is a very advanced strategy you don't often see, but you can enter with an iron pick without a bucket, using a door and just wood. It's very strange. I don't think that many runners really practice this, but it pays off so well, because now Ral has just an iron pick instantly into this bastion and is doing this no problem. No Fear still has to solve this issue though. No Fear still has to figure out, is going with the bucket will not have an iron pick on enter, so it'll be even slower than Ral starting this bastion. Just crazy well played by Ral, honestly. That was sick.
Yeah, that is not only is that really, it's an incredibly skillful thing to do because there's a lot of very specific sort of like micromanaging of blocks, but at the same time also incredibly impressive. Seeing those seed notes and immediately going, hey, I can get away with that. I can do a bucketless here. I can get away with that, and doing exactly that. Looks, once again, incredibly impressive. There's the FOV, as mentioned. We've seen these happen before. Looks like they are trying to get themselves over. Oh no, is Ral gone into the lava? Did Ral miss that?
Yeah, that was a tough pearl, but I think the fortress is still this way. So Ral's just going to try to pearl to land maybe on the second one. Yeah, Ral will get up to land here and be okay.
Yeah,
so the fortress
there we go.
Okay.
That could have been very, very spicy, very, very hot there. No Fear has made it back into, obviously, the Bastion. So we will be seeing No Fear trying to make their way through that. But Seven Ral, pretty commanding lead right now up against No Fear. But as we saw in the previous match, things can go wrong very, very quickly. And when things go wrong, they really go wrong. It's I think it's very, very rare, specifically when speedrunning, it's like, oh, that's a minor inconvenience. It's either you die or you basically have to reset the world.
Yeah, No Fear playing it really smart the second time around, getting iron that I don't think he knew was in that chest, but had a very good guess because there wasn't much iron in the upper chest. So very smartly played by No Fear, actually mounting a comeback here. It's not impossible. A good minute or so behind, probably, but still not impossible. These blaze rates look very good. That's 5 already. Ral just needs 1 or 2 more. Does have 20 obsidian. So
does he?
Yeah, I think Ral's going to get the eye info and then come back for another couple of blaze rates. So
it makes sense. I mean, if you're already going to be there in the nether, it kind of makes sense for you to do that. It looks like that is exactly what is happening. Get the information. This is we've seen this before, obviously, with the various different bits of information they have. As mentioned, it is effectively triangulating the position here, and the information they have. Again, it's incredibly impressive, the information they get here. But is Seven Ral's not going back into the nether? Is Seven Ral getting even? I think Seven Ral's getting slightly more information here. Yeah, there we go. Slightly more information for Seven Ral before going back in. This does. excuse me, this does obviously mean that once Sevenral goes back into the Nether to take on obviously those blazes and get those blaze rods, they're kind of going to have a really good idea of where they need to go. And when you're in the Nether, this is where No Fear died previously. It looks like No Fear is immediately throwing that eye and getting away. They look like they're heading towards the fortress here. But as mentioned, getting the information and going into very, very close to death there for No Fear. Getting that information and going back into the fortress means that you do have a little bit more time to go through the Nether, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually is a much faster way of traversing the overworld when you compare to just going through the overworld.
Yeah, every 8 blocks in the Nether, or every 1 block in the Nether is 8 blocks in the overworld, so it is a much faster travel, which is why if you can get enough for 20 obsidian, Raul puts his portal in here, knows which direction the stronghold is in, and then he's going to use a second portal, traveling 8 times faster here. The Nether's also pretty open, so you can pearl quite far. No Fear actually playing really, really aggressive, pearling a couple times very, very quickly to get to this fortress. Playing it pretty risky on very low health at a couple points here, but does need to make up time. So No Fear playing very, very well, catching up. And Raul.
Pumba is chasing No Fear as we speak. There's Pumba once again, an aggressive Pumba coming after No Fear, making sure. Is that a demonic accordion? That's a demonic accordion. Get away from that thing. That's a demonic accordion. And then we've got a bunch of skeletons coming in. This is once again a relatively aggressive fortress here for No Fear. I mean, they're pretty much all aggressive, but taking down the Blaze is going to be doing what they can to potentially catch up to Sevenral here. But Sevenral moving across the Nether and looking relatively comfortable right now. Once again, we mentioned Sevenral, just the idea of, that quote-unquote readiness for a tournament. And down we go, down in the boat. You love to see it. Look at that. Flying all the way down in the boat. And for those people wondering, T-Wags, why Sevenral was in the boat there, do you want to give a little quick explanation as to why a boat is potentially your best friend whilst speedrunning?
Boats are incredibly overpowered, so not only can you sail in the water faster than you can swim, but you don't take any fall damage, and you can also trap.
No Fear died again.
No Fear here. Yeah, playing a really aggressive fortress. The fire resistance is still going. What happened?
See, exactly. I don't know.
Oh, unhangs the pearl.
Oh, the pearl. The pearl again. That is unfortunate. No Fear by name. Unfortunately, not no deaths. That's 2 that we have seen from No Fear there. One of them from a creature, one of them from a pearl. We do look as though Sevenral is going to be getting maybe a little bit more information right now. Keeping an eye on the area around them. Yeah, there we go. There goes the information. So they know it's pretty much going to be inside. They know it's going to be inside this mountain. So they're going to start digging here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Start digging. Let's see what they can find.
This is a mushroom biome, so Sevenral actually doing a bunch of mental math, doing what's called sheetless axis, not using a calculator, but using mental math to get really close to the stronghold. Almost actually hit this, was very, very close. And mushroom biomes are interesting because they don't spawn hostile mobs. So this whole stronghold will actually have no hostile mobs. So Sevenral has a really nice casual time. Look at this empty stronghold.
Hang on. It's not going to have any mobs. But if it's a mushroom thing, surely it should have some fun guys. Follow me on Twitter for more @TheKexman. That was funny, and you know it. That was funny.
You're a fun guy. You're a fun guy. That's true. Oh, there's a couple of mobs. Okay.
There was a couple of mobs there. There was a couple of creepers and stuff.
Got a couple.
There were a couple of creepers. I'm never getting invited back to this. We do see them, obviously. Looks like they are setting themselves up here, doing a little bit of building. There go the beds. We do know that the beds are pretty important. They are the ones that will defeat the Ender Dragon. No Fear still relatively far behind at this point. Still relatively far behind. But yeah, Sevenral just taking their time here, making sure they are properly set up. And here we go into the Ender Dragon area. I know people love it when I call it that, the Ender Dragon area. Are they going to go for it? Are they going to go for it? Are they going to go for the 0 phase? This could be huge for Sevenral. Not necessarily needed, but feeling confident enough to pull off the 0 phase. So here we go. Let's get some hype in chat. Let's get some hype in chat, people, because here comes the 0 phase. There's one. Are they going to be able to get it? Is the Ender Dragon Nope. The Ender Dragon is immediately saying, nope, I am not even dealing with this. You do you. So the Ender Dragon just not even wanting to take part in that zero phase there.
Absolutely robbed. That was probably 70-80% chance for success. The dragon hit the low roll and said no. Seven Rao played that really well. Even got a little trapped in the cage from the Pearl, but recovered. And here there's a very, very quick burst, so it didn't even matter. Has plenty of beds now too from the zero cycle prep.
Here we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be the kill here. 5. There it is. There goes the Ender Dragon down. 13 minutes and 40 seconds there for Seven Raul. A fantastic run for Seven Raul there. No Fear, unfortunately, dying twice. But we mentioned at the start, Seven Raul does have that tournament prep coming in. Played a lot of tournaments over the past couple of months. And honestly, T-Wags, it showed for me there. It showed for me. Yeah. Seven Raul looking very, very calm the entire time.
Yeah, if I was questioning how much has Raul practiced in the last week, how seriously has he been speedrunning Minecraft, I am no longer questioning. That was a textbook run from Raul. Desert Temple, adapting to it, doing the wood light bucketless enter into a very nice bastion route, doing sheetless axis, getting probably only 2 chunks away from that stronghold, it looked like to me, prepping for zero, basically hitting it. I mean, the dragon just robbed him there. That was basically a zero cycle to me. Yeah. And No Fear played really, really fast. Actually took several deaths. Looks like he might have been able to come back too. Was actually not that far behind, but Seven Raul just slow and steady, practiced, looks very much in form. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the difference between the two players was that bucketless start. Seven Raul being able to just use, obviously, the wood, taking advantage of the seed there. No Fear, unfortunately, didn't quite manage to pull that out. Even on the reset, still went for the bucket. So, a slight difference between the two players. However, this is a best of 3, so there is still a chance for No Fear to come into it. And as we mentioned, No Fear is in a pretty solid position. There was some solid stuff that we saw in that previous game right there. So this isn't over by any stretch of the imagination. This is not a walkover for Seven Raul. No Fear could quite easily take the next map.
Yeah, Seven Raul very much impressed me with the consistency, the strategies. I can tell Seven Raul's been on the grind, but No Fear's crafting and mechanics and parkour, split-second decision-making, I was actually very impressed. So that first death was kind of avoidable from No Fear. Open a chest, there was a piglin mad at him. So first death, unfortunately, we didn't get to see No Fear clutch that out. After that, the deaths are understandable. You're behind by a couple minutes. You got to take every risk you can. So that was understandable. But I'm hoping No Fear has more of a standard run and can really show us the mechanics he's been grinding, because it looks really impressive. I hope so. I hope the later game could be just as impressive as No Fear's early game.
Yeah, exactly. We've also seen Dimax and Hoffik previously so far today. Hoffik taking that best of 3 series. Do you think they're watching this and they're sort of taking? They're not so much sweating, but I think Hoffik might be looking at Seven Raul and that crown is starting to maybe weigh a little bit heavier than it was at the start of this tournament, because again, Seven Raul didn't necessarily do anything. I mean, obviously the bucket list, that was pretty impressive, but there was nothing flashy there. It was just incredibly good use of the mechanics available in that seed, but did so effectively across the board. Everything that Seven Raul did was effective, and it looked pressure free, which in these sort of scenarios, as you mentioned, T-Wags, that's when you really perform at your best, when you don't have that pressure, when it's I'll go in, I'll do what I can do, and then we go from there.
I think Hoffik might be a little scared, I'm going to be honest. I think this next match, the one after this, Hoffik versus whoever wins this, both runners are looking really good, is going to be very decisive. I mean, we've seen in 13 King of the Hill tournaments, only a single time has the winner of that next match lost. So this next match, whoever makes it to the grand finals from winner side is in a severe advantage. And so, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Hoffik to win the next match.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly how that plays out. What do we think, chat? Do we think Hoffik's crown is feeling a little bit heavy, or do we feel as though the king is sitting pretty in their castle? We are going to be getting another game shortly between Seven Rail and No Fear. Once again, Seven Rail putting on a bit of a clinic there, but No Fear showing some pretty good skill. Quite aggressive in that fortress, which I was quite impressed at. So we'll see exactly what plays out here. Outpost and lava pool, bastion and fortress visible as well. And a little bit of a chuckle from you, T-Wags.
Yeah. If No Fear was thinking, well, that weird bucketless, village into water seed was a bit strange on the first one. Hopefully I'll get a more normal seed on the next one. He's sorely mistaken. An outpost is not at all what you normally see. Outposts have a very low chance of having iron, but not 0. So you can potentially get 3 or 4 iron from an outpost, giving you bucket, pick, maybe flint and steel enough to enter. So if there's an outpost in a lava pool, I'm probably thinking, well, I'm not going to start off with very much at all. This could be a very, very rough seed. Maybe low food, low iron. So we will see. But if I am not used to kind of strange seeds, I would think, outpost is not my favorite. Also, the pillagers that surround an outpost, sometimes they're very, very cruel, Kexman. They're very evil, to be honest. And sometimes they entrap iron golems in cages, which is just one of the cruelest things in the game. So
those monsters.
I know, it's actually terrible. So it's possible there's an iron golem that you can also kill to get iron, but it feels a little wrong killing an entrapped golem,
Yeah, as it should, as it absolutely should. Looking at the seeds, would you say that this one favors Seven Rail at this point?
Based on the last seed, I would say, yeah, Seven Rail looked very, very confident in kind of an unusual strategy, and I would definitely consider this one to be unusual. There is the trapped golem immediately off spawn. There is one. We'll see what's in this outpost.
They trapped a golem.
They trapped
a golem, chat. This is unacceptable. This is Seven Rail and No Fear better save that golem. They better save that golem. Looks like we do have 2 iron bars there, I believe. They better if they don't save this golem, something's wrong. I want riots if they don't save this golem.
What do you mean by save exactly?
Free the golem. Free the golem.
So, I mean, free how? Because if it's
don't free the golem from life. Just let no, Seven Rail, what are you doing? You monster! You monster! What are you doing? What are you doing? No Fear's even worse. No Fear's looking it in the eyes while No Fear kills it. That's even worse. Seven Rail at least has the decency to hide. No Fear's staring it directly in the eyes to kill it. Good lord. No, don't put bread there. No Fear going for the bread pickaxe. The rare bread pickaxe. Looks like they did finally got the not the golem. So there we go. No Fear using the boat once again, heading down here. Looks like heading straight for those pools. And actually only by a little bit, but slightly ahead here. Not by too much, but they are slightly ahead in comparison to Seven Rail, which, as we've seen in these speedrunning tournaments, being slightly ahead can make a fairly substantial difference to you, Axe.
Yeah, it looks like No Fear has opted for... There weren't any pillagers around, so No Fear just straight up hit the golem with an axe, so that saved a bit of time. No Fear also not going for stone tools. So just going for the wood shovel, the wood axe. This lava pool is going to flood, but it's going to be totally fine, I believe. So yeah, No Fear actually making a little bit of time, but only has wood tools, whereas Seven Rail is going to have those stone tools, stone axe, may not have to recraft anything later. So pretty debatable who's actually in the lead here, as Seven Rail has just made a little bit better quality of life, which could speed up his run later. Another treasure bastion. Kexman, I believe last time you said this was your favorite bastion. We've seen 3 of the 4 seeds have a treasure bastion. Yep. Here, so Yeah.
Treasure Bastion is my favorite, as spoken about previously. I love the idea of there just being a bunch of treasure chests in here. Just the piglins are hoarding. This is also very, very dangerous. Jumping up here, it looks very, very simple. You can see that, and you could say to yourself, "Oh, that's really simple. You're just building blocks up." All it takes is one of those piglins to turn around and just swing the sword, and suddenly you are flying off the edge. It can cause a lot of problems. We've actually seen it happen once or twice. For those people that are new to Minecraft speedrunning and they're taking a look at this, exactly what are they hoping to achieve when they get into these bastions, T-Wags?
So ideally, you're going to want to trade with piglins and loot chests, which will give you obsidian, pearls, string for beds, fire resistance potions, a couple other nice things, but those are the main ones. So your goal here...
7 roll!
Taking a lot of damage. He'll be okay. Not the fastest bastion route, but he'll be okay. Your goal here is really to get piglins into a singular hole trading as quickly as possible, and then you mine the remaining gold blocks and loot chests. 7 Row has 4 carrots. Golden carrots are pretty much the best food source in the game, so that will heal him up very well. Nicely played, I hope. Yeah, we're going to see No Fear do that as well. Golden carrots are very smart. And pretty similar.
Help them see in the dark as well. So we are going to see exactly how this pans out for both of these players. It seems to be pretty much even. I think 7 Round might be slightly ahead, but not by much at all. This is a relatively close bastion between these two players, getting as much gold as they possibly can before heading off to the fortress. And we've seen today specifically, these fortresses, T-Wags, have just been absolute death traps for these players. They have been so rough for them, and I'm wondering if that is going to continue here with the playthrough for these. And No Fear is actually slightly ahead. No Fear heading into the fortress, now taking out these blazes. Let's see what we actually get from these, because once again, very, very dangerous. If you play this incorrectly, or if you play this a little bit loosely, you're actually in a world of trouble. No Fear down to 4 hearts at the moment, but once again does have those golden carrots. There's 4 bars, 4 of those blazing ingots. Normally you would expect 7 from these players, so only 3 away. And setting up this spawner, we've seen this from a couple of players beforehand, setting up this spawner into a little bit of a better position for them, so they can control these blazes slightly easier. We've seen this more than once. No Fear setting themselves up, looking to potentially get themselves into a comfortable position. Not only a comfortable position, but a position where they are relatively far ahead. But it also looks as though 7 Rowl has made their way into this fortress once again. So here goes No Fear taking out these blazes. There's 3 of them currently up. I'm not sure how many blaze rods have been picked up at this stage. We are on 6, so we're going to be looking at least 1 more for No Fear. No Fear probably ahead by about 30 seconds, and actually No Fear just leaving with 6.
Wow, No Fear has played this so quickly and a little bit risky, like not crazy risky, but No Fear has played this, very, very quick. I've seen the pearls, the type of play, the crafting. No Fear has pre-crafted everything. Very, very solid play from No Fear, honestly. Really, really quick. It's possible these eyes could break. The first 3 do not break, but if you throw 4 or more, there's a chance. And if No Fear is just going to leave on 12, there is a chance he cannot complete the seed, and Rao can just easily come back. But Rao,
this is that risk reward that we spoke about. The risk reward is that No Fear coming into this and kind of saying to themselves, I'm going to take this risk. It looks like they might be actually heading back. They are going to be heading back. Whether or not this is to traverse or whether or not this is to get more eyes, I don't believe it would be to get more pearls. So we'll see. It looks as though it is going to be to use the nether as a quick travel, I think.
Yeah, the pearls are actually going towards the fortress here. Honestly, the direction No Fear got was not that far away from the spawner. You might consider going back to the fortress, but I mean, at this point, if you're committed, it's a low risk. Like, the eyes would have to break pretty quickly, and you would have to have a 0 eye. So I don't hate this play. But No Fear is playing so fast already, leaving the nether as Ral is exiting, getting the first eye measurement here.
Yeah, this could be huge. This could be a huge advantage for No Fear here. And as mentioned, this is what No Fear does. No Fear does a great job digging straight up. That's potentially really dangerous. But No Fear by name, No Fear by nature, as we have proven. Looks like they are going to dig themselves up and see where they are. Let's find out if this is what we were waiting for. Oh, that poor sheep. That poor sheep on the side of 7 Round just immediately getting cooked. That is super unfortunate. Looks as though the same information has been given to 7 Round, so 7 Round is going to be heading back. No Fear was incredibly deep underground. Look how high No Fear is having to go up for this.
Yeah, is he in like a mountain or something? Oh, I see squid noises. Oh, he's just in a river. Okay, yeah, he just he's really low down. So did a very, very rough approximate. So No Fear could be 50 blocks away, could be 500. I don't really know. I see Raul keeping up his coordinates, typing numbers in chat, doing a bunch of mental math. So I would expect Raul. I mean, his last nether exit was like 20 blocks away. So Raul could actually be really, really close here. Yeah, No Fear doing some more triangulation. But again, the more triangulation No Fear does, the more eyes he throws for info, the greater risk he is of one of these eyes breaking. He only has 12. Those eyes are now available to break. And if one of them does, he needs a 1 eye, or else he's just going to probably straight up lose the seed.
Yeah, 7 Round looks as though they have, where have they put themselves? They are up in the air somewhere. Looks like they are still getting a bunch of information falling down into the sea here, but 7 Round seems to be pretty comfortable with this position, and I can't quite tell just how far away 7 Round is from No Fear at the moment. No Fear is still trying to get as much information as possible. It looks like one of those eyes has broken. One of the eyes has oh no, it hasn't. Tell a lie. Chat, ignore me. Chat, ignore me. So there we go. It's it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting to see how these players are going to play out. Someone talking in chat, obviously, leaving with 6 is now average. Average maybe, but in these tournament settings, obviously with the way that everything is set out, that's a pretty hefty gamble, T-Wax, leaving with 6. Yeah. It's not something you would normally do in this sort of situation, but that is exactly what No Fear is doing, and getting quite lucky with these with 0 breaks here. 7 Rel doing a bunch of swimming, though, doing exactly what they can. Looks like they do have a dolphin with them, to get them to the location they require. And this is looking like a pretty quick traversal. No Fear, though, maybe has found it. No Fear has possibly found it.
No eyes, the eye does go down, so he does know it's in this chunk, and not a single eye broke for No Fear. Yeah, leaving on 6 or maybe on 5 in RSG is typical, because with calculators, you pretty much never throw more than 2 eyes. A lot of runners only throw a single eye because the machine does the work for you. But here, I think No Fear threw about 7 or 8, actually, because you have to do all that triangulation by hand. But oh my god, this is way too close. They are in different strongholds. Oh wow, this is
there we go. No Fear here as well as 7 Rel. Okay, let's see exactly how this plays out. We do see the small pie chart there on the side of No Fear and 7 Rel. Those pie charts will help them donate exactly where the spawning room is. It could be anywhere inside these strongholds, and these strongholds notorious for being absolute mazes. 7 Rel is the one that has been able to find it first. Will 7 Rel potentially risk that 0 phase strategy once again? We did see 7 Rel do it previously. Is it going to be the same here? So immediately into the Ender Dragon area, let's find out exactly what the plan is for 7 Rel. Are they going to go big, or are they going to potentially be going for the standard? It looks as though it is going to be the standard here for 7 Rel, but this does give chance for No Fear to catch up. If No Fear is able to catch up and potentially go for the 0 phase, we could actually have No Fear taking this map. But T-Wags, this is so close between these two players.
Yeah, it can. I think No
Fear.
He's okay. He's just doing.
He reset. Okay. Oh god. For a split second there, I thought he just got executed from behind.
I know. When you see the death speed,
I thought a zombie just teleported behind No Fear and just Omaiwamu Shinderu to No Fear, but that doesn't seem to have been the case here. No Fear getting themselves set up. Woo, that was close. That was close.
This is where No Fear went originally, but this portal was just a bit far away. He didn't trust his instincts. Oh, and now 7 Rel's getting the perch as No Fear setting up for the 0. All right.
There we go. There's 1. There's 2, 3, 4, and then 5. There we go. 7 Raul has taken it. 7 Raul has taken it, but only just no fear on the behind of 7 Raul for almost the entirety of that last little phase there. No fear actually slightly ahead, not quite trusting their instincts, but that does mean that 7 Raul takes this best of 3 series 2 games to 0. Moving on in the upper bracket, they are going to be facing off against Hoffik next, which will be an the next match that we do see 7 Raul in is going to be absolutely delicious to watch. You're not going to want to miss out on that one, but it does mean that No Fear drops down to take on Dimax, and we're actually kind of almost coming up with the lower bracket, Dimax versus No Fear. That's almost old school versus new school, T-Wags.
Yeah, very much. I mean, Dimax, a very common name. Everyone knows that name, and No Fear. I think a lot of people in chat, I see a lot of people in chat supporting No Fear. So unfortunate for that loss, but we'll have another redemption arc in the lower bracket, no problem. So No Fear honestly playing really well. You can't be too upset about that one. Honestly, the first loss, that death in the Bastion was kind of it, but the second one was so close. I mean, No Fear playing faster, I think, in general, but 7 Raul with the mental math and the sheetless axis just nailing that second nether exit a lot closer. No Fear, I think, just barely missing out on spotting that portal room down that long hallway on that first attempt through the stronghold. So other than that, pretty great play, honestly, and no complaints. I think No Fear should be pretty happy about it, and has decent chances in this lower bracket.
Yeah. Absolutely, there is the confirmation of the brackets. It does mean 7 Raul moving up into that semi-finals there against Hoffik. The King once again staying in the upper bracket and defending their crown. Dimax versus No Fear in the losers round 1, and that does mean that whoever loses that drops out of the tournament entirely. So again, could be a real big matchup between those two. Old school versus new school. We'll have to find out. And if you want to see a fantastic mix of old school versus new school, check out our merch. Exclamation point merch in the chat. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. We've got t-shirts, we've got hoodies. I think, don't quote me on this, I believe we may still have some old method merch available as well. That's not going to be available for much longer. It's very limited numbers. I believe we may still have some of that, so please go and check that out. Exclamation point merch. I have one of the hoodies myself. It is incredibly comfortable. But 7 Raul is got to be feeling comfortable after that performance. They will be moving on, facing off against Hoffik. But before that, no, it is 7 Raul versus Hoffik as the next match. I do apologize. So that is the match you do not want to miss, especially after the performances of both of those in their first matches today. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind. Tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines. Needing tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got no money on my mind. Tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines. Needing tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Don't you worry about me. If I keep feeling like I'm missing something, don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about me. Got no money on my mind. Tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines. Needing tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. You were my best friend. Didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you. You and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep, and you wanted stats don't really care what you think, what you think, what you think. Shame on me thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. Ain't no fun recognizing your mistakes. Got me like ooh, feeling so ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, 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 over me. I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead to let me smile from for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage. You're a million.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between to the Method Rush King of the Hill. We've had two absolutely incredible series so far, and the next one is promising to be no different. My name is TheKexman. I'm joined by T-Wags. We've seen Hoffik beat Dimax 2-0, and then No Fear losing 2-0 against Sevenral. Does mean that in the lowest bracket we have No Fear versus Dimax. However, we are going to be moving on to the upper bracket semi-final, which does mean Hoffik versus Sevenral. Now, these two so far, what we've seen previously, they just do the basics so cleanly, and they don't look as if they're under any pressure at any point. I would say that actually Sevenral looks to be slightly better over their two games against No Fear than Hoffik did against Dimax. But once again, that can change pretty quickly, especially when you are in a tournament setting, T-Wags.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think Sevenral is looking a little bit better. I'm curious in chat. I want to see some people in chat. I want to see some names that I recognize, maybe some names that I don't. Hoffik or Sevenral for this one. This is big. This is very, very big. Only 1 out of 13 King of the Hills has the winner of this match lost the entire thing. If Sevenral takes this, Seven Route could very, very likely be the new King of the Hill, which would be massive. You take home a good amount of cash for getting first every time, and keeping your crown gives you another good chunk of change. So this is a very, very big deal. If Hoffik wins this, it could secure yet another King of the Hill for him. But yeah, I think Hoffik took one death in a match against Dimax where Dima also took a death. So it was very close, but Seven Route playing incredibly clean. I don't know. I'm thinking Seven Route just by a little bit here.
Yeah, this will be an incredibly close matchup. Obviously, the seeds are going to play a part in that. This is a Minecraft speedrunning tournament. I wonder if we could potentially production give us another look at how the seeds break down as well, and what we can expect from some of these. Obviously, we don't allow any third-party products, so calculators and stuff like that, not allowed. This is all mental. They've got to do the mental calculations. But these mods here break this down for us, T-Wags. What people can expect who might be familiar with the method speedrunning, or even familiar with the Minecraft speedrunning, sorry, or maybe even familiar with Minecraft as a whole, specifically what these are going to mean for these players over this tournament.
Yeah, so essentially everything is the same between both runners. 5 iron from the golem is nice, so you can get a bucket flint and steel every time. All of the RNG is pretty much standardized. Increased obsidian rates, but no calculators are allowed, which means that the runners usually have to do mental math if they want to get close to the strongholds. If they want to just get in the rough ballpark, they can approximate and be maybe 500 blocks away or something with that 20 obsidian. But yeah, that ends up being the make or break, honestly, from what I've seen in almost every single tournament so far, is most runners are so familiar with all this stuff that they do everything very similarly. But with 20 obsidian, it depends on how you use that. If you use more precise math or less precise math, get closer or further, how you traverse the nether to get to that nether exit ends up being the make or break point. I think so far Seven Route has got within about 100 blocks on both of the nether exits on both seeds. So on the most important part of the route, looking very clean. I see more Seven Route believers in chat than Hoffik, but it's still very close. One vote for Forsen. I don't know if we'll see Forsen take this one. It's not a 0% chance, but yeah, I agree. I think Raul's looking good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And you mentioned obviously these seeds and playing them out. We did see in the previous series, obviously Seven Route doing a great job with the bucketless portal, being able to make that up. No fear having to go and create the bucket, which obviously meant that Seven Route saved a bunch of time going through that seed. What are you expecting out of this next seed here? What would you want to see out of this next seed? And I'm wondering who in chat, what do you want to see out of this next seed as well, chat? I'd love to know.
Yeah, I would, maybe like to see something more standard to start them off with, but I'm expecting as we get further and further in the tournament, something wacky. Something wild and wacky here.
Something wild and wacky.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty exciting. That would be pretty fun to see. A 12i would be lava housing fossil gold. Yeah, let's just go big. Let's just go huge. Let's just change it. Let's do something completely different. Now, from what I understand, I know that I think the only thing, kind of staying inside the rules, but I think the only thing that realistically the production team look for on these seeds as well, specifically, will be the fact that they are just playable. As long as they are playable, some of these can get really wild. We've seen some pretty crazy, some pretty crazy seeds so far. Maybe this is going to be one of them. Jungle Temple and Lava Pool. Bastion scan fortress south of Bastion. So what does this say to you, T-Wags?
So I'm immediately thinking, well, it's going to be a low food run, so that's the mindset the runners should probably be in. I need to play it slower and more careful. There's a decent chance someone could die here. Jungle Temple can give you a lot of iron and gold very quickly for free, but it's not going to give you very much food. Maybe some rotten flesh. I'm always a fan of getting the bones from a jungle temple, turning it into bone meal, and growing wheat in the nether. But, maybe that's too wild and wacky for the speedrun community. Maybe I'm just living too many years in the future for that one.
T-Wags needs that nether wheat. The forbidden Kellogg's, as it were.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the rest of it seems seems obvious. Bastions getting first means you probably are going to go Bastion first, so it seems pretty straightforward. But I would be more careful here than a usual run, because there's a good chance the other runner could die, and you don't want that to be you. You don't want to give your opponent a free win on this very important match.
Yeah, obviously, match number 1 in this best of 3 series. Hoffik, the current reigning king of the hill, going up against Severnral, who we have seen, obviously, playing in a bunch of tournaments leading up to this. And maybe, you know, playing in those tournaments leading up to this, T-Wags, this is the culmination of that journey for them. Maybe they are going to be taking the crown off of Hoffik. We will have to find out. Let's see exactly how this is going to pan out right at the start here. Immediately just in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. They have definitely got fun and games going on here. I wonder if they're going to be looking for that jungle temple. Probably going to be keeping an eye out for it. But Hoffik immediately heading down here, and there we go. Severnral has almost made a complete beeline for that temple straight away.
Yeah, getting some gravel first. Hoffik is not a bad play, so if you're close to it, you don't have to go back to it. It makes sense. Does actually get a lucky flint from his first 3 pieces of gravel. We will see Ral getting just rotten flesh, tossing out the bones there. Does get some nice gold and iron, doing nice jungle temple tech. Love to see it. Pretty quick looting there from Severnral. I mean, sometimes you get like 15 round flesh, that could be okay, but like 7 is pretty bad.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but again, it kind of is what it is. Let's see, they're going to be making the gold axe, iron pickaxe, as well as what appears to be a gold shovel as well. They want to be getting through these blocks as quickly as possible, and then obviously heading towards the nether when they can. Hoffik still kind of going through the temple here. Oh no.
Oh, that is the right code.
Oh, there we go. He managed to. I'm not sure what that was there, but it seemed to cause a couple of issues for Hoffik. And it's those little things that on the sort of like the outskirts, we're looking at it going, oh yeah, okay, you know, maybe 10 seconds lost there, maybe if that. But for these players, that could almost be a lifetime for them.
And I believe it said which direction the lava pool was from the temple. I forgot. Maybe Severnral forgot as well, which is why it took him an extra 20 or so seconds to find this lava pool. It does find it eventually, but that 20 seconds could come in clutch. Let's see if Hoffik remembered the direction or not. Can he get some water? He's going towards south. So it looks like maybe Hoffik did remember that direction. It's just heading straight south.
We'll have to wait and see. Looks as though, yeah, it should be just below,
there
maybe.
There it is. You saw some red in the distance there.
Did he?
I saw it on his screen. I hope he saw it
did
too.
Hoffik see it? Did Hoffik see it? That is the question. Let's have a look. There's...
Oh, Ral's in a bastion, apparently.
Ral, bastion port once again. One of these bastion ports just immediately going into the area. There it is. Immediately going into that bastion. How many is that now that we've seen that happen? How many of that is this last the third?
They've been very, very close on these ones. So yeah, that is a stables bastion. So a different one. We haven't seen this one yet. Ral is going to be doing this top section. Hoffik, was this the spawn that Ral got? Okay,
I don't know.
Right on top here.
Yeah, right into it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so Hoffik is once again in the bastion too, but I've got to say, Severnral is ahead by not a small amount either here. T-Wags. Severnral, obviously, that hole is so busy. That hole is so jam packed. That is super uncomfortable for those piglins. Yo, can I just say, Minecraft players, you're all monsters, by the way.
Yeah.
You trap piglins, you kill enslaved golems. Like, you're all monsters, and I want you to know that. And I say that from the nicest place possible. You're all monsters. Free the piglins. I'm going to free the piglins. That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
Honestly, Minecraft has always been a video game from the villain's POV. That's what I've always said. Like, the entire point of the game is you invade the dragon's home and kill it. I mean, it's just terrible.
Oh my god, that's true. That's straight up true. That dragon's just chilling, just sat there, maybe thinking about what they're going to do for dinner. All of a sudden, this Minecraft speedrunner jumps in and kills it with a bed. Like, imagine if someone broke into your house wielding like a bed and just absolutely. That is effectively what you're doing. That is effectively what you are doing as a Minecraft speedrunner. It's a very, very strange environment. It's a very, very strange environment. Sevenral doing a great job around this bastion at the moment. As mentioned, this is the stable bastion, so this is I believe the fourth variation of the bastions we've seen so far. And there we go, enslaving those piglins there, trapping them all into one location. Look at all the gold that's around here. Hoffik doing the exact same thing, but still, Sevenral at the moment not doing anything spectacular, T-Wags, just doing everything that needs to be done incredibly smoothly.
Yeah, they went to this top section first, which the top section has more chests, but not a lot of gold, and so you don't always get the stuff you need. Actually, rarely you get the stuff you need. So I was expecting them to have to go to the lower section. Raul has kind of seen this. He almost got everything he needed. It was very close, but now he's gone down to the lower section. Does have plenty of pearls, plenty of obsidian, so now Raul is good to go. Whereas Hoffik has just now realized he needs to go down to this lower section. Yeah, he's like a full minute behind, has to dig down here. It's going to take quite a while.
Pumba, no! There we go, Pumba getting cooked alive. Super unfortunate as we do head up. And there goes the first pull. They're going to get straight up to this fortress. Great throw by Sevenral there, and immediately up to face off against these blazes. And this is where we've seen some pretty dangerous play from a lot of players, T-Wags. These blazes and these fortresses have not been kind today to these players. Is that a giant demonic accordion?
It is a demonic accordion, yes.
Don't like those demonic accordions.
It's kind of trapped down there. It's a little too big to get up, so it'll be okay. And
thankfully,
Raul is doing okay. Has actually done this entire run so far on just that rotten flesh. Only has 4 more, so that is it.
It's a risky play. It is a very, very risky. But we have ooh, there we go. Look at that, blowing that area up. We've seen that from a couple of people. Do you want to give an idea to folks why they do that for these for these areas here, destroying those blocks in such a way around the spawner?
Yeah, so the spawner actually just has a certain number of blocks it can spawn mobs around. All spawners work the same. Not just blaze spawners, but it's about I think like 6 blocks to the side, but the cage is like 4 or 5 blocks away. So the way they constructed it, it doesn't really make any sense because it actually blocks.
No, Sevenral straight down into the lava. They will be able to survive this. Sevenral just got absolutely yeeted down into the lava there. They're gonna see if they can use the eye to get back up there. It looks like they are. They're trapped there with a demonic accordion. Sevenral, get out of there. But coming back up to an area pretty quickly. That's not the end of Sevenral. I think they have enough rods that they do need. They're going to use the portal there to immediately get out, but incredibly risky. Sevenral just got absolutely sent there.
Yeah, that's the risk of doing that blaze bed. You destroy all those blocks around the spawner, which increases spawns, but there's also no protective outer barrier now. So you can definitely get knocked straight off in the lava. And Raul, on low health, instinctively not using an Ender Pearl was actually pretty smart. Just sunk down into the lava, doesn't take fall damage. With the fire resistance is fine. He's going to do a quick hunger reset here. Does have the angle information. I wonder if Raul is going to do another eye throw or is just going to approximate it. Yeah, so I think Raul needs another 2 blaze rods and then he's going to go.
Luckily spawning straight in up against them, so this will obviously help with a little bit of time. Still relatively risky, can get knocked off if you are not careful. It looks like they do have the blaze rods available there. Is that going to be enough? I think that might be enough here for Sevenral. Let's keep an eye out on the side of Hoffik as well. We want to make sure that we are keeping an eye to see what is happening there. Hoffik currently only on what appears to be 1 blaze rod, or I think they have made a couple of the pearls as well. So again, both of these players in relatively solid situations. I still think 7rel is slightly ahead, but it's, again, not by a whole lot. Whenever you see these players, it's always so close between them, T-Wags. You know, it is a matter of sort of like 10, 15, 20 seconds here and there if we do not have any specific deaths. We did obviously have 7rel doing the hunger reset, but outside of that, that Blaze is in a really, really precarious position, and Hoffik knows it, playing that relatively safe. There's the 5 Blaze rods once again. 7rel still fighting off against these Blazes. I believe they may have enough now. Yeah, 7rel going away, getting that information they do have, and they are going to be moving through the Nether so that they can potentially get some get to the overworld where they need to be. Hoffik now also gathering that information. Ooh, there we go. Those throws always, they always freak me out, because your angle is slightly off and all of a sudden you are in a world of trouble. 7rel building the portal here once again. Let's see where they do end up. They seem pretty confident in that placement there.
Yeah, I thought it was only a single eye throw, so this may be an approximate guess from Raul. I'm not sure, maybe the terrain was messy, Raul not doing the sheetless access that I've seen before. So this could be close, it could be far away. There's a single eye throw. Okay, yeah, Raul has another Blaze Rod, so 11 eyes in the inventory, but can make 2 more. And it looks to be maybe fairly far, but there's some water here. I see mountains. This could be really ugly. I don't know.
Yeah, and it looks as though they are going to be heading almost. They are keeping an eye. It looks like it could be quite far. Yeah, that is going to be the case. Ooh, 7rel there playing with fire. Good grief. That was on the thinnest of hairs, but being able to live that was that was so incredibly lucky there. Hoffik doing what they can, and this is 7rel here is in a position where they, as we have said previously, if you are traversing through the overworld, you better be pretty confident in where you need to be going with these eyes.
Yeah, Raul gets a huge angle change there after throwing 2 eyes, so maybe that was maybe 200 blocks away, 300 blocks away, and the Nether eggs is still very, very good. It is in a worst possible
chunk. In the mountain.
They're always, whenever you get a mountain spot, it's always at like the peak. This is just, he's at like Y100. This is awful, but
he's got to keep going down. Yeah. But is Hoffik also finding themselves in a similar position right now?
Yeah, Hoffik is in mountains biome, is on the second Nether exit, so we'll see how far. Oh my god, Hoffik is at Y29 and has to get to Y77.
Oh Lord. Lord, Hoffik.
Boy.
Get digging. 7rel feeling pretty confident going straight down, trying to find this stronghold, seeing if they've been able to get a good position. They still seem to be fairly confident heading down. It looks as though they are slowly but surely, and again, this is mountainous terrain, so this could be really far down, and there it is. So they are now in the stronghold. 7rel in the stronghold right now. Hoffik still climbing. So this is a great position for 7rel to be in here in game number 1. And as mentioned, T-Wags, if anybody drops down to the, we haven't seen anybody come up from the lower bracket into the final and win. So this is an opportunity for 7rel to not only take advantage of that, but also claim the first game here against Hoffik.
This would be massive. Could very well be a new King of the Hill if Raul takes this one. It's very likely. Hoffik is sleeping in the overworld to get rid of these mobs, is, as we know, about a chunk away. I think this is right near.
There it is.
The chunk. Oh, so Raul gets the portal room. Hoffik is actually purling away from where the chunk is. The eye should point backwards here, so Hoffik still has actually a lot of time to find this stronghold. It's still going. It has to dig all the way down. Raul's in a huge lead, going for 0. Uh-oh.
He's going for it. Raul is going for it. Raul feels as though he has to go for the 0 phase here. Raul is feeling as though they have to go for the 0 phase. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in between, we could be seeing our first 0 phase. Is the Ender Dragon going to play ball here? Looks like the Ender Dragon is sticking around here. There's one. Are we going to see another one? And the Ender Dragon immediately flying away. Immediately flying away. Fantastic attempt there from 7rel. That was so close. Is it roosting as well? It is. No, is it? Is it perching? I can't quite tell.
No, it was very,
isn't.
very close.
It was close. It was very, very close, but he's been going for that 0, and it's so close. Actually, interesting thing there. The only person, actually, we have had one person, T-Wags, come from the lower bracket to win it. We've had one person. Do you know who it was?
I believe it was Hoffik.
It was Hoffik. Hoffik is the current king, is the only person that has done that so far. He went for it. He does only have 4 beds at the moment, though. He only has 4 beds, T-Wags.
Yeah, using 2 anchors at the setup, so now he doesn't have those explosives, and he used 1 bed at the 0 cycle, so only 4 left, has 1 pearl. I would like to see a better weapon. I see Raul's crafted another wood axe.
And here it is. Hoffik's found it as well. So we now have a perch off. We now have a perch off between these, and at the same time, it looks as though Hoffik has more beds.
Hoffik
It looks
does, but not enough health to pearl. Oh, Hoffik's going to pearl anyway. Raul's getting a perch, though. 4 beds.
Raul is getting the perch. 4 beds. He's going to have to hit this perfectly. There's 1. There's 2. He's still on target. He's at 3. 1 more. He could be on target. He's done it. Raul has done it. He's taken game number 1 in this best of 3 series against the current king, Hoffik. And that came down to the wire because Hoffik was coming through, had more beds available. If Raul had missed any of those, that game was effectively Hoffik's to take. Just over 15 minutes there for Raul. That is huge. Not only do we see the king bleeding here in this upper bracket, but we also see 7 Raul not only going for the 0 phase and not quite pulling it off, being able to take a perfect 1 phase with those 4 beds, because as mentioned, if one of those missed T-Wags, we would be having a very different conversation right now.
Yeah, 0 cycle is risky if you don't hit it. He did lose 3 explosives on that, so 4 is the minimum you need to kill a dragon. Some people would argue 3, but it's pretty much 4, and Raul does nail it. Honestly, Raul, I think, playing every part of that run just a bit better than Hoffik. They both had very similar routes, but that was a jungle temple start, if we remember, and Hoffik had some difficulty with the jungle temple levers, taking about 30 seconds extra in the overworld, which ended up mattering a lot. I mean, that match came down to 30 seconds to a minute. So Raul playing the Bastion very well, the Fortress, the Nether Exit, they had almost the same, and going for the 0 cycle, but hitting the 1 cycle clutch in the end. I mean, Raul's on fire today.
Yeah, and that is one of those games where, as you know, if you fall behind in a best of 3 series, that was definitely one of those games where it's very, very difficult to kind of justify where you went wrong, because realistically, Hoffik, with the exception of maybe at the start with that jungle temple where it was slightly slow on those switches, there was no mistakes. Hoffik didn't play that map badly. 7 Raul just played it better, was just better when it came to the various different things, little micro adjustments. So going into the next map, Hoffik may be looking at saying, okay, well, what I have to do is, maybe I have to take a couple more risks. Maybe I have to play stuff out differently. And obviously, all of that is going to depend on the seed as well. For these 2 players, for Raul and Hoffik, what is the one seed that's going to really play a very, very high risk-reward strategy, if any in particular?
Again, we keep coming back to Monuments being the really wacky seed. I know Raul hates those. If they get a Monument seed, Raul is a lot more a fan of the seeds that he normally runs in RSG, because when you're an RSG runner, you really perfect the same thing down to an art. And that's what Raul has done. So I know Raul specifically would not prefer a Monument Seed. I think anything else he's comfortable with. I mean, the bucketless entry had no problem with. There was another strange one where he was totally fine with. So I think anything but that, the runners are actually totally fine with. I mean, this was a tough seed. Jungle Temple with only 6 Rotten Flesh into a weird Stables Bastion that you could have gotten attacked in the upper part, into a Soul Sand Valley Fortress, and you had to pearl multiple times to get to the Nether Exit, and the Strongholds in a mountain. That was a hard seed, and he breezed through that. There was almost no food, and these runners had no issues with it. So they're tough. They're tough. It's going to be tough to throw a wrench in these runners' plans, whatever you give them at this point. So I would honestly just love to see a Seed 3. Whatever Seed 2 is, Seed 3 is always fun, always really fast, crazy, really pits the runner skills against each other. I think Raul could take this one, but a Seed 3 I would not be disappointed with.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. For those just joining us, yes, this is the Method Rush King of the Hill. We have been running these for just over a year. If you are a fan of Minecraft, this is one of the places to be, best places to be this evening. Even if you're not a fan of Minecraft, it's still one of the best places to be here for this evening. Myself and T-Wags bringing you all of the action. It is fast-paced, it is quick, and my word, it can get very, very exciting, especially when you consider how close that last matchup there is between these two players. And the other side as well is when you're going into these, you don't know how the other player is doing, T-Wags. You don't know how, you know, for example, 7rail was going into that and he was doing the zero phase because he doesn't know what Hoffik is doing. Hoffik doesn't know what 7rail is doing. Mapless and Lava Ravine in seed number 2 here. Bastion scan on the fortress visible from Bastion. We spoke about these seeds and how important they can be. How important is this one?
This is probably the most comfort seed of all comfort seeds nowadays. Mapless has steadily been increasing in popularity in the last 6 months, I'd say, and now is pretty much only what top runners play, sometimes the occasional blacksmith or shipwreck, but a Mapless buried treasure it's the smallest structure, quote unquote, in the game, and by far the most overpowered. Iron, gold, food, sometimes TNT. I mean, buried treasures have everything you need to get a good speed run started. So I would expect these runners, if they haven't already adjusted their settings to be on low render distance, have the correct pie chart up so that they can easily spot which chunk this buried treasure is in, go down, dig a couple sand, uncover that, and then this should be a very, very fast run. The most comfortable test of skill we really have nowadays in Minecraft speedrunning.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out, because if this is a very, very fast seed, that could potentially favor 7rail over Hoffik. But once again, Hoffik is our current king of the hill and is one that you do not want. You do not want to be messing with. There goes the render distance, and there's the pie chart. They're going to be taking a look. 7rail immediately making a beeline down here, and I believe they may have found it here. I believe they may have found it.
Yeah, 7rail already on the right settings. Hoffik not pre-setting those up, so a tiny bit of time loss, but could end up mattering. Hopefully they both have the right spot there. It does seem to be a lot of...
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Oh, TNT, gold, diamond, iron. We got it all. We have it all in there. And you love to see it for these, and you mentioned how fast this start could be, and this is going to be a fast start here between these two players. And Hoffik and 7rail pretty much neck and neck right now.
Yeah, just a minute in, we're going to see all these players crafting full iron tools. They even have a diamond pick. They have a stack and a half of blocks to be able to traverse whatever terrain. They have a boat. Even Hoffik detonating some gravel there already has a flint and steel. Yeah, 1 minute in, you have everything for the entire run. 7 pieces of cooked fish, so good. And the enter is right here. Wow, this is the seed you get excited for world record pace. If this had a good nether and RSG, you would be very, very nervous at this point. Crazy good seed. So we'll see.
Let's see how this plays out. Looks as though we do have 7rail setting up. 7rail just a touch quicker, but it is only by, say, 5 seconds right now. So these players pretty much neck and neck. It's going to come down to this nether now. They're going to want to get through here as quickly as they possibly can. Entering almost the exact same area. There's a door for good luck for 7rail. They're getting quickly up here and digging through. Let's see what we do have for this bastion, and immediately into the fortress here. So this, once again, the fortress is the first area, relatively dangerous. They're going to keep an eye out for this bastion, and look at all these blazes immediately spawning here for 7rail. So that is once again a pretty nice position for 7rail. Hoffik pretty much doing the exact same thing, so almost identical strategies for these two players. And if this keeps up here, T-Wags, this could absolutely go down to the wire. This could be a case of who's going to make the first mistake.
Yeah, I see 4 for 4 Blazer hut drops already. I mean, that's just insane. Raul's gonna hit up the second spawner and see if he can just go 5 for 5. He doesn't, so he'll go back to that first spawner maybe. But either way, I mean, I could see the Bastion peeking over that hill. It is a very, very close Bastion, so I wouldn't even mind doing Bastion first and coming back. Both structures are in really close proximity. Raul can use the remaining 2 TNT to do Blaze TNT. I love this. Look at that clean open Blaze spawner now. Beautifully done.
It's just a beaut. It's just an absolute beaut. There we go. We do have 3 of them spawning. Still a bunch of damage, but they do have that cooked fish available ready. They do have... There's another blaze rod. I'm not sure how many that is on the side of 7 Rail. We do see 5 on the side of Hoffik now. So Hoffik is going to be going for another few, I believe. There's 6. So Hoffik could be... Yeah, Hoffik's getting out of here. Hoffik's just straight up saying, I've got my 6, I'm done. 7 Rail, the RNG drop's not quite working for them here. So this does mean that Hoffik has pulled slightly ahead. 7 Rail just getting unfortunate with these spawns, but there is still room for Hoffik to potentially lose time here. But we are still in a position for some very, very quick plays for these 2 players here.
Yeah, Raul still deciding to stick around. The first 6 Blaze Rod drops really quickly, but the 7th is not coming. I thought Raul actually got 6 first, and if I were him, I might have left on this. I think leaving on 6 is actually the play, but I'm not entirely sure. Raul's going to stick around for 2 more cycles. And if Hoffik, he's just doing this bridge route right here. If Hoffik just plays the rest, if they both play the rest of the seed the same, Hoffik just takes it, because this last Blaze Rod took forever to drop. Raul still cannot get this last Blaze Rod.
Yeah, the RNG definitely not in the favor of Raul right now. This Blaze Rod is just not dropping. Come on, these blazes, at least one of you has to have a rod. I'm not... yeah, I take that back. Yeah, take that back. There we go. It looks like the rod has come out for 7 Rail, so they are going to be moving over, but they've probably lost 45 seconds to a minute there compared to Hoffik.
Hoffik is doing dip route. Now, Kexman, I know you don't know very much at all about the different Bastion routes. They take months and months to learn. But what are your thoughts on dip route? Good Bastion route? Bad? Great? What do you think, chat? What are chat's opinions? How do we feel about dip route?
Dip route is definitely one of the routes. That's my thought on dip route. It is definitely a route. It is definitely a route. Raul under a bunch of pressure here. So that's a rather unfortunate. Looks like they have been able to stabilize there. Hoffik still looking relatively comfortable. Let's take a look and see what they're looking at currently on counts of eyes. They're building the pool. They are getting out of the nether. Hoffik is getting out of the nether right now. So yeah, they are getting out of this right now. They want to get the information. Is this going to be enough? They've seemed as though they have immediately entered into a cave. There we go. They need to be getting out of here. It is an underwater cave as well. So they want to make sure that they are leaving here relatively quickly, because they could end up drowning. It looks like that they have actually been saved there. There we go. So they have been able to get out. They are looking like they'll be able to get some information on this first eye here. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting route here for Hoffik. It looks as though it's going to be quite a way for Hoffik to go here. Need to pick up that eye though. So I believe Hoffik is going to go back down into that portal. They want to be traversing through the nether right now. Raul is currently setting things up, making sure their beds are all built here. It looks like, do they have enough, I wonder, to go through? It looks like that is going to be the case. So Raul taking this portal here. Are they going to end up in a similar sort of position? They are above the area I believe Hoffik was in, and they're going to get some information now. That looks to be relatively far. They're going to go back into the nether, I believe. Yeah. Are they leaving that eye?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Raul got an extra blaze rod, so you can afford to leave one extra eye. It does take a while to go gather, so it's not a bad play. Raul still will have 13 eyes available if needed. And Hoffik making a really, really quick nether exit here. This seems like an approximation. Hoffik could be close, could be really far away. The eye goes towards the ocean. And Raul has made up so much time. So Hoffik going with the dip route, which is one of the most outdated routes, very, very OG. A lot of people kind of hate it because it's just an original one. It doesn't always give you a lot of pigs. Raul doing a very updated manhunt route, which saved a ton of time, I think. So Raul actually doing a much, much faster route. Picking up time here from the minute time loss from the blazes. And
going through here, looks as though they're digging. It looks as though Hoffik is using a boat to go in the overworld, whereas Seven Raoul seems to be more focused on going through the Nether here.
Yeah, they got different spawns and a different idea of how far they need to go. So I think Hoffik hit a wall in the Nether and was like, "Oh, I'll just go here and boat." Whereas, yeah, Raoul is just going to dig for a bit and then make his portal. So who knows? We don't know exactly where they're going to be in relation to strongholds. Raoul could. He doesn't hit the stronghold. He's getting.
Yeah, he's in the middle of a cave. So I mean, could be there's a creeper. Be careful. Everyone loves a creeper. So we could actually see. I mean, this is all depending on where this eye goes. If this eye is close, then this could technically be it for Raoul. We're gonna have to wait and see. Using this eye, let's see. It looks as though it does go quite far though. So again, it's tough to really place where both of these players are right now. Hoffik doing a bunch of using a dolphin, I believe, at this point, trying to get as quickly across this ocean as they can. Doing what they can, and then Seven Raoul getting a little bit more information. Is Seven Raoul going to continue through the overworld, I wonder?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're both fairly close here. They might be approaching like the same location, to be honest.
Yeah, looking at it, Hoffik, I think, just doubled back. So I think Hoffik is believing it's around this sort of area here. I don't know where that is in relation to Seven Raoul. Seven Raoul dropping down here. Let's see exactly how this pans out for them. And they have the boat as well. So they have the boat out, and Hoffik is getting as much information as possible. It's definitely in this sea area. Dropping down, let's have a look and see. Yeah, there we go. There's once again using the dolphin. They look to be in the same sort of area. So this is now going to come down to who finds it first. Who finds this area first potentially could take this one between the two. Don't forget, Raoul does have the 1-0 up against Hoffik. Hoffik is fighting to stay in the upper bracket here. Seven Raoul in the same sort of area. So both of them doing their best to find this, and they've nailed it. Seven Raoul got a little bit closer with the Nether portals here, traversing through the Nether. Hoffik, on the other hand, going through the overworld. And once again, this is proving close between these two players here, T-Wags.
Hoffik has, I believe, found it. Is in the chunk. It is ocean, but it's not exposed. Seven Raoul, I don't know where Raoul is. Raoul is going towards a desert, which Hoffik was near an island and forest in the water. So I think they have to be
Creeper! That was Creeper by name, Creeper by nature there, just sneaking up just immediately. Hey, how's it going? And then just blowing up. Seven Raoul seems to be once again just doing a little bit of searching. I'm not sure whether they've potentially found a sort of area. They look as though they've still got quite a way to go, potentially.
I think that might have been the island that I saw. So yeah, Raoul is not too far away, but it's going to take a while to find out. Hoffik just in a several minutes advantage here.
There we go. Hoffik is in the Ender Dragon's home, the Ender Dragon's house, digging up here. This does not mean that this is over by any stretch of the imagination, but massive advantage towards Hoffik. Massive advantage. Apparently, Seven Raoul didn't throw whilst in the ocean. He boated right over it, which is super unfortunate. Seven Raoul still looking for this one. Hoffik doing a great job, but it looks as though Hoffik did a little bit more work. Obviously, in keeping an eye out on those eyes. Seven Raoul not quite here, it seems, although it possibly may have found it. Yes, Seven Raoul has found it now, but the Ender Dragon still waiting. We could see the Ender Dragon being a little bit of a nuisance for Hoffik, taking forever to come down. But you've got to imagine Hoffik is on the cusp of taking this one, T-Wags.
Yeah, here's Raoul. We know the nav is pretty quick, so Raoul could enter, but I don't think has enough for Zero Cycle. I don't think they got enough string, but I mean, the Bridge Bastion could give you a lot, so maybe Raoul does. He should be able to find it pretty quickly here if he does the same thing Hoffik does. Well, Hoffik's Dragon is perching. Yeah, it's perching right now. Oh,
there we go.
Pearl.
He missed it. He needs to get in. There's one. There's two. There's three. 4. This is one more to do it. 4. There it is. Hoffik takes it. Hoffik takes it. That was very, very close. That could have gone drastically wrong for Hoffik there. Missing that pearl, coming in late. If they'd have missed that, that would have just opened it up for 7-Row, because 7-Row was opening up the portal, maybe a 0 phase, taking that risk to come in. Hoffik does take game number 2. That does mean we go to game number 3 between these two players. You wanted game number 3, T-Wags, because that's where some of these crazy seeds come out, and you are going to be getting exactly that.
Yeah, that was super close. I mean, 7-Row honestly losing a minute to getting an additional Blaze Rod. In this tournament, sometimes people are so fast, you kind of just have to risk it and go. It's not often that you're going to be punished for it. The first 3 eyes don't break, and then you would need a 0 eye. So I understand going for 7. Raul probably would have entered, but I think Hoffik might have still won, even with the 0 cycle from Raul. It would have been very close. So Hoffik just played that a bit better. The nether exit was pretty clean. Naving to the strongholds was really good. So honestly, Hoffik pulling back, it's kind of anyone's game. I'm still slightly favoring 7-Row, but again, 3rd seed is usually the fastest. We might see a looting sword. We might see some crazy fast gen. It's going to be an exciting finish. And this is the biggest seed in a long time. I mean, whoever wins this has a very, very good chance of taking the entire tournament. So 7-Row could be new king of the hill. Hoffik could retain that crown for future events, which would be huge. This next seed is perhaps the most important of all.
Yeah, absolutely. And as mentioned, Hoffik has come up from the losers bracket before to claim the crown. So not unfamiliar territory for Hoffik, but he definitely doesn't want to go down there. Specifically when you consider that we do have Dimax and No Fear, 2 players who, Dimax, an absolute legend in the Minecraft speedrunning community, who we know can play. No Fear, as we saw in the game against 7-Row, did lose it 2-0, but definitely no slouch in this scenario either. So that is not an easy lower bracket to go down into. And then Hoffik would have to come up and face off against 7-Row once again. So for these players, this is a tough tournament for them to go through. And this seed number 3, as we've mentioned previously, generally tends to have some pretty crazy stuff in it. We've seen some crazy seeds in game number 3 across these tournaments. And this one is going to be no different. And especially because this one is between Hoffik and 7-Row, 2 players who, over the 2 games they've played so far, I don't think either player has made what I would call mistakes. I think there's been a couple of things where they could have possibly streamlined it slightly, but I don't think there's been any mistakes between them. It's just that on that particular map, the other player has played it better. So that's setting us up perfectly for a really exciting map number 3. And I want to know from chat, game number 3 between Hoffik and 7-Row, who's taking this? Is it going to be Hoffik advancing and keeping that crown nice and shiny heading to the finals? Or is 7-Row potentially going to scuff it up and send Hoffik down to the lower bracket? I want chat to let us all know what they think. T-Wags, I want to know from your point of view, you said you were maybe favoring 7-Row. Do you want to give us maybe why you're favoring 7-Row in this position?
Yeah, I don't know. I think his play has just been a bit cleaner. I know Hoffik took that early death in the first matchup against Dimax, but I don't know. Hoffik's been playing pretty well, so I think 7-Row just barely. He's been looking really, really clean. But if there's any seed Hoffik can take it, it's probably this one. We've seen a lot of the time the 3rd seed is power FSG, which means you get food from village, you get a looting sword, probably gold armor, a quick rune, portal enter, and then an immediate fashion. So we'll see. It is power FSG. It is going to be a quick one. This is where Hoffik got that 814 tournament best. If you're wondering how it's possible to get 814 on a seed you've never seen before, it is with a looting sword that makes your fortress split much, much faster, saving a couple minutes. You get everything you need right off the bat in the rune, portal, and village. Plenty of food. So usually this one is tough to die from. You usually have a comfort in everything you could possibly want, and it's just a mechanics test. So I see a fun fact down there. The nether rune portal has a looting sword as well.
There we go. That could be massive. So here we go. Power FSG. This could be super quick. As mentioned, Hoffik managed to get the tournament best of 8 minutes and 14 seconds, which is a blisteringly fast pace here. Between these two players, seeing what we actually have, do you think this slightly tilts your favor in line of Hoffik here?
Yeah, I think Raul has really impressed me on those nether exits. In this case, the coordinates to blind are just going to be 150, 150, so you're not going to need 20 obsidian. You're not going to have to do any math. You just go to known coordinates, and the seed is already filtered, so the stronghold is there. So, yeah, I think 7 Raul's advantage in that case is gone, but I think 7 Raul is still a very, very fast player, and I think he's playing a bit cleaner. Something I think that maybe 5-head, actually. So there's kind of a weird inconsistency in Minecraft coding where Ruin Portal in the overworld will copy its exact contents and style in the nether. And so the chest has the exact same contents. So that note that the Ruin Portal has looting in the nether actually makes me think that might come into play, because that might be telling the runners the same loot is actually in the nether, which means they know it's going to have that iron, that sword, and that flint and steel. So something minor, but that could actually help them out. I don't think they're going to do. I think they're going to have to kill the golem either way, but that would have been a really sick 5-head play. Anyway.
Yeah, 7 Raul does take down the golem, getting that iron, obviously making sure that everything is pretty much in position for what they need here. And there goes the golem taking on Hoffik now as well between these two players. And once again, this could end up being a blisteringly fast map. The danger, of course, once again, that risk reward. You play this map incredibly fast and you end up in a situation where, oops, I've accidentally, I've unfortunately died here because I've been trying to do X, Y, and Z too quickly here in this map. The iron pickaxe being picked up by Hoffik. There's the bucket, of course. Both of these players, pretty much the standard start that we would expect from all of them, and one that we are not surprised at in any way, shape, or form. But once again, interesting to see if they do decide to play into that the idea of the portal chest in the nether.
Yeah, I mean, I think it only has 2 iron, and I think from the 5 iron from the golem, they get everything they need. So I don't think they're going to need it. And yeah, Raul is going to do a fast Ruin Portal completion here. He has 29 planks, 11 bread, so plenty. And Hoffik is just going to be slower, I think, with the same amount of material. A little bit more wood, but Hoffik is going to be several seconds slower. And several seconds is a lot in Power FSG.
Yeah, on a map such as this, 7 seconds could be an absolute eternity for these players. 7 Raul setting themselves up, I believe, in this bastion here. Looks as though they are going to be, again, slightly ahead of Hoffik. Not by much, but we're talking about speedrunning here. That is incredibly important. That is incredibly important for these players. And the setup here is pretty much what you'd expect, setting things up exactly how you would imagine the nether would go for a lot of these players. These players will have done this. I don't even want to consider how many times these players have done it. Hoffik looks as though Hoffik has actually gone to the fortress first here.
Yeah, he spawned right there next to the blaze spawner. So did Raul, and deciding to do that first. I actually kind of disagree with this. I mean, it's nitpicking. I know Hoffik's fortress split right there was like 20 seconds, but the thing about the FSG blind cords is that you have to get to the fortress 150 quadrant to exit anyway. So you're going to be heading back that way anyway. You might as well just go with fire res and everything after the bastion. So it doesn't really save you any time. Going to the fortress first, it's just maybe 10 seconds time loss going that direction, so not a big deal. But I like Raul going to the bastion first. He's going to be hanging a pearl. Raul is very close to being done here, just needs a few extra things, and he's out.
Yeah, look at how quickly Hoffik was able to pick up those rods as well. If Raul was able to do that, pick up those rods super fast, and then head back in, we could, as mentioned, be seeing 7 Raul taking even more of an advantage, even more of a lead. It's only sort of a case of, hey, you have a 10-15 second lead, and there it is. There's the pearl immediately back to the fortress, and this is pretty much what we are going to be looking for. Look at all those, look at them all spawning here, using the sword of looting. Still needs to be careful though. Those blazes do a bunch of damage here. do need to be super careful not to die to them. A couple of blaze rods dropping. I'm not sure how many are on the side of Sevenral here. Are we going to see some bad RNG on the side of Sevenral like we saw in the previous match? There goes hanging that pearl.
He accidentally killed the blaze without looting there. He's going to kill this last one and get enough. So a little bit of a time loss there from Raul. He is going to unhang his pearl. He's looking for those cords. 150, negative 150 it looks like it's going to be. And yeah, simply ahead of Hoffik. I think maybe Hoffik had to slow down getting beds in the village, which is smart in case you just don't get enough string. But again, Raul might have enough string to make beds anyway, so he might just be straight up ahead. Hoffik purling back. Is
Sevenral missed the pearl.
Yeah.
I think Sevenral missed the pearl, which is unfortunate. That's going to be a little bit of time lost. And it's, again, it's those small little things that we kind of, or unless it's just looking straight for the nether portal here, I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. Hoffik setting themselves up. Hoffik does have everything that we do require. Sevenral digging themselves out of this area, and then we'll be using the eye to find out exactly which way they need to be going. But Hoffik is still down here in the nether, doing what they can. Looks like they might be setting up. Yeah, there goes the portal setup for them. There goes the portal setup, and Sevenral doing exactly the same thing. They're checking out where they need to be going. And here it is. This is where Hoffik's going to find a little bit more information, I believe.
Yeah, Hoffik, it is going to be very close. They're both swimming maybe from different directions. So Hoffik getting an overworld spawn, but putting his portal on somewhere that's kind of far away. So just to get that convenience. So it's unfortunate Raul got in a cave, but he should be closer because of that, because he went right at the cords. So, this might not be ocean exposed. It might be buried, actually.
Yeah, possibly could be. Sevenral getting into that boat once again. Looks like they are both heading in a similar sort of direction. It looks like they're actually in almost the exact same area. They're almost in the exact same area. So both these players are going to have information based on this now, and they are pretty much neck and neck right now. I think the only advantage that Hoffik may have is that Hoffik stopped for those, and there it is. Sevenral's found it. Sevenral has found it just before. Sevenral has found it just before Hoffik here. The only advantage that Hoffik is going to have is that Hoffik stopped in the village to get the beds. Hoffik did stop in the village to get the beds. This is neck and neck between these two players. This is game number 3 in this best of 3 series. Whoever takes this does head up. Look at all those creepers for Sevenral. You need to avoid those. That is really unfortunate. Hoffik going through the area here. Hoffik's found the spawner. Hoffik was there slightly after, but they've been able to find the spawner before Sevenral. Sevenral is moving down here, trying to find exactly where this spawner is. Still not sure, but Hoffik has been able to go into the Ender Dragon's house before Sevenral is. Sevenral still looking for it. There is a world where Sevenral could potentially take this, but the amount of creepers around right now is just unfortunate. They still have yet to find it. Still searching, still looking for that portal room. If they can get there and maybe get a 0 phase, we could see Sevenral take it, but everything is in the hands of Hoffik right now. Hoffik coming from 1-0 down to potentially claim this 2-1, which would be huge for the king.
Something very important that led to the difference between them finding the portal room. We could talk about it later. A technique called preemptive navigation, but Raul just getting really unlucky here. Hoffik has 5 beds. That is enough. Even if Raul enters now, this force perch might just do it for Hoffik. He might just win. It is 8 minutes, very, very close to his tournament best. I don't think he's going to be able to quite get it, but it is extremely close.
You could see the shake of the camera on Sevenral. He's there it is. I think it is coming down now. No, I don't think so yet. No. Baited. Sevenral still moving down here, still has yet to find it. Just looking around and just almost frustration. There it is. There it is on the side of there it is on the side of Raul. So Raul could potentially, if Raul goes for the 0 phase here, Raul could potentially take this. We've seen Raul go for these previously. This could be massive. This could actually be huge because Hoffik is just waiting for the Ender Dragon to come down here. Hoffik is just waiting for the Ender Dragon to come down, and it doesn't look like that is the case. Is the perch happening? The perch is happening now, and it it doesn't look like Seven Rail's gone for that zero phase. They've waited for it. They thought their time was good enough. Hoffik needs to still obviously get this Ender Dragon down. It looks as though it is going to happen. There it is. It gets taken down by Hoffik, and we are talking 20 to 30 seconds difference between them. That was so unfortunate. Seven Rail taking it. Seven Rail getting so close, but not quite able to take it. 9 minutes and 9 seconds for Hoffik there. The king moving on, keeping that crown nice and shiny here in the upper bracket. That does mean that Seven Rail does go down to the lower bracket, but what a best of 3 series between those two players there, T-Wags.
I can't believe Hoffik won that one. I mean, Raul had maybe a 5-second advantage getting into that stronghold. It was back and forth the entire way. And here's what it came down to, I'll be honest. There's a relatively new, it's been around for the last year or so, but a strategy called preemptive navigation, where you can use that pie chart to tell you which direction the spawner is in. And entering the stronghold. Seven Rail chose to do that. Hoffik didn't. Seven Rail found a mineshaft cave spider spawner, which completely threw him off the exact opposite direction. Hoffik deciding not to do that, just getting lucky and getting to the portal room. That is exactly how Minecraft goes. That is tragic. But honestly, it could have gone either way. These players played so close. It's totally fitting that it comes down to such a close matchup. I thought Seven Rail had an edge, but honestly, Hoffik really turned it up that last seed, and I just played well. So
yeah, and once again, we're in a position where both players over that series didn't really make mistakes. It was just on the particular game at the time, the other player just was able to do things slightly better. There was no real mistakes between them. Seven Rail can absolutely continue on in this tournament with their head held high because they pushed the king to the absolute limit. But there we do see confirmation. Hoffik in the finals. Seven Rail dropping down to that losers round 2. The next matchup that we are going to be seeing will be Dimax against No Fear. Old school versus new school. Very excited to see how that one plays out. Just as excited as I am about our fantastic Method merch. Exclamation point merch in the chat. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's comfortable. You can show off your allegiance to the Method brand. I have the Method hoodie, and it is one of the most comfortable hoodies that I own. I wear it with pride. Make sure you go check that out. Also, you can go to method.gg/store for all of that as well. What a tournament we have slowly but surely been cooking up here. The next game is going to be just as exciting once again. No Fear against Dimax. It is that old school versus new school. You will not want to miss it. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
moment, so for sure, oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile from for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage, you're a million.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is TheKexman. I'm joined by T-Wags, and this is the Method Rush King of the Hill. We've just seen the King survive barely by the skin of his crown, staying in the upper bracket. However, we are going to be going into the lower bracket now. We have, obviously, Dimax against No Fear. Old school versus new school. Both of these players are known in the community. Dimax, obviously, a very, very well-known player from many tournaments gone by, actually played in the first Method Rush King of the Hill. No Fear, new to the tournament, has been playing some fantastic stuff over the last year though, so really excited to see how this one kind of is gonna play out between these two players. Chat, who's gonna take it? Is it gonna be Dimax? Is it gonna be No Fear? But from yourself, T-Wags, are you going old school or are you a new school kind of guy?
Well, in situations like these, I really have to look at the runner's skins to know who has the advantage. You know, Dimax coming in with his classic skin, modified to be a mime outfit, maybe an ode to Talking Mime, the speedrunner in everyone's hearts, and No Fear, a skin of He Who Must Not Be Named. TheKexman, we can't actually say if you say He Who Must Not Be Named names in chat, you will be banned, unfortunately. But I think I'd side with No Fear for this one. He seems like he's coming out swinging. He made a kind of had difficulty with the bucketless portal tech in the first seed, and then took an unnecessary death. But the second seed, he came back firing and did pretty well. Was just barely not able to beat out Ral. Yeah, it was Ral he played in the first seed. So I think it would just barely go with No Fear. I know there's a lot of No Fear believers in chat, but Dimax has seen it all, so it wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one is going to pan out. I'm really excited to see these two players going at it. Obviously, No Fear without Voldemort skin, and Dimax with the mime as well between these two. And I mean, map number one normally will have something slightly interesting on the seed, but it's not going to be too crazy for them. As mentioned, No Fear may be struggling with that bucketless tech, that we do expect from some of these maps as well. Dimax will know exactly what that is all about. So between these two players, there's going to be some interesting stuff. Obviously, the chat do seem to be slightly in favor of No Fear, but we've also had some love from Dimax as well. The skin on the side of No Fear, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, I think it looks quite fire, but it could be considered disrespectful, shall we say, if we're going to use a term. But yeah, between these two players, I would definitely be excited to watch this best of three. And also, if I'm 7RAL, I've also got one eye on this too, because whoever wins this is going to go and face off against 7RAL in the lower bracket, and either of these two could quite easily take a best of three series off 7RAL, especially if maybe the pressure of the tournament is starting to get to 7RAL.
Yeah, all of this matters. I mean, the last match mattered a lot because if you continue to win King of the Hills, you get a bonus prize pool every time, so it's a big deal. But again, third and fourth place will take them 100, second place will take them 200. So if you can win these two matches here, you could double your earnings at the very least. But you also have a crack at taking down Hoffik, the King, in the grand finals here. And I'm excited for these seeds. I mean, we've seen Jungle Temple, Desert, Pyramid. We've seen a village. What are some other things we saw last time?
Ruined Portal.
Ruined Portals. Is there anything you haven't seen? Did we see a mansion?
We haven't seen a mansion yet. We haven't seen a mansion. We haven't seen Monument either.
Maybe one of those.
Seed one monument. Let's go.
Seed one monument.
Seed one monument. Let's really throw them to it. No, it's Desert Temple and Ruined Portal. Okay. Bastion scan and the fortress visible as well. So nothing too crazy here in this first seed. Obviously, that Ruined Portal going to give them a lot of potentially a lot of really, really nice things. But we'll have to wait and see just what is available there. But between these two here, I mean, I think these two players are going to be absolutely chomping at the bit to get into this seed and really start to push these times.
Yeah, definitely. Dimax played the first round, right? So he lost to an 0-2 and then had to sit out 2 best of 3s in a row. So he's probably been waiting patiently for this one. And it's an exciting one. Desert Temple East, Ruined Portal. So Desert Temple typically has some iron. It has a good amount of gold, TNT, some types of food. Ruined Portal can have some iron, usually a light, and a method to enter the nether. So combined could make for a really fun seed. It'd be tough to see. It really depends on the amount of iron or diamonds you get from this Desert Temple. So ideally, strategy is to spawn in a tree, get a couple logs first, go to the Desert Temple, blow up the bottom. That gives you everything you need in there, make tools, and then head over to the Ruined Portal. But it's always key knowing which things to hit up first, where they are in direction to you. So we'll see at the start of the seed. Very important you're pathing here in the overworld to save time.
Yeah, we'll find out exactly, because here we go. Game number 1, No Fear versus Dimax. Whoever loses this does drop out of the King of the Hill tournament entirely. So both of these players are going to be playing for a fairly important, survival, effectively, in this tournament here. Both of them going for the exact same starting that obviously T-Wags mentioned. They want to be breaking through this and finding out exactly what is underneath here. Here goes the TNT. Fairly standard opening for both of these players. Boom, there it goes. Let's see what they get. Anything really interesting? Looks like they do have 1 golden apple there, I believe.
That is not just a golden apple, Kexman. That is an enchanted...
A Granny Smith.
Golden apple. A Granny Smith golden apple, if you will. Uncraftable. In Minecraft, you can only find it in a very small amount of structures. Gives you double your health, damage resistance, fire resistance, makes you actually unkillable. So that's a rare one to find. Only 1 in 15 desert temples or something.
There we go. Huge for both of these players. We actually have, there we go. We have the enchanted golden apple. Once again, massive for these players, especially when you're going in against these fortresses as well, because that will give them a little bit more leeway to maybe play slightly faster, maybe play slightly loose with these. I'd be interested to see exactly how that plays out. There we go. All the players have pretty much everything set up now. Now it just comes down to who's going to get themselves into the nether first between these two players, and it looks as though No Fear is already setting themselves out to that Ruined Portal. And here we go. This will be the first player out of these two to get themselves into the nether here.
Yeah, it was very close, but entering pretty quickly here. There's some rotten flesh, but yeah, Enchanted Golden Apple gives you a ton of health. You'll see those gold hearts pop up right away, essentially tripling, quadrupling your health with the damage reduction. It's very nice. So everything's not immediately off spawn here. You have to run a little bit. We can see the bastion and the fortress in the distance. Let's see. It looks like a treasure bastion from here.
We'll find out shortly. No Fear making their way over as quickly as they possibly can. There's the boat. As mentioned, how important those boats are. Boat tech. It's huge. It's huge. I don't know if it's called boat tech, but guess what? It is now. There we go. There's boat tech. Building the bridge, getting across once again. Dimax seems to be probably about 10 seconds behind No Fear, which, it's one of those weird situations where, obviously in speedrunning, that's a very, very long time, T-Wags, but in relation to, what they need to be doing or if there are any mistakes, that's not a lot of time at all. That can very, very easily be made up here by Dimax.
Yeah, I saw just a couple mistakes in like crafting and whatnot, and that's all it takes. And here we see No Fear doing TNT Chalice. Very fun, using that TNT to blow up 15 gold blocks in one TNT. It is going to hit those piglins, though, and anger them, but No Fear has eaten that enchanted golden apple, has a massive amount of health and fire resistance, has absolutely no fear. If you didn't have no fear before, you have no fear after you eat an enchanted golden apple for sure. Dima is also going to do the same thing. Where's Dima's gold? Oh.
I'm not entirely sure.
Dima drops down and has not eaten the golden apple, so he's a little low, but he does collect all of his gold, does barely survive there. And,
is Dima saving the golden apple for going to the fortress, do you wonder?
I think that's probably where you would want to use it the most. I mean, you could get fire resistance normally, but it gives you that extra fire resistance just for fun, and it gives you a bunch of health so you can tank another mob. So that's kind of reasonable, but No Fear is just going to use it here, is going to make absolute sure he doesn't even need fire resistance, and when he pearls to the fortress, he won't take any damage from that either. So either way, kind of makes sense.
That's a great jump from No Fear there. Almost pixel perfect jumping across that area. It looks as though they are... Is No Fear going to be making their way to the fortress now?
I think he's getting this one kind of buried chest and then maybe going back to get his trades. It's tough to find here. It's an annoying chest to get to. It's only a single one as well.
Could mean the difference, though.
Where is it?
Where is the chest? Is No Fear even in the right area? No Fear's looking for a chest that may not even exist.
It definitely does. Huh. Okay. No Fear, I guess, not getting that bridge chest. Well, hopefully you won't need it. Oh, it's a triple. Yeah, Dimax is right here. What?
Oh, there we go. How very strange.
Okay. So one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
No Fear just taking a little bit of a detour. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We do see Dimax there. It does look as though they have popped the golden apple. So that golden apple has been eaten. That was a very, very strange... No Fear just going searching for something that didn't seem to exist, to be honest with you. Or even if, just in the wrong location, going for the gold of El Dorado and it not quite working out. Oh, no, is that it? There it is. I think Dimax just found it.
Yeah, Dima's got both sides. So, I don't know. They're on predictable spots, but... Yeah, No Fear just not getting it. He is faster, though. His overworld was a bit faster. He didn't need that chest anyway, so he is fine and starting to do this fortress. A lot of mobs here already.
Yeah, and as mentioned, these fortresses have been really nasty today. I don't specifically know what's been going on, whether or not they've been really pumping themselves up between these Method King of the Hills, these Method Rush King of the Hills. But these fortresses have been nasty today. And there goes Dimax setting themselves up for that eye portal. And there we do have it. Getting themselves across as quickly as possible. There, I believe some TNT was just used on the side of No Fear there to potentially blow up a couple of those blazes. Tough to see how many. They do have only two of the blaze rods. Are we going to see RNG once again doing a really nasty thing to No Fear? 3 of those blazes spawning now. There's one blaze rod. That blaze is going quite far away. I don't believe there was one off that blaze rod. There's another one. So we're up to 4 now. So realistically, we'd want at least one more, maybe 2 here for No Fear, but a fairly, I don't want to say substantial lead for No Fear, but this is getting wider by the second here, T-Wags.
Yeah, Dima is very low, has eaten that enchanted golden apple, still has the effects of damage resistance and fire resistance I can see in the upper right corner, but is still pretty dang low. And yeah, No Fear used a bed to blow up these blazes, but Dima used TNT, which I like way better because you already have the TNT, and look at how clean that is. All the blocks are gone. There's no fire, and if you accidentally kill a blaze with TNT, it still drops a blaze rod. If you kill it with a bed, it doesn't. Little known fact.
Ah, there we go. Seeing all those blocks, seeing that there where it's nice and clean and everything's nice and flat, is that what you would, is that a Minecrafter's dream? Is that a Minecrafter's like, oh yeah, this is good. That's nice.
Really satisfying, honestly. Yeah, like one of those gifts that's just incredibly satisfying things, like TNT blowing up and just that right there on Dima's screen. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a thing of beauty.
You love to see it. What do we think, people? People in the chat, obviously Minecraft fans who do enjoy their Minecraft. What do we think? Is that one of those things that just it just hits right? Or is there something that hits better? Is there something that hits better out there in the Minecraft world? Look at that. It's all flat apart from the spawner there. Look, it's just beautiful. But speaking of beautiful, I say beautiful. As I say that, no fear, trying to burn a duck to death with lava. More blaze rods coming here for Dimax. It looks as though that is the total that they are after. Let's see exactly how many we're on. I can't. The speed at which they go through their menus is blinding. But Dimax, the RNG on these blaze rods not great for them. Looks as though it could be over now. Yeah, there we go. Moving on over. But no fear, heading to this portal once again. And they've done a little bit of information. Now they're going to head back into the Nether, and I believe they're going to start doing some. They're going to start moving really fast through this Nether.
Yeah, low on food, but does have some chicken from the overworld, so does have a couple of those to eat in the Nether here. And no fear, still on a substantial advantage. Dima just now getting back out to the original portal.
Oh, demonic accordion.
Those are the only mobs that spawn in this basalt biome is those demonic accordions, so they are...
Oh, I don't like that. Don't like those demonic accordions.
Yeah.
Ooh, into the wall there for No Fear. No Fear going pretty far for this one, and then immediately starting here to dig the to get the obsidian portal up. So looks as though they seem to be fairly confident, or this could be for information. We'll have to wait and see. Dimax currently moving through once again back towards the fortress sort of area here. Stuck on some lava there. You don't. That's one thing you definitely don't want to get stuck on. Back to that spawning area. Looks like they may have had the same sort of information that No Fear has had, and No Fear once again. Just moving through the overworld, but still slightly ahead, I would say, for my money here. New School currently ahead of Old School as it stands, but we have seen players before T-Wags that have lost games because they've been trying to go through the overworld and they've just really lost their way.
Yeah, it's fortunate that he does get a dolphin here. No Fear lowering his render distance so the dolphins on average spawn closer. Very smart play. And yeah, Dima is now out as well in this desert. I would guess No Fear should be closer, but you never know exactly where they went. Maybe Dima did a little bit smarter nether travel and is now on top of the strongholds. He is in land. I don't see much ocean for Dimax though, so that's gonna be tougher travel. He's gonna have to pearl and doesn't really have enough food to sustain it. So
yeah, this could be, maybe we could see a hunger reset on the side of Dimax here potentially.
Yeah, probably pretty soon. It's turning night. There's going to be mobs too, so it's going to be a little obnoxious.
Yeah, No Fear heading across this, getting attacked there, getting attacked unfortunately, but still heading across this ocean. And it's again pretty amazing the differences between them. Sort of Dimax here on land looks as though there could be an ocean in the distance, but No Fear just continuing on, keeping an eye out in the area around themselves to see what could be there. We'll probably get a little bit of information here. There we go, using the ISO. Still a relatively far distance for both these players to go here. So interesting that both of them are deciding to go in the overworld rather than the underworld here.
Yeah, they're actually now both in a plains. I wonder if they both came in from different directions and are now just getting to the same spot. Man, Dima is really going far. Has not slept to remove these mobs, which takes some time, so I respect it.
Hour and a half left. There we go, eating up, but yeah. This is the risk and reward play that we've spoken about, though, T-Wags. This is the risk and reward play that we have spoken about. Getting a little bit more information here. No Fear back onto the ocean between these two players. Could this be another game that goes down to the absolute wire? It feels like we could potentially be entering that sort of scenario.
I even wonder if they're throwing so many eyes at this point that maybe some eyes have popped and they don't have enough to actually enter the end. I would hate to see that, but I see 11 eyes on Dima's inventory and 11 on No Fear, but I don't know if they have extra blaze powder. I would hope so. They are miles away from the stronghold, man. Either one of them could have just ended the run already now. This is...
They are... Oh, no Fear died! No Fear died! He got clipped by a... He spawned in after the eye. He got clipped by a skeleton. That is huge for No Fear. He basically came in. Here we go. You can see it on the screen now. He uses the eye, jumps over, and immediately gets one-tapped by a skeleton. So, boom, spawns in, jumps up, and then uses another one just here. There it is. There's the eye. Drops him down to 1 heart, and then the skeleton just goes, nah. Boom, immediately one-taps. The skeleton just ends No Fear's life. No Fear has turned into 1 Fear, and it is that skeleton. That just places this game immediately into the hands of Dimax. This immediately places the game and potentially the, the game number 1, which is obviously a huge advantage, places it immediately into Dimax's hands now. Basically, Dimax would have to die the exact same way that No Fear has, and that's the danger of doing this at night when you have low health. But Dimax doing a good job at keeping themselves alive with this rotten meat.
Dimax is right here next to that lava pool. I think No Fear was just out with that pearl, so Dimax is right where No Fear died in his own seed.
Oh, it's mutton.
No Fear,
sorry.
Yeah, he does have mutton for a bit. He's got 13 pearls to see. Man, I hope Dimax has enough eyes, because that could be real bad if he doesn't and has to go back in the nether. Okay, the eye does go around, so Dima knows he's within a few chunks here. I hope.
I mean, it could be rough for Dimax, but you've still got to say that's still advantage Dimax at this point.
Yeah.
Because there's so much that No Fear has to do now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, No Fear knows a bit more about the seed now, but it's not going to be enough to recover that much time. Dimax digging down. I don't think the eye went directly down, so this might be a guess, but it's probably a pretty good one. Hopefully.
Yeah, in this area, yeah, there it is. There's the stronghold for Dimax. So this is now obviously turning into... And Dimax, once again, doesn't know what's happening with No Fear right now. Dimax has no idea what is happening with No Fear. So they are probably sat here going, I need to get through this as quickly as possible. The longer that this goes on, the more chance it is that No Fear could take this. Obviously, without realizing that that didn't happen to No Fear. What happened to No Fear, unfortunately getting destroyed by that skeleton. Really unfortunate. And they were just porting around so much. Dimax trying to get as much information, trying to find this portal room. Once again, there is still an area where No Fear could come back into this, but it's going to take a colossal collapse for Dimax to potentially lose this one right now. They are in the stronghold, whereas No Fear has only just re-entered the nether, so that is super unfortunate.
Yeah, there's always a way. Dimax does still have potentially a lot of stronghold nav to go, is on pretty low food. I don't know how much blaze powder Dimax has. There's 10 eyes. I would hope there's 2 more blaze powder at least, and that Dimax isn't hoping for a 2-eye. That would be tragic and make this seed take a lot longer. And I also don't know how many beds Dimax has, so the 1 cycle could be kind of rough. I can't see.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure, but still, Dimax currently in control. Chat, what do we think? Do we think Dimax is taking this 100%? Or is there a world where we can see No Fear come back into this? What are we thinking, chat? I want to get your thoughts on this one, because once again, if Dimax does end up having to go back into the nether, that could once again give us a little bit of a surprise here between these 2 players. People saying No Fear comeback, again, that could be massive. We do love to see these comebacks coming in. Dimax doing what they can through this stronghold. Look at how it's just an absolute maze for these players, these strongholds. It is an absolute maze for them.
Yeah, that stronghold looks nasty. I see No Fear making very good plays on the replay here, doing a lot of solid parkour, playing really confident stuff that RSG runners are really, really used to. So No Fear just playing really well. Yeah, this is a triple right here.
Arrow in the
He's
back of
gonna
the head.
realize. He's gonna realize, yeah, there it was the whole time. He's digging around for this and couldn't find it. It is a triple chest. But that one thing that RSG runners don't necessarily practice is just that tournament specialty idea, stuff that you're not used to. Like now in RSG, because we have calculators, no one's really used to just purling around 1,000 blocks to get to the stronghold. No Fear does have that enchanted golden apple, so it looks like this is bad, but he's actually totally fine. But yeah, No Fear.
Dimax still going around this stronghold. Still going around this stronghold, just calling for help, calling for anything, and it's just not working out for him right now. Just going around almost in circles, it feels like, trying to find this portal room, and it is just... the longer this goes on as well, the more that Dimax is going to start to worry, because...
Yeah,
they don't know exactly what's going to happen with No Fear, but they're probably thinking to themselves, No Fear is in a very similar situation to which they are in, which is not the case at all. But they're also sat there going, where is this bloody portal room? Because I need to find it. And imagine after all of this as well, you get to that portal room and you don't have enough eyes for it. Imagine the feeling of Dimax. Dima would just be in absolute shambles.
Yeah, someone in chat did mention there is extra blaze powder, so I want to believe the chatter, and I hope there is extra powder. Dima is out of food and is one hunger bar from only being able to walk, so we'll hope that doesn't happen, but he's probably going to have to hunger reset very shortly. Which direction has he not gone? It's not that way.
It feels like he's been in it. There we go. Here we go. He can't rest because there's monsters nearby. So there we go. There's the lava bucket. Dropping that down. Ooh, there we go. I thought there was going to be a split second there where the monsters were going to stop that from happening. That could have been super unfortunate, but doesn't look as though that is the case. There's the hunger reset. So still able to move around, but still has the problem of, hey, where's this portal room? Where is this portal room? Could this potentially be it? Nope, that's not it. So keeping on moving around as this is happening. No Fear is just slowly but surely building up all these blaze powders here and these blaze rods. Has Dimax been able to find it yet? Is this the room? Dimax, nope, that's just a dead end. Dimax, 4 minutes plus in the stronghold right now for Dimax. And No Fear has to be in a position right now where they're sat there going, are they close? Like, if I was Dimax, I'd be thinking to myself, surely they would have found it by now. Surely they would have found it by now, but that is not the case. Yeah. This is huge. This potentially is I mean, I said that Dimax had potentially their hands on the on the gear stick for this matchup, but at this point, No Fear slowly but surely coming back into this, and Dimax is lost. Dimax needs his mummy. Someone please, can we have a call over the tannoy? Dimax is lost and needs his mummy.
The interesting thing for No Fear also is he had to travel about 1,000 blocks after his second nether portal. So if he remembers which direction he had to travel, this time around he can just portal in that direction and be much closer, but that's a tough thing to do. That's really only things you see in tournaments, so I don't know if No Fear remembers. He might just have to blind at the same spot or do educated at the same spot and just kind of guess. All right, this has to be it, right? Nope, dead end. No, turn left here. Okay, no, here he turns left. Hang on. Right here, he turns left. Okay. It's right here, 100%, 100,000%. Oh, never mind.
100,000%, eh? Is he here? No, he's...
Wait, it's not that. You've already done that.
Dimax! Someone help Dimax, please! Someone help Dimax! He's at the start! He's back at the start now! No Fear is in the overworld. He's gonna get this information here. Could we actually... There's a dead end. Dimax is just digging through walls now, desperate to try and find this. Yeah, the portal room hasn't... And yeah, still remember, Dimax could get into this portal room and not have enough eyes to activate it. So there is still a chance for that to happen. No Fear has been out in the overworld, is back into the nether. Dimax has been down in this, probably been down here for at least 10 minutes now. Dimax just constantly looking around. I don't know what's going to happen, Dimax. I don't know whether, maybe start putting down breadcrumbs for yourself so so you know exactly where you're going, because this is super unfortunate. Where is this room? This looks to be a new area here for Dimax. He's got to be close. No moving back out once again. Dimax needs to find this room. This is like, oh, this is so bad. This is so bad for Dimax, because every single minute he is every single second he is doing this, No Fear is just getting closer and closer and closer. And the closer No Fear gets, the more that Dimax is going to be sweating, because the other side of it as well is, don't forget, either of these players doesn't know what the other one is doing. So they're in the back of their mind, they're thinking, they could be on the Ender Dragon right now. They could be on the Ender Dragon right now. I have to get back as quickly as possible. But the more this goes on, I think the more in favor it plays towards No Fear over Dimax, because Dimax is going to start to get frustrated with this stronghold. I'm getting frustrated with this stronghold, and I'm not even playing it.
So it is technically possible for structure generation and a stronghold to not generate the spawner, although it's something like 1 in millions or 1 in billions. So a lot of times we joke about it happening. It's very, very extremely rare. Dimax could use preemptive navigation, but you see all these caves in the way. The information you get from that is not very reliable. It might not tell you anything at all. So at this point, just running around is better than doing any type of pie chart to scan. It looks like he's been down every single path. Whenever I get in this situation where it's been like 4 minutes, I'm like, there has to be some stupid path at the very beginning that I just didn't go down. It has to be, and then I go all the way back to the beginning. I find that one path, and it's.
But I think at this point, does Dimax remember where the beginning is?
I don't.
That's the next question. Does Dimax remember where the beginning is? Taking a bunch of damage there. Looks as though we have potentially lost a couple. We'll see if we can get these back as shortly as possible. He's been back to the beginning at 12 times. There we go. We do have them back now. So there we are. We are back. No Fear is still making progress towards this stronghold. Dimax making progress towards the portal room. Is this potentially it? Is this potentially it? There's some bread. There's an open door. There's a bunch of open doors. There's a library.
He's checking the library just to be sure.
The library.
It can't spawn there, but he's check anyway.
He was Dimax in the library. It was Dimax in the library with a candle, with the pickaxe. We might as well start playing Cluedo at this point, because this is the only clue that we're getting to this spawn. I believe Dimax is using these red blocks as breadcrumbs. I think Dimax is using these red blocks as breadcrumbs, which is very, very clever. Being attacked by some skeletal mice there. Need to make sure that he doesn't die. On the side of No Fear, still making their way potentially towards.
Oh my god! No way!
Lord.
No way!
No Fear is digging down. There is no shot that No Fear has found it. No Fear's found it. He's in the stronghold. So now we are basically 50-50 between these two players. Is No Fear going to find this first? If No Fear finds this first, this could be huge. If I'm on the side of Dimax, if I'm on the side of
just check this, but yeah.
If I'm on the side of Dimax and I'm seeing, like, I'm thinking to myself, what more can I possibly do here? What more can I possibly do? No Fear is here. No shot we are going to see No Fear getting into the Ender Dragon's house before Dimax has found it. Dimax has been able to find it. Does he have enough eyes, though? Does he have enough? He does. He's in the Ender Dragon's house. No Fear is right on his tail, though. But No Fear has to get round this absolute demon of a stronghold. And it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon for No Fear right now. So Dimax potentially found it. Now the pressure is on, though. Dimax has got to be thinking that No Fear is right on his tail, and he is exactly right. No Fear is directly on his tail. If he doesn't one-phase this T-Wags, this just opens up even more questions for No Fear to come through and answer.
I mean, it's got to be in just the most awkward spot. So No Fear probably also has several minutes, I would guess, on average of finding this, maybe even more. No Fear did do preemptive, but I don't think found anything. The spawner might even be further away than their render distance. He's doing preemptive again. I don't think he's seeing very much. There's a lot of caves and stuff nearby, so it might just be conflicting info, and No Fear can't figure out the right way to go. No Fear has maybe 30 seconds to a minute to enter before it's a guaranteed perch for Dimax. He's got 5 beds and a pearl, so Dimax looking pretty solid. Is it down here for No Fear? It's not. I think this border room was just in one of the worst positions possible.
Yeah,
they are in the same stronghold, yeah.
It is the same stronghold. It just seems to be a very, very annoying place. And there comes the land. We do see Dimax still has to nail this. He misses the first bed. He's missed the first bed. He's missed the first bed. He doesn't have enough. He's only got 4. He doesn't have enough. He only has 4 beds. The Ender Dragon's going to get away. He's got anchors, so he's going to have to do this the manual way. He's going to have to do this the manual way. But this goes on. This just gives No Fear even more chance to come back. What is this series between these two players? The Ender Dragon's gone. The Ender Dragon has disappeared. He's got 3 beds. He does have some TNT, so maybe he can still pull this off. But No Fear, this is once again another way that No Fear can get back into this. Still needs to find that portal room. It is going to be so difficult to find because we saw Dimax spend so long. But my word, what is happening? And the guaranteed perch is now gone for Dima. The guaranteed perch is gone for Dimax, and he's missed another perch. Oh my God, No Fear has had so many opportunities to come back into this, and this is game number 1 between them, 28 minutes plus. There we go. No Fear's found it. No Fear's found the portal room. He's going to have enough eyes. Is he going to be able to come back into this? He still has the guaranteed perch. He has the guaranteed perch over Dima. Dima can
zero. Shut up.
He's going to go for 0. No way is he going for 0. Dima, No Fear feel as though he has to go for this 0 perch. He feels as though he has to go for it, even though Dima has lost the guaranteed perch. Doesn't have enough beds to do it in one phase. But here we go. No Fear's going to try it out. Is it going to work? We've seen this. The Ender Dragon has been a little bit of a pain recently. There's 1. Is the Ender Dragon going to stay around? It is. There's 2. He's missed it. He's missed it. He's missed it. Unfortunately, he does still have the guaranteed perch, but he doesn't have enough beds. He doesn't have enough beds between these two. What are these two teams do? What are these two players doing to the Ender Dragon? The Ender Dragon is doing everything they can to potentially give them the victory, but it's just not working out for them. Oh my God, Dimax and No Fear, these two players have just had, there we go, there's another perch from Dimax. There's another perch for Dimax, but look, he's done 1 bit of damage, he's done 2, he's done 3. Is it going to be enough? He's missed that 1 as well. He's missed 2 in a row. He's got the 3rd. Here we go, No Fear is also in that position, but he doesn't have enough beds. No Fear doesn't have enough beds. He has been able to get him to perch down, but neither of these two players, and No Fear just getting absolutely blasted away. No way, No Fear. And oh my God, Dimax has died. Dima has died. Dima has died, unfortunately. So we are going to continue on with this run. Nearly 30 minutes for these two players. And looks as though we do get a reset on the side of No Fear as well. Both of these players resetting. What is happening in this match?
Neither runner with enough explosives or damage to kill the dragon within 10 minutes, so they're both gonna not be able to finish. They would have both had to reset at 30 minutes, and the time is 40. The max time is 40, so they both know they can't beat the seed. So that was the funniest.
Chat.
That was one of the funniest
chat.
things. What do we say about that match? What do we say about that match? What a roller coaster that was. What a roller coaster of a match that was between those two players. That was insane. Yeah, both of them won. We'll say both of them won. There we go. What an insane match between those two players. What an insane match. It didn't seem to be too bad, T-Wags, until they got into that stronghold. That stronghold, and even then, they got into the stronghold and both of them ended up whiffing on the beds. Like, just what do you do there? Yeah, No Fear, honestly, both of them lost that seed to a couple frames, honestly. No Fear was at the 0 cycle, got the first bed off, but he triggered it just a bit early, just a couple frames early, so he couldn't get the next bed, and that was it. 2 beds gone. You can't do the 1 cycle 3, and that was pretty much it. Dimax on the same one, on that first 1 cycle, just missed the bed placement, or missed triggering that bed by a couple frames. And that's it. Minecraft speedruns have all of the a lot at the end. And
well, congratulations to Ender Dragon for winning there. I don't know if Ender Dragon is going to go on to take on Hoffik, but that was the only speedrun where the dragon won. Congratulations to Ender Dragon. Obviously a 30-minute match there between Dima and No Fear, and my word, What a series that was. It looked like it was starting off relatively comfortable between the two, but then we saw a death on the side of No Fear on top of Dima taking an eternity in that stronghold, trying to fight in the portal room there. My word. That was an experience. That was an experience if you are a Minecraft speedrunner, if you're a Minecraft fan, or even if you're just joining us for the first time. What an experience that was. So that does mean that it is 1 apiece. It is 1-1 between these two players, between Dima and No Fear. My word. I believe, I just want to get confirmation from production. Are we going to be, there we go. Confirmation is 1-1. Is this next seed going to be for all the marbles? Is this going to be the last game between these two players because it is 1-1? Yeah, there we go. Confirmation. So this next matchup between these two players, between Dimax and No Fear, is for their survival. Whoever loses this drops out of the tournament. Whoever wins goes on to face off against Sevenrel. And if Sevenrel or Hoffik were watching this, T-Wags, what do you think was running through their mind?
I honestly don't know.
I believe we may have lost T-Wags there. I do apologize if we have. Hopefully you can still hear me, chat. Fingers crossed you can still hear me. But yeah, so what we do have next, so if we end up in another position, I still can't hear T-Wags at this point. So I do apologize in advance. You've just got me, chat. Chat, you've just got me. Oh, you can? I can't. I currently can't hear T-Wags. So that's why I might have been confused. So let me see if I can fix that. Bear with me. Oh, you can't hear him. Apparently the casters are muted. He's gone. Oh no, T-Wag switched to sign language. Okay, so apparently it's just chat. Apparently it's just me and you. It's just me and you, chat. So let's just talk, me and you, yeah? Because we saw a crazy game. We just saw a real crazy game between Dimax and No Fear. So yeah. That was pretty exciting, and the next matchup I think is also going to be very exciting. If we do end up in that situation again, then what will happen is the player that was closest will win. The player that was closest will win. So once again, this is the final game between Dimax and No Fear, which very excited for. How do we feel, chat? Do we have T-Wags back? Oh, I think we do. Hello.
I didn't do anything. I just rejoined. I didn't change anything, but hey.
Saved. Yes. I want to see saved in chat. Just everyone put saved. That's all I want to see. Just saved. He's back. T-Wags is back with us. Don't worry, folks. Don't panic. No? Oh, okay. Maybe not. Cool.
No.
There we go. You just know. But yeah, what a game that was between Dimax and No Fear. Super hyped to see how this next one's going to play out. And as you were saying, sorry, T-Wags, Sevenrel, what's Sevenrel and Hoffik thinking after watching that?
Tell me how my audio sounds, because everything changed for no reason. If it sounds good, then okay, whatever. Yeah. I think Hoffik and Raul are, we all had a little chuckle. Sometimes seeds give you a run for your money, and you got to reset mentally and GG go next. So I think this next seed will be interesting, and hopefully the stronghold isn't as scuffed, and we'll just all forget that ever happened. And man, I would have loved to see that No Fear Zero cycle though. That was really cool.
There we go. So if you are just joining us, we just had a 30-minute match that ended in a draw between Dima and No Fear. So that obviously takes the best of three here to Dima 1, No Fear 1, Ender Dragon 1, which is quite impressive. So we do actually have a three-way tie between them. We are going to be going into this, and there it is. There's Monument. We've been wanting to see Monument. So if you thought that last match was interesting, do I have some news for you. Desert Temple, Monument, and Lava Ravine. Fortress south of Nether entry. That's That's a seed to look upon.
That's a really rude seed to give someone after both failing at the end in a 30 minutes to give them a Desert Temple Monument. Hey, this is a wacky one though. If you wanted wacky, Desert Temple hopefully gives you enough iron to do the rest of the seed. Monument usually means there's no bastion close by in the nether. In this mod, if you have your render distance, actually, I think they changed the mod. You cannot get mining fatigue ever. So I don't even think you need to change your render distance. They might do it anyway. But yeah, it's preset. You couldn't change this. Well, that's unfortunate for them.
Nope, it's preset seeds. That is chat, I hope you have some milk on hand because it's about to get spicy between these two players, as if it wasn't already. But here we go. Once again, old school Dimax versus new school No Fear. Let's see what happens. I mean, we weren't expecting, what we saw in the previous matchup to happen. I'm sure we're going to see some crazy things here. So fingers crossed. Here we go. Dimax against No Fear. This one for all of the marbles, or all of the blocks, as it were. Let's see what we find. Hey, maybe we'll find another enchanted golden apple, T-Wags.
That would be pretty sick. That would be very, very helpful. There's two things you have to consider for monument seeds, which is not a lot, but the runners never really do this strategy because it's a bit slower than bastions. So Dima already resetting. Maybe a creeper blew up his temple or something. Sometimes that happens and you have to reset. That kind of sucks. But he will come back here. Oh, here's the instant replay. Did he mess up, or did something... Was there a mob?
I don't know. Came down. Everything was fine.
Oh, yep, that's fair. That's fair.
Photos taken moments before disaster.
Yep, didn't have a way out of there. TNT blocking his exit, and it's active. So nice diamonds in there. Diamond axe and diamond pick. That's going to be lovely. But the two things to remember for monument seeds that no one ever really knows because no one plays these is you want to enter the nether on 5 render distance. Very critical to getting piglins. And you also really want to play the fortress safe unless you wait for a few trades first and get fire resistance. If you can make a shield, that's really nice. But if you have to wait for a couple of like pearl trades and fire resistance, it's not that bad of an idea to wait because that will speed up the rest of your fortress split. So yeah,
we'll see how it we'll see just what both of these players do. No Fear taking their time, just heading out into sea. Looks like they are doing a Jack Sparrow right now, and they are keeping an eye out, trying to find there we go. Looks as though we do have the monument just down here, I believe. So let's see what we get.
There you go. This is the ocean structure that's guarded by the spiky laserfish.
Yep, spiky laserfish.
Yep, pretty typical. They will both get, there's 4 positions the gold can be, and they will both get lucky and get that first position. They are lowering their render distance. I don't think they can get fatigued anyway, but No Fear has made it out of there. Team has taken a few hits from the laserfish, but he'll be okay. He'll get out of there.
Yeah, laserfish doing their job. There we go. We can see them obviously firing off against Dimax there, taking once again a little bit more damage. No Fear heading down here, looking to get themselves into the nether, I believe. So let's see. Yep, there we go. Heading down. So there we go. No Fear heading down. They're going to be in the nether first. Not a massive difference for them. It's not huge that, they're not miles and miles ahead. Looking to see if they can get themselves into a better setup position. There it is. It looks as though they have been able to find it here. Doing exactly what they need to do. There it is.
That's
you sound unsure.
One. They've given themselves a very difficult portal to make here. They're going to have to fill in a lot of lava. Doing it really quickly, though. Okay, that was very impressive. I'm very impressed. Doing a 2x1 with 3 stone to your back. That was actually really well done. Probably has practiced that in RSG plenty of times. Probably hasn't done Monument though, so let's see. Are you going to enter on 5 render distance? No.
No.
That is not a good sign, but that's okay. You can still get lucky with piglins.
Oh, have they dropped the? Oh no, they FPS massively up. So let's see how this. Let's see if what happens on. I mean, Dimax on the side does have that old school knowledge, so there is potentially a chance. There's immediately. Oh, look at that! I gave him a boat. How nice. There we go. Immediately. So let's see if Dimax does that. It has the knowledge to go into it. Let's find out. Let's see if Dimax has that knowledge. Setting up the portal here. Or doing what they can to set up the portal. Not quite as clean as we saw on the side of No Fear.
Yeah, Dima doing a bit tougher portal, but he will get in here a bit slower. Let's see, does Dima enter on 5RD? No, he also does
Neither
not
of them.
5RD. Yeah, No Fear has a single piglin that spawned, and Dima is scanning for a bastion. There's no bastion here.
No bastion. There is no bastion here.
Maybe they forgot, but nope. Method does not forget. When they give you a monument seed, they make sure there's no bastion. And you're gonna have to find piglins. Yeah.
Oh yes, this is going to be. We could be in for the long haul here. Could be in for the long haul. Taking out these blazes. Still, again, these fortresses have been really nasty today. They've been really, really painful. They've claimed more lives than I can possibly count, but No Fear. Once again, No Fear by name, No Fear by nature, doing everything they possibly can. It looks like they've picked up 5 of the blaze rods now. So they do have what we would traditionally say would be quote-unquote enough blaze rods, maybe. Maybe they'd require 1 more. But here goes Dimax into the fortress now. Obviously doing what they can to get as many of these blaze rods as possible. Again, the RNG. 6 on the side of No Fear. Is No Fear going to go for the extra blaze rod, do you think?
Probably. I mean, No Fear only has a single piglin trading, so it's going to take a long time. So No Fear has several minutes. He might as well wait for a 7th one. I would have really liked to see a shield. I see there's an extra iron in the inventory, but the runner's just not making a shield for some reason. It's not necessary, but it does help you play more aggressively and faster, so I kind of like it. Yeah, Dima on fire here has very bad food source too.
Oh yeah, this is not good for Dima right now. This is really not a good position for Dima. No Fear in a much more comfortable setup. There's 7 rods, so No Fear is now going to head over. Potentially trying to get as many trades on that piglin as possible. As mentioned, didn't go in with the render distance down, so that will cause issues for these players. And Dima just literally playing with fire right now. Literally playing with fire. There we go. We got a couple more piglins in there. I think there's 2 in there now. There we go. Look at them. They're just buddies. There's a Pumba coming through, but Dimax on the back foot right now. But as we saw in the previous match, that doesn't really mean much. And No Fear already got what they need here. They already have 16 of the ice, so yeah, looking relatively comfortable right now. Oh, Dimax, heart and a half, still under a bunch of pressure. Doesn't have any food, I don't believe. Oh, there we go. We do have some rotten meat, but that's not going to do a lot. That is not going to do a lot here for Dimax. And Dimax currently on 6. Maybe we'll just take the 6 or we'll go for the 7th. But No Fear is back in the overworld. But No Fear is going to be searching. Still waiting for that 7th rod. Still not appearing here for Dimax. And every single time Dimax pokes their head out, they risk getting destroyed by these blazes.
Yeah, Dima's slowly healing. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Okay, get 7.
There we go. There's the 7.
Blaze behind him, though. He's got to get out of here without taking damage. I think he might be okay. Man, that was very risky, but he'll barely be okay. Meanwhile, No Fear has thrown an eye, does have an idea of which direction the stronghold is in. No Fear's pigs are not trading very quickly, though, so he does need... Does he have 10 obsidian? Oh, he's going to mine it. He's going to mine
the
pig.
Normally you wouldn't be doing that because it would take far too long, but in this sort of scenario, like that's almost saving time here for No Fear. Who would have thought that? Yeah, mine obsidian, save time.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, Dima has so many pigs trading. He's got all of his stuff. I would expect Dima to have 10 obsidian or very close to it, whereas No Fear only got some of the trades. Why does Dimax only have 3 obsidian?
I don't know.
Okay.
Why does Dimax only have 3 hips? I'm very confused right now.
Oh, there
we go.
Oh, there was a blaze on his piglins.
Blaze killing the piglins. There was a blaze. There we go. That's why the trades weren't happening. There was a blaze there making crackling.
Nice.
A blaze making crackling, causing Dimax some problems. Looks as though Dimax does have all of the obsidian that they need now. They do have all of the obsidian that they need, I believe. So now they're going to be looking for their way out here. They're going to use this portal, use a couple of eyes. No Fear still going through, has taken a bunch of damage though. Taken so much damage, currently on 3.5 hearts, building their portal right now. So there's the portal build. Is this going to give them enough information? Are they going to be close to it? Let's find out. They're in the middle of a cave. They are in the middle of a cave, so they can get out of here relatively quickly. So now let's see what information they get from this eye here. Looks like they've still got a fair distance to go.
We'll see if they throw a different eye. I didn't quite see the direction, but plains is exactly the biome you want to see. This is very fortunate. Monument seeds don't always give you a lot of string. The string trades aren't guaranteed, so you might want some more beds. And plains is great for sheeps and potential villages. So this is exactly what he wants to see. Plenty of food as well. I don't know how big of an angle change that is, but he is purling, so some distance at least. And I hope we can see the string count, because usually it's pretty low.
Yeah, that's important. Obviously, they want to make sure they have enough beds going into that Ender Dragon house. We have seen people going in there with 4 beds, which is so risky. That's really close for No Fear.
Wow. That is right here. That's like one chunk away.
Yeah, that's really, really close. Is No Fear going to start digging here?
No Fear not opting to get the sheep that were right next to him, so apparently okay on explosives. Although I kind of have my doubts. I don't know. We'll see. I hope he didn't.
Dimax also there as well, taking a look and just seeing. Seems to be in about the same sort of area. Seems to be. There we go. No Fear's found it. No Fear has found it. So once again, this is where things get really interesting, folks. As mentioned before, this is for the survival in the tournament. If No Fear wins this, No Fear continues on in the in the lower bracket to take on Raul. It does mean that Dimax will drop out of the tournament entirely. So once again, super important. There we go. No Fear has already found it. No Fear has already found it. No Fear has filled in, has gone to the Ender Dragon's house. This could be it. New school could be victorious over old school. So let's find out. There's no way that No Fear is going to go for a 0 phase. There's no way that he's going to go for it.
He's going to set up string, but I think it's only 5 explosives, which is fine. But not enough quite for a 0 cycle.
There we go. Has set up. Looks as though we do have the beds available. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, I think.
Yeah, 4.
I think that's 4 beds. Yeah, okay. So feeling relatively confident, has the anchor available. Dimax still trying to find this stronghold. Does look to be in the right area for it though. Does seem to be in the right area. So let's see if just setting themselves on fire there, unfortunately. That's probably not a good thing. Picking up a couple of sheep here, picking up some mutton so they can get themselves a little bit of health back. So yeah, this seems to be about the right area. This seems to be about the right area for Dimax, but No Fear already there, and it looks as though we may be seeing a perch on the side of No Fear here shortly. So this again could be No Fear's to claim. We'll see. Once again, old school versus new school here between these two players, and Dimax really starting to narrow down exactly where this is, and he's got to know that he's close. Dimax has to know that he is close. And the Dragon's still not coming down. We're getting close to that guaranteed perch time now for No Fear. Relatively quick for Dimax to get there. And there we go. I think we may have started. Dimax may have really started to nail that one down. This could be the perch. Here comes the perch. So this is it. This is it for No Fear. No Fear needs to get this in one cycle to really claim this. And let's find out exactly. There's one. Doesn't do enough damage with the first bed. Second bed still doesn't do that much. Third bed and fourth bed needs the anchor down. In comes the anchor, and there it goes. Down goes the Ender Dragon. No Fear takes it, so No Fear is going to advance on. We do unfortunately lose Dimax. Dimax dropping out of the tournament, but congratulations to No Fear. They move on. They will be facing off against Sevenral in the lower bracket. And what a 2-game series between these two players here, T-Wags.
Yeah, what a wild ride that was. So shocking that the first seed. What was the overworld on the first seed? Just normal, shipwreck or something? The first seed was a 30-minute slugfest. Runners were in the stronghold for 10 minutes. Runners were in the end for 10 minutes. The second seed, Desert Temple Monument. I don't think I've ever seen those two structures combined in a seed ever before in a tournament. Pretty straightforward. Pretty simple run.
Yeah. Pretty simple run there. Pretty simple, just that's how it goes. But it does mean that we do lose Dimax. Let's get some love in chat for Dimax. Put on some fantastic matches. Love in chat for Dimax, an absolute legend in the Minecraft speedrunning scene. But New School winning over this time. No Fear is going to be going up against Seven Raul, and Seven Raul, a pretty strong opponent. But No Fear is starting to get into their stride here, T-Wags.
Yeah, No Fear having some slip-ups occasionally here and there, but has a lot of practice under the belt now, has beaten his first opponent in tournament, and will be taking on a new competitor in Raul, right? No Fear and Raul played in the second.
Yeah.
So I think
they did.
Okay. Yeah.
So they have already played against each other. It was relatively close between them in both of those matches. So there we go. Confirmation that we have lost Dimax. Once again, super unfortunate. Fantastic competitor. Looking forward to seeing Dimax back in the future as well. However, the next game that we have will be No Fear against Seven Raul. Seven Raul dropping down from the upper bracket, losing against the King, Hoffik. Whoever wins this matchup between No Fear and Raul will move on to the final to face off against the King. So there is still a lot for both of these players to play for. But we'll find out what happens after this break. Don't go anywhere.
I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile from for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. Up on the floor, we know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile from for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. You're a my best friend. Didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep in your worn out sweaters, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be. Where did it begin? Where did it end? Hanging on loose strings, unable to bend. I never listened, trying to prove it, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between. Me and Dimax were sat there ready, and normally production gives us a 5, 4, 3 as we go in. Literally then I was sat there and just went, we're going. I was like, okay, hello everybody. Yes, hello, welcome to the Method, or welcome back to the Method Rush King of the Hill. We did unfortunately say goodbye to Dima earlier on. Dimax has left us. However, it does mean that we have a replay and No Fear against Seven Rowell in the lower bracket. Once again, No Fear playing for their survival. If they lose this, they are out. If they win, they advance on to the final against the King, Hoffik. However, Seven Rowell has a point to prove. Seven Rowell came very, very close to entering that final themselves and knocking Hoffik down to the lower bracket. We've only seen one player win the crown from the lower bracket, and that was Hoffik. So there's definitely a history here. Between these two players now, we've kind of seen No Fear really start to get into their stride over this tournament, T-Wags. Is this their opportunity to continue that improvement?
I think it might be. I mean, the previous match, this is a rematch. No Fear versus Rowell happened in the first round, and that was a 2-0, but that was close. That was a lot closer than it seemed, being a 2-0. I think one of the seeds, No Fear, was in the end. The other one took an unfortunate death, but almost actually made a comeback and was in the stronghold, I want to say. So pretty dang close, and yeah, I think No Fear has some more practice, has been getting used to things. Maybe if there were any turning nerves, they're died down a bit more now. So I think it's going to be a lot closer. And either one actually has a chance to challenge Hoffik in the finals. I think they're all fairly evenly matched. So again, Hoffik would need to lose 2 best of 3s, and a challenger would need to win those 2 in order to dethrone him. So a long road ahead. But yeah, I actually think this match is really close now. I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this plays out. Seven Rowell has been putting on some good, showing us some really, really solid mechanical knowledge, as well as just being very, very calm under pressure. How are we feeling, chat? Who do we think is going to advance onto the final against Hoffik? Is it going to be Seven Rowell? Is it going to be No Fear? Let us know in the chat right now. We've seen some pretty disgusting seeds over the last sort of hour. I mean, we're getting close to the final. You've got to imagine, T-Wags, that they are going to start to get worse as we get closer. Or at least maybe slightly interesting, shall we say, rather than worse as we get close to the grand final. Is this going to be one of those?
Yeah, I don't know. There have been some really crazy ones that have, I thought they would have been more difficult for the runners, but the runners have actually handled everything very well today, except for the stronghold that had a port room like 17 rooms away. That was the only real problem. But there was a tundra village with obsidian and the blacksmith that was run pretty quickly. I think this last one was a desert temple and a monument. No problems there. There was a jungle temple with 6 rotten flesh. That run was, I think, like 13-ish minutes long. So these runners are not used to running these heats, but doing absolutely fine. So, I'd be okay with a simple village or something. Maybe I've had enough excitement.
Yeah, we've had enough excitement. Let's just have a calm desert temple and ruined portal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I mean, interesting. The desert temple and the ruined portal are going to give them a fair amount of supplies from the off. So that's going to be really nice for them. We do obviously have the fortress visible from Bastion as well, so that means we can have a fairly quick teleport over from the Bastion. Super excited to see how quickly these two players go through this. No fear against Seven Ral. I am very, very hyped to see which one of these players is going to go to the final, because whoever goes to the final, they are going to... I have a feeling they're going to push Hoffik real hard. I really do believe that.
Yeah, that's true. I think they're all playing on a very similar skill level. And Seven Ral versus Hoffik went down to a toss-up, pretty much. I mean, it was an honest 50-50 at the end. They were so evenly matched. So, Desert Temple Ruin Portal is an interesting one. We've had one of these before today. Depending on what you get from the Desert Temple kind of dictates how you're going to play this run, but I would expect to see a good amount of TNT. TNT at the bottom of the Desert Temple gets you stone. You can make tools. TNT on some dirt and wood gives you plenty of that, and TNT on maybe flint or gravel or something that would give you enough for an enter. So I think the runners are only used to using TNT with one of the 4 bastions. You could, if you absolutely needed to, use TNT to do a bastion route and blocks, but it's very, very tough without that bridge chalice. The chalice makes it pretty easy. The rest of the bastions are pretty dang tricky to do. So I mean,
maybe they decide to use the TNT to make that really nice, clean, open area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I love the fact that I say that and you're immediately just like,
that's what I want to see.
Yes.
I love to see that.
Yes. Give me the nice, smooth area.
Please, someone do TNT blazes. Oh, it's the coolest thing. So nice.
It's just gorgeous through and through. And we do see the temple. They're heading straight away towards it. We kind of know what to sort of expect from these, but we will have to obviously wait and see. Dropping down there, in comes No Fear. We did have to see a reset on this before because somebody accidentally hit the TNT thing. It looks like they have been able to pick up all of those TNT. In comes the explosion. Surviving that, what have they picked up? They picked up, it looks like 9 iron bars. 9 iron bars. They've got I think 19 string there. The golden apple as well. It's not an enchanted golden apple, but it's a golden apple. So it's not quite a Granny Smith, but we're not far off.
Still pretty solid. Usually want to see 10 iron. That's kind of a nice number.
But they've also got the ruin portal.
That gives you an iron axe. So maybe if they get a light or some iron from the ruin portal, they can actually make the iron axe. It does kind of speed things up, so you don't have to make that stone or wood axe. And neither of them have checked the ruin portal yet. I don't think. Yeah, I want to see if there's a light in there.
Yeah, neither of them have checked it. Immediately making those, made those pickaxes and everything without checking the portal. That's quite interesting.
It's possible there isn't a chest. They don't.
There was on the other side.
Oh, there is. Yeah, I would have checked this first, but there wasn't anything in there anyway, really. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. They got another golden apple. That seems to be about it. There were some things in there, but there was nothing major.
This is a very awkward ruin portal, but this is not a usual one. You have to save. There's 4 different lava sources on different sides, so you have to be a little careful. They do have obsidian from the chest, so even if they make one mistake, they can still do that. Okay.
There we go, 7 Ral.
Ral uses both. No Fear still has 1 obsidian left. It probably won't come into play, but it is nice saving that last obsidian.
There it is. Looks like they've both done a little bit of... They've checked out. They've seen what's going on in the nether, and they are going to be heading to the bastion, I would imagine. That's going to be their first port of call. And yeah, No Fear already just making their way across here. And this is one of those... What No Fear is doing right now, this seems... Oh, that nether world, that he was not having a good time at all on the side of 7 round. But what No Fear is currently doing, it's so simple, but I'm always so impressed at how cleanly they're able to just make a wall, like just make a path across a ravine. If I tried to do that, I would just completely mess it up. If I tried to do that, I would completely mess it up.
Yeah, they have spawned really, really far away. I mean, you do get a lot of blocks from the desert temple, so maybe this was kind of planned or intended to have the speed bridge. It would have been nice to get a pearl from that Enderman. It's a 50-50 drop. Could have pearled all the way here, but unfortunately... Oh, Ral does get a pearl. Ral is going to pearl.
There we go.
So he got lucky. He will pearl over here, then drop down on the bastion. It's going to be pretty close, but No Fear speed bridging like 50 blocks or 100 blocks to get here. Ooh, taking a lot of damage.
Only a heart and a half here, but eating, there we go, there's the golden apple. We were expecting the golden apple to come through relatively soon, and there it is. That's going to heal them up for a bunch of damage, give them a little bit of damage reduction as well. Quite nice for that one. And those piglins are currently trapped. The piglins are trapped, so let's see if we can get these really, really nice trades going from them. 7RAL seems to be slightly behind No Fear at the moment. Not by much. Again, as we've mentioned, that these, when you're seeing differences of around 10 seconds, 15 seconds. It's not a massive amount, but at the same time, it kind of is in this speedrunning environment. This is still really, really tough for them to, any mistake, and that just keeps on growing and keeps on growing. But No Fear, I think, in a relatively solid position at the moment. I say so, probably not as solid as, the bit rate's not looking solid on No Fear's stream, but, definitely doing what we can to see if we can fix that one here. Does Oh, no, he doesn't. I was going to say, does No Fear have what he needs? Absolutely not even close at the moment.
Yeah, No Fear doing a top stables route, whereas Ral doing a lower stables route. The top route from No Fear can be a lot faster, but it's risky. You just don't get that much gold. And so 7RAL doing the more consistent route. Yeah, No Fear is going to...
No Fear is going to fall into the fire. No Fear is going to cook himself.
Oh, I thought absolutely. He was dead for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he did have a potion of fire resistance or something. He was able to chug that relatively quickly. Here we go. Let's see exactly what happens. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Here we go. So goes up this way, and then misses the blocks. Misses the block straight down. Potion of fire resistance chugged almost immediately. Just absolute slurps on that potion of fire resistance, wanting to make sure that we are not dying here today, because that would have really, really sucked for No Fear. But has been able to recover, and doesn't look like they've lost that much time actually.
Yeah, and honestly, because of that fall, No Fear fell into a hoglin chest that had like 5 cooked pork chops. So No Fear actually has tons of food. That's a net positive. I think that's a net win. The amount of food and damage you could take because of that is now massive. So a blessing in disguise there. No Fear will have plenty of food for the run, hopefully. Well, not if you take damage like that.
Not if you take damage like that, you're not.
Yeah,
No Fear feeling hungry. Is 7RAL going to do it? Is 7RAL going to... Ooh, we're setting up for it. And look at T-Wags. T-Wags immediately excited for this. Is this going to be the... Look at it. Look at it, T-Wags. There's the one TNT. It's going to be clean. It's going to be beautiful. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh,
Wait
it's
for
not even looking.
It's not even looking. What are you doing? You monster.
It's nice and open now.
There we go. It's nice and flat. It's nice and open for 7RAL. Of course, the problem is that if these blazes do hit you, you go flying off the edge. And oh no, there's a bit of a gap there where they can also go down. So that's super unfortunate. We've also got to keep the RNG of these blaze rods as well can be pretty rough for some of these players. We did see, I believe it was actually 7RAL Lily who was having some really, really bad luck with the blaze rods, but hopefully doesn't quite affect them this time. What do you make of them putting the portal down here so that they can immediately go and check, as soon as they have eyes available? Oh, look at how flat that is.
Raul also turning dirt and gravel into coarse dirt to double his block count. Very cool to see. But yeah, it's very smart because Raul has 21 obsidian, so he'll be able to throw an eye here, get information, go back in the nether, make his next portal somewhere else. Oh, he can't see the eye. That's really unfortunate. It goes into the
yeah.
But yeah, he's timing it so he's leaving the nether when his fire resistance is running out, and then when he goes back into the nether, he'll put down a fresh fire resistance for 3 minutes, so he'll maximize that time.
There we go. Look at that information gathered as well. That's ridiculous. I'm always impressed. Like I see it, and I'm always impressed by it. The fact that they know, the triangulation of, hey, it's appearing here. It needs this coordinate. I always love that. And where's Seven Round going now?
I think he's moving a little bit to triangulate. Yes. Yeah. The first eye, throws another one to get the angle difference. Hopefully get some info from that. And No Fear is
all the information that they need. Yeah, No Fear is going to slowly but surely catch up here. It just depends on who's going to get this the quickest. 7-Row does have to go down here, just picking up some fish. Why not? Why not? There we go, and cooking the fish. That poor fish. Cooking the fish there, making sure, saving themselves a little bit of time back through into the nether. And this is where the portal really plays into their favor, because they can come back in and all those blazes just ready and waiting. Still only one blaze rod though.
Yeah,
they did pick up some more. They did pick up some more previously, I think.
Yeah, maybe they have blaze powder in the inventory, and that's why it's not combining. Oh, possibly. No, they still need a lot more. So they have 2 eyes and 4 rods, so probably need at least 1 more, maybe 2. Meanwhile, No Fear has done a low rendered fortress and spawned a lot more blazes around him, so No Fear is actually just carving through this fortress, already has everything, and I think... Did No Fear exit already?
No Fear has already exited, yeah. No Fear has exited. So No Fear maybe has some information and is traversing the nether. Here we go. Building up a portal here. Definitely did some information. We do apologize about the bitrate on No Fear stream. There's not a massive amount we can do about that, but no fear, no bits. That's how it goes. No Fear, no bitrate. So where is No Fear exited right now? No Fear is exited, looks to be in a cave, digging up. So let's find out what the information is. Let's find out what information is available on the side of No Fear here. This looks like it could be a relatively long climb, which is kind of unfortunate. It's kind of unfortunate, but I am fairly positive that No Fear will have some pretty good information to go off here. If they ever make it out of this mountain, that is.
Yeah, Raul is doing his best. He is waiting for 7 rods, but he is doing his best to do stuff in the meantime. Has hung a pearl, is getting more wood, so there you go. Is going to unhang the pearl by increasing the render distance. There we go, back to...
That's so clever.
Oh, this is kind of a gross terrain, but ooh, very low health. Calm down.
Oh, 7 Raul. Relax. 1 health. Good lord. Exactly. Diggy hole. Diggy hole. There we go. We're getting a little bit of health back. No, is No Fear still going up? Or is No Fear going down? He's going down.
Y95 and he's taking sideways. He's at Y95. Above him is 110, 107, 103, 100.
There we go.
Wow. Interesting idea there. I saw his the top block level going down to dig out sideways through a mountain. Actually pretty cool.
That's a clever idea.
That's really nice.
This is still a very, very risky thing. If No Fear makes any sort of mistake there, he was just going to end up.
Did Raul?
Wait, so did Raul? He's managed to get out of the nether into the stronghold. He's managed to get out.
It's a no-calc I spy, dude. He's crazy.
He's been able to get out of the nether into the stronghold. 7 Raul, huge. Watch this. There we go. Do we think 7 Raul was as surprised as we were?
Wow. I mean, it looks like he was practicing his sheetless axis. I saw him pause several times in the nether.
And he's in the room.
Down to do math. Yeah, he's already made it. Wow. 7 Raul's training to do this exact calculation in the stronghold absolutely paying off, saving several minutes.
There's the hunger reset. There's the hunger reset. And then we're going to go straight into the nether, and we've got, I believe, 6 beds available. So we're going to head to the Ender Dragon's house here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 beds. We've got 5 beds available. There we go, into the Ender Dragon's house. Here we go. 7RAL could be taking game number 1 here. Does still have that perch available. 7RAL surely will not go for the 0 phase. Surely is not going to go for the 0 phase.
I think it's too late. He might have been able to. There's no food, maybe no pearls, but I think he could have crafted more beds. That's all right. I mean, he knows with the I Spy, he should probably have a solid amount of lead here. Where
no fear digging down though. No fear may have found it. So pressure is still. This is not free for 7RAL. This is not free for RAL at all. There is still potential.
Oh no! No fear is digging up.
Oh
I
no!
think No fear missed and is now digging sideways, trying to hit the stronghold. While RAL just gets a perch.
He's got a perch already. Here we go. RAL could be taking game number 1. There's bed number 1. Bed number 2. Not doing too much damage. There's 3. 4. This 5th needs to kill. 5th does kill. 5th kills. RAL takes game number 1 here against No Fear. But my word, No Fear did come very, very close. And to be honest with you, that absolute incredible portal out of the nether into the stronghold probably won 7RAL that match there, T-Wags.
Yeah, it definitely did. No fear is in stronghold, had preemptive, was probably going to be entering end within the next 10-20 seconds. So RAL absolutely winning because of math. I love to see
math. Very, very important. Saying I was off my calculated blocks by 10. Oof, that's some calculations going on right there. That is some calculations going on. That's huge. But yeah, that is that's incredible. That is incredible play from both of the players as well. From both the players. I mean, No Fear actually absolutely raced through that fortress there, T-Wags.
Yeah, No Fear actually, I think, played that fortress way, way better than RAL. Using the warped forest side of the fortress to spawn more blazes on average randomly, and just didn't even play the spawner. I like RAL using TT on the blaze spawner though. He opened that up right away, but the strays for No Fear just made that really, really fast. So it was No Fear was catching up, but yeah, 7RAL hitting the I Spy. 7RAL saying in chat, he basically got lucky. He built at the wrong spot, but I mean, even if he built at the spot he was trying to, he'd still be about 100 blocks away. So still really impressive. Hit it anyway. Wow. Well done.
That was fantastic, absolutely, and I'm super excited to see what the second seed's going to be, because that first seed, you know, you have the Ruin Portal, you obviously have the Desert Temple. I'm pretty hyped to see what's going to happen here in map number 2 between these two players, 7RAL and No Fear. And don't forget, if No Fear loses this, they are out of the tournament completely, and 7RAL goes up against Hoffik. However, if No Fear takes us to a game number 3 and wins that one, that does mean that we say goodbye to 7RAL, and No Fear goes on to face Hoffik in the final. So again, on the other side as well, if I'm Hoffik, the crown is again feeling heavy, because there are there's some big players still left in this tournament. No Fear and 7RAL, both of them could quite easily take the crown here, T-Wags, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, that's the upside and downside of doing single day tournaments. You know, if this was like a few months long events and all these players did round robin and played each other, you'd be a lot more sure that the best player would win. But this is a single day tournament. This is going to be done today, all of the matches. We only have a couple more series left. And Hoffik, RAL, and No Fear are all playing very, very similar. They're all playing incredibly well. So it could go to any one of them. And RAL taking a 2-0 on No Fear before, but now No Fear up by 1 could just take it 2-0 the other way, and RAL could be out just like that. No Fear could be out just like that in another 2-0, even though No Fear was in the stronghold on both seeds that he's losing. Yeah. So it's just anyone's game. They're playing great.
I was about to say, what are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? What is going to be in this next seed? I want to hear from chat right now. What is going to be in this next seed? What are you hoping for? And T-Wags, what are you hoping for in this next seed? What do you want to see between these two players?
Usually pretty good at sniping this, if I spend some time to think about it. I think it's just going to be Shipwreck, Fortress first.
Shipwreck Fortress first. Okay.
Yep.
A couple of people saying Monument Seed Clueless. FSG. You're saying FSG. So, look, people hoping for something. It looks as though people are hoping for something really quick or really difficult. I'm not entirely sure which one. But either way, it's. I think the thing that is safe to say is these players playing. It looks as though we do have Outpost. A completely opposite Outpost, Lava Pool / Ruined Portal.
I mean, an outpost is almost like a shipwreck, but vertical and on land. You know, I mean, they're both wood, so, and they have a chest in them. I mean, it's basically the same thing. You know, people call outposts the ships of the land, typically. So, all right, what do we see? Outpost, visible lava pool north, or ruined portal. Okay, so you get an option.
Who does that? Who calls outposts the ships of the land? Well, I'm going to start now. I'm going to start saying that. If I go past an outpost, look, it's a ship of the land. Like, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to start calling it a ship of the land. It just makes sense. We've already started calling, you know, we've got demonic accordions. Why not start this as well? But there we go. Outpost and lava pool / ruined portal. These ruined portals have been pretty good to these players. There's been some nice stuff. Apart from that last map, there was pretty much nothing in those chests. But if they get lucky with these ruined portal chests, I'm excited to see what we can see from these players. Once again, this is going to be No Fear playing for their survival here. 7 Round playing to go to the grand final up against Hoffik, hoping to take the crown away from the king. But there is still a hill to climb for 7 Round. But they're going to start right here. Game number 2 in the lower bracket between 7 Round and No Fear. Let's find out exactly how this one is going to play out. I'm excited to see. Oh, look, a ship of the land. There it is. So it's a ship of the land. Please don't have a golem. Please don't have a golem trapped. Please.
There's a cage.
Please.
I think it's empty. I think it's an empty.
There's no golem.
Oh.
Yes.
No, there's another cage. There's a golem in that cage.
No. Why would you do this? Why would you trap the golems?
Oh, yeah, they only get 3 iron. Yeah, I think they're going to have to kill the golem.
No, they don't. They don't have to kill the golem at all. They don't have to kill the golem at all in any way, shape, or form. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe a ship is just a floating outpost. Maybe a ship is the outpost of the sea. Oh, No Fear. Playing with fear. Taking a couple of that boat just soaked that arrow. Something beautiful. There's arrows flying left and right at No Fear here. 7 Round dropping down. You don't have to do it, 7 Round. You don't have to do this. I promise you. You don't have to do it. You're fine. Let the golem live. Let the golem live, you monster. Look at that. The golem's just looking down at him. Like, that was horrifying. That was absolutely horrifying. There you go. So No Fear has actually had to take a little bit of time away here to get some food sorted because they've taken so much damage at the start. That's a really, really unfortunate start there. That is a really unfortunate start. Can we start a no golem killing speedrun like thing? Is that a thing we could do?
There are peaceful mode speedruns actually.
Let's do a King of the Hill of that.
Run the whole game peaceful mode. It's pretty interesting. It's only on one specific version, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, kind of nifty. Not on this one. You can't beat the game on this one on peaceful mode, unfortunately. So, wish you could. You have to kill blazes. Yeah, but anyway, Raul did something really cool with this outpost at the start. He actually dug 2 blocks down in the sand to make sure that none of the pillagers could enter the outpost and chase him up top. So actually gave him enough time to get plenty of food.
Ooh, No Fear.
Okay.
Picking up a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
What do we have? What's going to happen to... I'm worried for No Fear right now. I'm worried for No Fear. Just restarting the seed. Straight up restarting the seed.
He didn't kill the golem.
I think what happened is he just took too much damage. He took too much damage. He only had 1 heart left. He had like 3 hearts left. He was taking too much damage, and he just got out of there. he just got out of there as quickly as possible. And I think what happened is he kind of realized that he just didn't have enough. He didn't have enough time to go back towards the. I think he didn't have enough time to go back towards it. So he just restarted the seed rather than trying to play around that amount of health. Just restart the seed. I think that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, he's got. He's restarted the seed and made a bucket. And now he's going to go to the Ruined Portal and just enter without an Iron Pick. So I think No Fear is your champion here because No Fear is refusing to kill this trapped Iron Golem.
No Fear is my winner. No Fear is my win. It doesn't matter who wins. No Fear is my king. No Fear is my king, no matter what happens. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. So heading on over straight away towards the Ruined Portal now, but Seven Rail does have a fairly substantial lead at this stage. So this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough for No Fear to catch up, but maybe the Golem luck will be with No Fear. Who knows?
Yeah, looks like he's going to have that. He's going to have to loot this Bridge Bastion with no Iron Pick, meaning he's going to have to get to the chest first. Fortunately for him, the chests are closer to his spawn than the Chalice. So I don't think there's guaranteed iron in the chests on this seed. So he'll have to just hope. We don't actually know. No Fear could get to this Bastion and just have to reset, which would be real bad.
Yeah, it is possible, which, as you mentioned, that's one of those moments where you would effectively just go, yeah, it's not my day today. It's absolutely not my day. However, there is still a chance. There is still a chance where No Fear could potentially manage to find that pickaxe. We're gonna have to keep an eye out for that. Seven Rail, great jump over there, doing exactly everything they need to here. To pick up pretty much all these piglins, and down the piglins go, chasing the gold. Yes, little piggies, yes, chase the gold. Down you go. Seven Rail setting this up pretty perfectly, you've got to say, T-Wags.
Seven Rail doing a very, very nice bastion route that is typically believed to be the fastest one. Let's check this chest. There's no iron in this chest. Unfortunately, this bridge bastion, it can either spawn 3 chests or 1 chest, and has 2 opportunities to do so. It has low rolled on both, so there is only 2 single chests. Very low chance of iron. No Fear has already checked 1. He only has 1 more before the seed might just be done for.
The pig very, very nearly. Pumbaa nearly knocking No Fear off the edge there. There's the lava bucket taking out the pig. Or just doing a little bit more damage. Just reminding No Fear that the pig is there. But that's a lot of damage that No Fear is taking right now. Does No Fear have the food to sustain through this?
Maybe. He's just
one heart, but this is now real risky for No Fear. No Fear, a part of it's changed from No Fear to 1 Fear, and we've got 2 iron bars in there. So
that's good,
I don't think it's just enough. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Looks like 1 heart, 2 hearts now, so has been able to recuperate. And Seven Rail making their way over. They have unfortunately fallen into the lava, but they should be okay. I think they used a potion of fire resistance, so they should be fine there. They should be fine. Seven Rail is an absolute machine in this seed so far.
Yeah, Seven Rail not knowing exactly where the fortress is. I think the seed note said where, so he's still scanning. No Fear realizing this is about as far as the seed can go until you do something crazy, crazy different. Actually, there is potential for iron in the lodestone chest. He's going to check the lodestone chest.
So we'll see. Imagine, I mean, he's a little bit far behind. Got some iron nuggets. So, I mean,
it's not enough.
You said iron was available. I mean, technically you are correct. Iron was available. But that is unfortunate, going straight back to the start. Now, once again, we've seen previous games where, whoa, Seven Rail, you are on edge, my friend. But we've seen runs before where this is like, Seven Rail is doing really, really well, but that can change at any moment. All it takes is 1 death in an awkward position, and suddenly No Fear is in the lead. So again, I would say that if anybody's watching this and is going, "Oh, it's over," it's absolutely not over, T-Wags.
Yeah, no, definitely not. There are many ways in a Minecraft speedrun at the very, very end to completely lose it, unfortunately. A lot of the risk is at the very end. So Ral did pearl away from this bastion. Fortress was not visible for him there, and then he's going to come back to collect all of his trades. It did say in the notes, Fortress, what does it say, towards the bastion?
I think it was
Direction
east.
From bastion, something like that. So
I think it was east or south or east. Yeah, it was east. So Seven Ral doing a little bit of a just exploration at this point. Keep an eye out for that. No Fear does appear as though I don't know if they've killed the golem again. I don't think they've killed it. Did they see the golem? Because what they may have done is they've seen the one cage, and then they didn't check a second cage.
yeah, the cage with the golem is visible from the entrance to the outpost, so you have to go by it to get in. Is he gonna mine an iron? I mean, technically he just needs one iron, and then he could still do the...
True, does have that information available, but doesn't look like they're going for it. Okay. And we do see Seven Ral now just currently digging through the center of the earth, doing what they can to find the, I believe they're currently looking for the fortress at this stage.
Yeah, Ral's going in the direction of the fortress. It should be visible from some degree, but maybe not all degrees, so I guess Ral is just digging straight for it. Okay, what could No Fear's idea possibly be?
Don't know.
Ral is out here right next to the fortress.
There we go.
Oh, he's gonna check the other ruined portal?
Oh, clever.
Does it have iron though? It does.
It does. Huge. There we go. So he's checking that one. So he does have, I mean, he's still far behind, but at the very least, it's got iron. That is huge. That's 200 IQ.
Was that
That is too.
But how did he know there was a ruined portal there? And if he knew, why didn't he just go there from the last seed when he already was there with 2 iron? How did he?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe just a gut feeling. I have no idea. Keep an eye on Seven Ral here. Seven Ral looks like Seven Ral is flattening this area out. Seven Ral is flattening the area out to make sure they get the blaze spawns looking quite nice and pretty. And then once again, placing down that obsidian pool. I love that. Here comes these blaze spawns. Doesn't look like there's any TNT, so we're not going to see any proper flattening of the area. I do apologize, T-Wags.
Sorry,
I really like this idea, going into the portal and then going to be using a bunch of math for this. Super excited to see No Fear getting that iron as well. So that means that they are now, they're back into the bastion. They are going to be looking for those piglins. But this doesn't, it's still tough. It's still going to be tough for No Fear to come back into this, but I think we could actually see it happening. So up goes the eye. There's a bunch of information gained for Seven Ral, and we've seen just how effective Seven Ral can be with these portals. We've seen just how effective Seven Ral can be. So fingers crossed if Seven Ral can do it once again, we could still be seeing a very, very quick time here on this map. There's a Pumba trying his best to stop No Fear from getting around this bastion, but it doesn't look like it has been effective. And there's the iron pickaxe. So this is looking... Again, No Fear has managed to stabilize that portal, that second portal play. Incredibly clever, but is it going to be enough, T-Wags?
Yeah, I don't know. Ral is kind of cramped in this hilly area. Doesn't have much space to throw these eyes, but I think he'd have just enough space to do his sheetless axis. So getting those 2 angles, using the built-in grid system of Minecraft that can show you the exact spacing of blocks and coordinates in order to get an exact direction of the stronghold and math to see if you can find the distance. So not much food is going to be tough. I hope it's close, because without very much food and pearls, it's going to be kind of hard to get there. And wow, No Fear on very, very low health. but at least he's trading.
Yeah, at least he's able to trade. At least he's there. Looks as though they do obviously have the enchanted golden pickaxe now as well. So that's going to potentially help. Bunch of gold going into that piglin hole. Do we have an official name for the piglin hole? Can we call it piglin hole?
Most people would call it piglin hole, yeah.
There you go, piglin hole. Straight into the piglin hole. Sevenral doing a little bit of crafting, waiting for these blazes to respawn. And probably as the crafting is going on, there's some math as well in the head of Sevenral, just figuring out, okay, where am I? Because again, super close, actually putting straight into the stronghold. These blazes are going to be doing a bunch of damage, but Sevenral looking relatively healthy, does appear to have some food available too. Quite in a comfortable position, Sevenral right now.
That's a 2-angle change, Laserfishing is saying? That would be very close if that's true. That would mean Raul needs to throw maybe 1 pearl, or even not any, and would get there. Raul not throwing pearls here makes me think low on pearl count and food, so he's just going to have to run this way. But hopefully if it's close, it should just be like right over here. You build the portal and get out, and no fish should be close to exiting the bastion. All right.
Oh no, that's a misplaced obsidian stone. That's not a game breaker, but slows down Sevenral. And if No Fear was any closer, that could have cost a lot of time for Sevenral there. And Sevenral doesn't know what No Fear is doing, so Sevenral is like, okay, quick, let the obsidian break, quick, please break. These obsidian blocks take a long time to break.
No Fear exiting the bastion is leaving out the back, which I think was the intended route. Yeah, and No Fear here sees the fortress immediately. So both of them taking kind of different routes. Raul going to the left, not seeing anything, having to dig. No Fear going to the right. Kind of what I thought the intended notes were, but it was a little tough to know exactly where it is. And No Fear
there it is.
Be much faster.
Oh, I thought he did it again. I thought Sevenral had done it again there. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's not far off.
Yeah, he's probably very close. We've seen him be about 100 blocks off almost every time. So, yeah.
That could have, that would have sent me if he'd have done that again. It's 2 times in a row. Just keeping an eye out. We do see that No Fear is in the bastion, in the fortress. They're going to be killing as many of these blazes as possible, keeping one eye on the side of Sevenral as they continue to dig up. All the information that they have will be super important for them. Does mean that they'll be taking note of everything around them. A really solid cleanup here from No Fear, just making sure that these blazes have enough room to spawn. And here we go, Sevenral is out in the open area. Let's see where this eye goes. This eye going back that way, looking relatively high up in angle, so can't be too far away now, surely.
Surely it's not that far away. There are annoying mobs, especially in Taiga. It's kind of annoying to maneuver around, but Raul is going to build up, get an idea of which direction to go. I think low on food would probably, if there were no mobs, kill those pigs to just get some food, but there's so many annoying things going on right now. Yeah, he's gonna try. There you go.
There you go, some nice little pork fillet. Tasty. So still going through, obviously, the mountain here. Building up and then having to go back. Creepers everywhere, chasing Sevenral right now. But Sevenral still quite comfortably in the lead. No Fear having a really rough start here. And there we go. Sevenral has it. Sevenral pretty has it. Just doesn't need to die right now. That's the last thing that Sevenral would prefer to avoid. But Sevenral has a really solid idea where this is, and this is now just a complete race for Sevenral. They need to get through this stronghold quickly. They don't want to end up doing what happened to Dimax, where they were just in the stronghold for 8 minutes, 9 minutes, but it looks as though they may be getting close to it as they continue to dig down. No Fear is in the overworld right now and is pretty much in the same location that we did see Sevenral beforehand, which is quite a distance away. Sevenral, on the other hand, They've found the stronghold. Now the question is, just how far away is this portal room going to be?
Yeah, we saw one be absolutely as far as could possibly be before. Took, what was it, Dimax, maybe about 8 minutes or so, maybe more, to find the portal room. Sevenral here going to be going. I think Sevenral has pre-crafted 2 anchors and enough beds to do a 0 cycle. I see not great on food, but you know, if you eat that pork,
there it is.
Full health. So this could be a 0 attempt.
Risky. It's a risky attempt, but I think the only advantage. Yeah, it is. It's going to be a 0 attempt. Going for the 0 phase. The 0 phase. 7 Raul is planning for it. Is the Ender Dragon going to play ball? We could be seeing our first 0 phase that's going to pay off. Let's see what happens with this Ender Dragon. We missed it. I think he missed it. Okay. Coming in for one. There we go. There's one. And the Ender Dragon staying. There's 2. Coming in for the 3rd. 3. We need 4. We need 2 more, possibly 1 more. Is this going to be a 0 phase? It is a 0 phase. He did it. He did the 0 phase. 7 Raul taking the 0 phase here against Nofia. And not only that, we'll be going on to the final against Hoffik. 7 Raul has 1 more chance at the king, Hoffik. Is Hoffik going to be able to keep their throne? What a phenomenal performance from 7 Raul in these 2 games. I mean, commiserations to Nofia. Let's get some love in chat for Nofia. Every single person, love in chat for Nofia. They put on some brilliant games. But my word, 7 Raul just really stepped it up here, T-Wags.
That was really fun to watch. I mean, yeah, congrats to Nofia coming out on the first showing, getting 3rd place. It's tough to do well in these tournaments, especially when you're against the best of the best. And I think Nofir had some slip-ups, but overall played really well. And I mean, that one was just, you know, Nofir not killing the outpost golem. There were some really funky seeds that you never really are used to playing. So I think that was really the only issue. But here, Raul, huge props to Raul, doing such a nice outpost route. The only issue in this seed was just crawling to the fortress, but that was the only time loss. Everything else was great. Hitting an I Spy in the last round. I think that was the 3rd 0 cycle attempt for Raul. The first 2, the dragon flew away to no fault of his own. This time the dragon decides to stay around and nails it. I think, was that a 5-bed 0? I don't even
That was a 5-bed.
6-bed. That was so, just
there we go.
So well played.
A 0 phase. We've been wanting to see one for a while, and there it was. In the end, I don't think it would have made much of a difference. Nofia was relatively far behind, but there we have confirmation. Nofia dropping out, but 7 Raul moves on. They get 1 more shot at the king himself in Hoffik. And honestly, if I'm Hoffik and seeing that performance from 7 Raul, I'm sweating slightly. Slightly because that was really impressive. Very clean from Raul there.
That was really nice. Yeah, hitting a successful 0 with an I Spy too. I'd be scared if I was Hoffik as well. And I guess final confirmation as Nofir is exiting the tournament. GG's to him. I think the plan. Well, we were confused when Nofir entered the Nether the second time without any iron. He had killed sheep and gotten some wood, and he was planning on just using a bed to destroy the chalice. But then he found the rune portal for iron. So that settles the confusion. His plan was to bed bomb the chalice, which would have been so cool to see. Man, I wish we really saw that. But anyway, yeah, props to Nofir for thinking of that one. That would have been so sick.
Yeah,
but
that would have been awesome. A very interesting question in chat, saying any recommendations on how to get into Minecraft. Recently started playing, but overwhelmed right now. Any recommendations, T-Wags, for new players that may have seen this on the tournament and gone, hey, this looks really cool, whether or not it's speedrunning or whether it's just Minecraft in general. Any recommendations?
Yeah, I would look up K4Y4 on YouTube and T_Wags on YouTube. K4 has a lot of setup videos. Also, if you go to speedrun.com and look at the Minecraft section, there will be areas where you can look at tutorials on setting things up, mods that you want to install, all the rules, and then there is a very populated, very dense Minecraft speedrunning Discord that you can find pretty much a link to that pretty much anywhere, that has tons of channels and tons of people that are willing to help you out and learn the game. It is a very welcoming community. It is one of the best, probably the best gaming community that I've been a part of. So
yeah, I have felt very welcome, chat. I'm hoping you're enjoying this. I hope you're enjoying the commentary that myself and T-Wags, and also if you want to learn a bit more about Minecraft, check out T-Wags on YouTube. I recommend it. I've heard he's a good guy. But yes, there we have the confirmation that our grand final is going to be Hoffik versus Sevenral. I'm very, very excited for this one. It is going to be coming up after this short break. Make sure you folks don't go anywhere, because this is going to be a doozy.
I'm so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Don't you worry about me. If I keep feeling like I'm missing something, don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about it. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love.
welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Are you ready to see your king in action? Because that is exactly what is happening. We are at the finals, Hoffik against Raul, and what a fantastic journey we have been on so far, T-Wags. My name is TheKexman. We are obviously here in the Method Rush King of the Hill chat. How are you doing? Are you ready for the final? Are you ready for the final between these two players? Once again, Hoffik, your current king, and Raul. Let's take a quick look at the brackets here, T-Wags, and see exactly who took it. We do actually also have a it looks like we do have a poll available in chat. One in chat if you want. I believe it was one in chat. If you there it is. Yeah, who will win the grand finals? One in chat if you think it's going to be Hoffik. Two if you think it's going to be Raul. One or two respectively. So let's find out. T-Wags immediately going for the Raul.
I love an underdog. I love an upset story,
There we go. So you wants to see the crown move on to the next player. As we take a look at these brackets here, and is there anything here that surprises you about these brackets, T-Wags, or is this kind of how you expected it to play out?
I guess what people would have assumed going into it, yeah, maybe it's fairly reasonable. I think there are more 2-0s than what were deserved. A lot of those 2-0s ended the last match with, one runner finishing and the other runner like in the end waiting for the purse. So it was very close. But I think a lot of people assumed 7 Raul with his previous tournament performance would be up here. No Fear, kind of a wild card. I don't think anyone really knew if No Fear placed really well or not, but I think third place is honestly respectable. Losing the 7 Raul in tournament is never anything to be sad about. And Dimax, I never know. I never know at Dimax if he's gonna crush out a sub 10 or do miss a 1 cycle or something. So I have no idea. But yeah, I think 7 Raul and Hoffik being in the finals is pretty respectable. And that semifinals match was so huge, man. Hoffik just barely beating out Raul. Imagine if it were the other way around right now. It's just coming from winner side has such a big advantage,
Yeah, absolutely. And mentioning that winner side, obviously on Hoffik's favor. So what is going to happen? We're going to have a best of 3 between Hoffik and Raul. If Hoffik wins that first best of 3, the king remains on their throne and we end the tournament there. However, if Raul takes the victory in this best of 3, we will then play a second best of 3 between Hoffik and Raul, because obviously Hoffik has stayed up in the upper bracket, drops down, comes straight back up. That's the way the double elimination tournaments work. So once again, we could be up for 6 matches between these two players now. It all depends on a number of things. Obviously, we mentioned previously, you can't really do much pre-planning because of the way the seeds play out. You can have an idea of what you need to do, but that is effectively it. Everything else comes outside of that. And just a reminder, prize pool for today is $1,000. First place gets $600. Second place, $200. And third and fourth place both get $100 each. So there are still prizes available, still a fairly substantial prize available for the second place, but that first place is what they want. And there's a little bit of an additional, if I remember rightly, there is an additional little extra for Hoffik staying on as the king as well. So there's a king's bonus, as it were.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that's very, very valuable. So there's a huge incentive to stay on as the king of the hill. But the crowns change hands as they typically tend to do throughout history. And we've had first, let's take a little recap, I guess, on the previous King of the Hills now that we have some time. But I think, let's see, tournaments 1 through 6. Feinberg took the crown. Feinberg was actually playing against Benix, Dimax, and Dowski in the very first tournament in August of last year. Method King of the Hill. He won 6 in a row. And then the 7th tournament was the toughest one yet against Illumina, Silver, and Cube ended up taking that one. Cube was the crown winner until tournament 11 when Hoffik came back from the lower bracket, actually, for the first time ever to be Cube on that one. So it's been Feinberg with 6, Cube with 4, and Hoffik with 3 so far, I think it is. If my math might be off, but so we've had 3 King of the Hills, and we don't exactly know how the Method King of the Hill is going to shape up in the future. but there are 4 contestants every time, and all I'm saying is it would be pretty cool to eventually have 4 King of the Hills play in one tournament. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it'd be kind
do you know what I want to see? I want to see a King of the Hill, and you know, let me yeah, exactly, Champion of Champions. So here's an idea. Why don't we have a Method Rush King of the Hill where all 4 players have not done Minecraft speedrunning before, but they have spent like a week training with one of the Minecraft speedrunners?
Ooh, that would be pretty.
What do we think, chat? What do we think? I'd play in that.
Ludwig recently tried to speedrun on the set seed, which takes less than 2 minutes, and he took an hour and 5 minutes to beat the game. So, you know,
that's not bad timing.
Training with a lot of training, you know, we could get there, but there's a lot of difficulty.
I'm just saying, I need Sko in one of these tournaments. T-Wags, can you train Sko for me to be in one of these tournaments?
I'll train anyone. I'll be a coach. I'll get someone.
Oh, there we go. T-Wags will be a coach.
Yeah. We'll get
that would be great fun. That would be really, really like, I would absolutely, like, unironically, I would do that. I would straight up be down for that. The live stream would last a week. I don't know about that.
I think if you only had a week, though, you would have to get really, really easy seeds, and then it would still probably take like 30 minutes. Like, you know, it's a difficult game to speedrun quick. So
I mean, you don't necessarily do it in this sort of scenario where it's best of threes, but maybe you just have a race from the start. Like, everyone starts same seed, same time, go, boom. All 4 players start at the same time. Whoever finishes first wins. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe that is what we need. And speaking of what we need is a finals. And ladies and gentlemen and everybody in between, we have a finals here. It is Shipwreck and Village. So a relatively simple start between these 2 players here, Hoffik and Rao. Once again, this is finals. Hoffik, if Hoffik takes this best of 3, the tournament is over. Hoffik remains the king. If Rao takes this best of 3, we move on to a second best of 3, and the king will continue to sweat in his castle. We spoke about easy seeds. This is about as simple as it kind of gets, unless you're doing an FSG, really, T-Wags.
Yeah, looks very straightforward. Village gives you access to beds and food. Shipwreck gives you your access to iron, potentially gold. So it looks fairly straightforward, but that's a good seed to start off on. A mechanics test, make sure you know what you're doing. The Nether is still a dangerous place. There's no guarantee you're going to have enough fire res, enough pearls, enough obsidian to do double travel. There's no guarantee of gold armor going in, and some bastion rounds can be a little tough with no gold armor depending on where you start. So we'll see. I like this. I like this a lot as a starting seed. Shipwreck Village is a fun combo. If I were playing, I would get at least 2 beds from the village, and at least 12 bread, you know, just to be safe. I've seen a lot of these runners go with no beds and maybe like 6 bread or something, which is a little pushing it. But in tournament seeds, you know, sometimes you're in a stronghold for 10 minutes and you need food. You never know.
Exactly, you never know what's going to happen. Let's see if the 12 bread 2 bed strat works out. That's really difficult to say. 12 bread 2 bed, that's relatively difficult to say, but we see immediately picking up. They're trying to get a flint as quickly as possible. Looks as though Hoffik has been able to pick it up, I think. 7 Rel there also setting themselves up, heading over to the village first, and they want to see what they can find. 7 Rel stealing all of the wheat as quickly as possible. There's a bed picked up as well for 7 Rel. He's been listening, picking up that bed. Looks like quite a nice, quaint little village. Hoffik has gone down to the shipwreck almost immediately. Looks like it was a bunch of gold. We also seem to have, on the looks of things, I think that's 2 iron bars. So 2 iron bars and a bunch of gold for these players here.
Yeah, I noticed a lack of trees. So desert villages are quite nice. They're open. They have a lot of food and beds usually, some of the highest on average, but no trees, which is very, very crucial for the start of a Minecraft speedrun. And so the runners are going to have to be creative here and make a gold pressure plate to get their initial wood. Very cool to see that would have been tough to do this run without any wood at all, but it looks like even this upside down awkward shipwreck will have plenty. Hoffik is here first getting his boat and doors, and he's going to go back to collect some stuff from the village, whereas Raul already collected all of his food and beds already.
Yeah, just picking up as much wood as they possibly can. How much wood would a Raul wood chuck if a Raul wood could chuck wood? I'm not sure if that made any sense, but I'm sticking with it. They're going to head back to, obviously, the village. Are they going to keep an eye out for that golem, I wonder? Don't do it. He's living a peaceful life. He's living a peaceful life. He doesn't need your attention. But you're going to do it anyway. You're just going to, yeah, look at that. He looks so sad. The golem looks he's looking up at you like, why are you doing this? And they just don't care. He looks so sad. But again, fairly standard start from both of these players. And honestly, at this point, it's pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah, there's the golem will actually pick up roses that it finds. Oh, that's with this emo. We have it on here. Yeah, the golem will pick up roses and offer them to villagers because he's so nice. And yeah, a player comes in and just kills them. The golems are very kind, but that's our XQCL emote in Minecraft, is the golem offering flower. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. You are the villain in Minecraft speedruns, and they're going to be entering very, very similar pace. I see 12 bread from both of them. I think I saw a couple beds. So both runners, very good, playing it safe.
12 bed, 2 bed.
Appropriate amount of stuff. Very nice to see.
Yeah. But yeah, as we see Seven Rail heading off straight away, I believe they're heading towards the Bastion almost directly. So my knowledge is not quite enough yet to know exactly what Bastion that is. But T-Wags, can you identify it?
I believe that's a bridge bastion. Out of the very corner of my eye, it looks like the front part of a bridge. I have been wrong many times before, but it does look like it. So they're going to have to speed bridge. Raul getting 30 blocks. Is he going to make it all the way? He does. Very nice. Yeah, this is... Oh! It's a bridge, but the bridge is corrupted with basalt. What?
Yeah, what is that bridge? That bridge needs a medic. Any medics in chat? Do we have any medics in chat? Because that bridge is in trouble. It begs for death.
Now, do you think they made the bridge through the pillar, or did the pillar fall onto the bridge? Because if they made this bridge there with that basalt, I mean, that's pretty poor construction, you know?
I like to think they just built it through it. They just went, bridge. I like to think.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a basaltian. No, it doesn't work. As we see them going through this bastion, trying to get as much trading done as they possibly can between themselves and these piglins. And once again, this is where some of the most impressive players been from these, in their ability to go through these bastions both quickly and efficiently. And it looks as though that is exactly what is happening here. Seven Rail got a bunch of trades going on. Those piglins they are hungry for gold, and they all want to make sure that they are getting everything they can. Hoffik slightly behind Seven Rail here, but it is not by much at all. So as expected here, T-Wags, these two players almost neck and neck at the start, and with the caliber of play that we have seen from all of these players, that is not surprising.
Yeah, pretty straightforward overworld, but honestly, Raul playing a bit better. Raul speed bridging his route to the Bastion, and I think his Bastion route is a bit better. Hoffik doing dip route here. Hoffik is a big believer of dip route in bridge and Ninja Brain Treasure, which are two of the oldest known routes that most runners have moved on from. But hey, Hoffik likes the OG routes. I don't blame him. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, they work. If they work effectively, then I see no problem with it. It's not as if at any point Hoffik has been, I think Hoffik's in a pretty good place in the speedrunning community.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty good.
Should be relatively fine. 14 is that 14 pills already for Raul?
Yeah, 32 obsidian. I think he's good on obsidian. Yeah, he's just waiting for pills. There's some more. 20. That's probably good enough. He's gonna get out of here. And hopefully the fortress is right over here. Don't see it yet.
No, don't currently see it. It can't be too far, you wouldn't imagine. Wouldn't be too, although, yeah, there it is, yeah. I think that's it in the distance.
Nice to see. Hoffik also
There it is.
has about 20 pearls, plenty of obsidian, plenty of string. I think Hoffik's about done. Just gonna craft a couple other things. So yeah, Hoffik only like 30 seconds behind, but still that's pretty substantial. And it'd be really cool to see Raul do another sheetless axis to get that second travel.
We'll have to wait and see what Raul's going to do. Raul has been very, very clever with these. We're going to see the bed blow up. We saw the bed blow up. Look at this.
Very nice.
Not quite as clean as we have seen previously, but still very, very nice to see. And look, it's going to be all nice and smooth now. Look at this.
Got some work to do.
This is beautiful.
Gotta engineer this. Yeah, there you go. Couple more blocks.
There we have it. It's not a good sight, chat. Do you like to see the beautiful flat area that we do see built up right now?
Gotta get all the fire out of there.
Probably going to build up the obsidian. There it is. So once again, we've seen this from Raul so many times, building the portal up next to the spawner so that they can kill these blazes, get the rods, and then get a little bit of information and know roughly what they're doing. And also, I think the other side of it as well is, to me, I think the time that Raul spent in finding out, like waiting for the respawns and killing the blazes, I think Raul's just doing the calculations in their head. Raul's just straight up doing the calculations in their head and saying, right, this is where I need to go. And it looks as though Hoffik has also found their way to the fortress as well. So once again, both of these players, it is not quite neck and neck, but Hoffik is breathing down the neck of Raul right now.
Raul has a nice blind location here, doesn't get in the cave, gets on the surface, is using these grid lines to get to a precise location about 3 blocks away from these grid lines. He's going to look at the change in angle here, and then he only needs 1 more blaze rod, so he's not going to have that much time to do math, but we'll probably see him pausing, typing some numbers down so that he can recall them, and getting hopefully closer to the stronghold than Hoffik can. Hoffik in the blaze bed as well. Very nice to see.
Yeah, both of these players, they know exactly what they need to be doing right now. And not only do they know what they need to be doing, but they will also be very, very quick in, identifying, hey, I have X amount of blocks, I should be fine right now. Yeah, we can see some numbers going down here. Looks like they are double checking where they are. These numbers are so clever for these players. They know kind of, right, I need to do X amount of things in my head. I need to figure out exactly where things are going. It's great. I love to see this sort of stuff. And there's, I believe, the last blaze rod, and Raul's just getting out of here. And Raul probably already has an idea of exactly where they need to go.
Yeah, bring up his coordinates. He's at about 12, negative 240 now.
I glanced at Hoffik's screen. I thought he was in the stronghold then. Glanced at Hoffik's screen. I was like, wait, what? But no, not quite the same. And Raul here already making the portal.
It's very close by, yeah. 3 negative.
Let's see where they're in a swamp by the looks of things. So let's find out. Could be checking. They do have a lot of obsidian. Raul does have a lot of obsidian, so he could just be checking and saying, hey, I just need to give a little bit of information. But looks like they are once again double checking stuff, and honestly that didn't look like much of a change there. But
yeah, I tried to remember those numbers, but I must have been wrong, because that would have been very close if that was true. So I think, it is right here. No, I thought the first number was like negative 10, and then it was like negative 1, which would mean it's like right here. So yeah, maybe it's just right here on this
it's
mountain.
Not far away. It could be in the mountain. Could be in the mountain. There it is. Yeah.
Nice.
Big.
So Raul,
this is
again,
huge.
Like 40 blocks away, like just super accurate. Hoffik does not do the sheetless axis, isn't doing that math, just has a rough approximation of the angle, but it is faster going that way. And so Hoffik now is further away, but I can see that mountain where the stronghold is in the distance. So he's not that much further. It's only a few hundred blocks.
Yeah, he's in the swamp, he's in the area, so this could come down to Raul finding the portal room first. This could come down to Raul finding the portal room first, and also making sure that they have enough. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Almost immediately picking that up. That is big. And they're able to fill everything up. There it is. And then now in the Ender Dragon's house. Raul could be taking game number 1 in a blisteringly fast time as well.
Yeah, it's only 11 minutes on the clock. This was a very nice seed. Nothing too crazy about this. I mean, it was a village shipwreck, so have your normal comfort stuff, but Fortress was kind of far away. Bastion you had to speed bridge to.
Hoffik's got to be close.
Yeah, Hoffik's right on this mountain. It's like right here. It's gonna go probably back. Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah. Is Hoffik just going to dig down now, do you wonder? Yeah, he's setting himself up. Yep, there we go. Hoffik's going straight down. So we can actually see if Hoffik is able to find this portal room quickly and Raul gets really unlucky with the Ender Dragon coming down. This could come down to the wire between these two players. It looks as though Hoffik taking a slightly different route here. I'm wondering whether or not they're going to find the portal room just as quickly. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. They need to head up, but there's still potential here for Hoffik to suddenly kind of not necessarily take this, but still potential for Hoffik here to get into the Ender Dragon's house. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case though. Does feel as though Raul had found it at this point. Hoffik looking a little, I don't want to say lost, but definitely not in as comfortable position as Raul did.
Yeah, I think there might be enough beds for a zero cycle opportunity, but we do see the perch here from Raul, so Hoffik not even going to get a chance if Raul can clutch this out. First bed is a beautiful height for 7.
Perfect. Raul. This could be 4. There it is, 4. Easy. Raul takes game number 1 in this best of 3 series up against Hoffik. And there's the portal room. There's the portal room for Hoffik. He was so close. 12 minutes, 50 seconds. That was such a great performance from Raul there.
Yeah, Raul is more and more. These last 3 seeds Raul has played have been just super impressive. Ice Spying, I mean, that was another 50 blocks away from the stronghold. That was a little bit riskier but faster Bastion Raul with speed bridging as well. Raul has not made, I think, any minor mistakes in a while. So maybe the first couple seeds Raul lost to Hoffik were just a fluke. What if it was a fluke?
I mean, maybe it's one of those weird, I think it's one of those weird situations where a seed like that, for my money, actually favors Raul, because Raul is just so clean on what Raul does. However, anytime you have a seed that is something slightly different, or there's a bit of a change up to the quote-unquote traditional speed run, suddenly that's where Hoffik kind of comes into their own. He comes into his own on that. So I am, Raul playing very, very well, but I'm still believing that Hoffik could maybe come back and take this, because don't forget, Raul took game 1 in their best of 3 in the upper bracket, and then Hoffik won the next 2. That's still on the that's still on the table here for Hoffik. If Hoffik wins this best of 3, there is no more games today. He just remains king. So I don't know. Like I said, Raul playing extremely cleanly. And you know what else is extremely clean? Our merch. Exclamation point merch in the chat. Go and check it out. It's absolutely beautiful. I have some myself. It is super comfortable. The hoodie is amazing. It's coming up to those colder winter months, so perfect time to grab yourself a brand new hoodie right there and then. And speaking of there and then, I mean, we saw Hoffik not really making many mistakes, but Raul just being more efficient. What do you do if you're Hoffik in this situation?
I think you gotta ignore it, honestly. I think if you play any riskier, I don't know if that's a really good choice in a tournament. A lot of the times we've seen runners think they need to play riskier, take a death, make a silly mistake, and then it's just kind of free for the other person. So you got to keep your head down. Hoffik should know he's one of the best in the world. Top 10 tournament runners in the world for sure. Probably top 5. Actually, I'm pretty certain top 5 tournament runners in the world. So you can't be phased. You just got to be like, well, I just got to keep playing my own game, not get nervous or think that you need to go way faster and make silly mistakes, because that's what kills you.
Yeah.
But like you said, if you think Hoffik has the advantage for these kind of wacky different seeds, I've got a gut feeling about this one, TheKexman. I've got a really, I don't know, I got a really gut feeling this next seed's going to be wild and wacky. It's just
let's
something
find out.
so-
Let's find out what's going to happen in the seed. Mapless and Lava Ravine.
It's very
It's not
normal.
all. Yeah, Bastion and Fortress Visible. It's almost the exact opposite of what you just said.
Outposts are like the shipwrecks of the
Yeah, the shipwrecks of the sea. But I'm pretty excited to see how this buried treasure could have some I don't want to say game changing, but will definitely really set the pace of this seed for these two. And pressure, you've got to imagine, is on Hoffik right now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, coming in from the winner side, he's probably pretty happy. If you take that first seed, I mean, he's probably just cruising. But now it's like, dang, this dude just hit a 0. This dude just hit an I Spy. This dude just beat me from absolutely clean play in round 1. Okay, maybe I'm a little scared now. So
Maybe I'm a little bit worried. The king the king's like I said, the crown's still there, but it's a little bit off to the side now. It's a little bit off to the side. There's a lot that could change right now. But again, Hoffik, let's not count out Hoffik. We've been talking about how good Raul has been with these maps, but when Hoffik turns it on, just as good. And we saw what happened the previous time these two faced off. Raul took game 1, Hoffik took the next 2. So now Raul has got to be thinking to themselves, hey, Hoffik can come back and win this. I need to be on top of my game. And they have 10 seconds left in this countdown timer before. And again, if Raul takes this, we go to another best of 3. If this is a 2-0 against Hoffik, that would be huge, T-Wags.
would be massive. Raul really wants this one, and I hope their settings are ready. Hoffik doesn't have his settings ready, has to change them. A little bit of a time loss, but they will still get to it. I noticed there's a ruined portal that kind of affects the measurement, that makes it hard to see where this buried treasure is. If it's not too close to this ruined portal, it won't be an issue, but the runner's having a little bit of difficulty. Yeah, Raul unsure.
Yeah.
These runners are very, very used to this strategy. It has become the primary strategy runners are trying to use to get a sub 10. The difficult part about this is the ruined portal chest is causing a difficulty
there it is.
with the readout.
Raul just broke it.
Yeah, he broke the ruined portal chest, so now maybe that reading isn't showing up, and now maybe he can see where the buried treasure is better.
Maybe. There it is.
Yeah, it was the ruined portal.
Oh, that was a fair chunk of iron, some TNT. Beautiful. You love to see it. And Hoffik has done the exact same here, but Seven Rail figuring that out just a little bit quicker. Just slightly quicker than Hoffik does. And we've spoken about how these little things can really sort of make the difference in these runs. Just small adjustments, and that's all that's really needed.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's something you would never do in RSG, because if there's a ruined portal chest, you wouldn't know if there's a buried treasure or not. But in tournament, it literally tells you. So it's extra info that you would never practice. But yeah, breaking that ruined portal chest allows you to do the mapless. So pretty clever. That's a new one. And Raul will do that slightly faster. But, you know, the difficulty was there for both of them. They're both around the same pace. Raul is going to get here quicker. Is there any difference in materials they have?
Doesn't appear to be.
Raul crafted diamond sword right away. Hoffik might just be holding on to it. So probably won't come into play, but yeah. Raul's
I don't think it has. Raul is, again, slightly ahead. It's not by a massive amount. It isn't a huge difference between these two. I'm not, I don't think it's a case of, one player is massively ahead, but Raul is probably 15 to 20 seconds, at max 30 seconds ahead. In comes the boat. There we go. The most broken item is the boat the most broken item in the game?
Yeah, I think so. There's been talks about that. Boat, I think, is number 1, and I think bucket is 2.
The boat and bucket connection.
Yeah, buckets do a lot.
Which one of us is boat? Which one of us is bucket?
I'll be. Well, actually, I'd want to be TNT. TNT's pretty broken too.
TNT's pretty broken.
TNT. Yeah.
Chat. Which one of us is? Which one of us? Am I boat or bucket? I've opened myself up for a world of hurt there.
Do you like to trap mobs and prevent them from despawning, or do you like entering the Nether? That's pretty much the difference.
Someone's saying crafting table. Thanks. Yeah, TNT Wags. There we go. That's the name. 7 Rail once again making this look super clean. And is this almost the exact same bastion as last time?
Yeah, this is bridge. Another bridge.
Looks yeah.
Route the same route going on the right side here. We'll see if Hoffik decides to do the same thing again and do dip route. This is the exact same one they did last time. Does Hoffik do dip?
I think that might be three bridges in a row. Hoffik here looks once again. I think Hoffik. I don't know whether Hoffik has done dip.
No, he's doing the updated one now. He's doing the left side triple. So switching up from last time. This time it's much easier. Seems to be paying off a lot better. So either way, I think he was fine. But cool to see he's got a variety of different bastion routes he can choose from depending on situation.
Yeah. They're going dropping right down.
Wow.
Already 16. Raul already 16 pearls as well. So, and then right next to the spawner, here, Raul is just, the speed is unreal.
Yeah, these buried treasure seeds, this is why people reset these for world record. You could tell Raul is at the spawner 4.5 minutes in already. It's just such a fast overworld, and this Nether is very,
only one blaze rod though.
Yeah, kind of slow on those.
Five blazes, 6 blazes killed. Only one blaze rod, which is unfortunate. But that diamond sword doing, I don't think any of those dropped it either.
Yeah, Raul's gonna do the backside TNT. He only has 1, so it's just gonna clear off that back cage. Gonna have to mine out this front bit, but still pretty effective. Almost as effective as a bed, so he's gonna get 4 blaze spawns there, and Hoffik also on his way. Does see this first spawner quickly behind.
Doesn't want to get knocked off though. One of the blazes is down below as well, like up there is, so that's unfortunate. I think that's the one downside to clearing those up, is you can have blazes spawn, more of them spawn, but they can fly off the edge, and it just makes it an absolute nightmare trying to grab them.
Yeah, it is obnoxious. So a lot of times, speedrunners will tend to do it every time, and then just try to fill in the blocks when you can. But it is obnoxious.
Yeah, look at that. That's so annoying. But there's 1 blaze rod for it, so that's a plus at the very least. Up they go. Ooh, there we go. That's one of the things you've also got to be careful. We spoke about that previously, is you take off the edges, which is really nice, but it also gives more opportunity for you to get knocked off the edge. And I don't think it would kill Raul at this stage, but it would definitely cause issues. And as we see, Hoffik is making a portal. Oh, Hoffik is doing the previous. Okay, I see what Hoffik is doing. Hoffik is making a portal so they can get information and then come back in for the blaze rods. I believe that's what Hoffik is doing, and I think Hoffik is actually now starting to get slightly ahead of Raul.
Might be. Raul decided to leave this bridge on 18 obsidian instead of 20, whereas I think Hoffik has at least 20. So Hoffik's gonna portal at the blaze spawner. He gets a nice dungeon spawn.
Oh, lovely.
Minecraft. There you go. Nothing useful.
You love to see it. There's some string there though.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad. So Hoffik unfortunately gets underground, so he's just going to get an angle. Raul left to 18 obsidian, so Raul's just going to pearl back to his original portal, his home portal, which is pretty close. There he is, right at his home portal. There's the,
yep.
The unfortunate thing about this is he didn't enter from like a lava pool, so he doesn't get the surface nice eye throws. He is underwater, so this is going to be a bit annoying. But he is also going to get a direction, and he's going.
Yep. Still gets the information required. And this is again one of those things where it's, you know, you get the information and then immediately you're back in, you're killing these. The blaze rod drops on these is really obnoxious. Yeah. Like, it's incredibly low. But I think Hoffik is maybe a step ahead of where Raul is right now, but Raul is on the go. We've seen what Raul's mathematical skills can do, so that is exactly what Raul is doing. Raul is getting out of there and just going, right, I'm gonna absolutely send these. Oh, look, there's Casper. Everyone say hello to Casper, the terrifying fire ghost. Oh yeah, he's dead. Casper's not strong. Casper's not very strong. He's kind of scary, but he's not very strong, okay? There's the portal built by Raul. And then let's see how close Raul has got here. Once again, in a cave here.
Yeah,
and heading up to the surface.
Both runners just got angle information this time, both of them spawning kind of underground, so a little unfortunate, but 7RL out first. Shouldn't be too far away. I mean, at most should be 500 blocks away if he followed the line correctly, so we can hope. The terrain looks okay. If you need any food or sheep or anything, you could potentially get that from this biome, maybe.
Not sure exactly how far away Raul was here. Hoffik making the portal now. So Hoffik's making the portal. Let's see where Hoffik comes out and see what the what information we do glean from this. They look to be so. Oh, Hoffik did it! Stronghold directly into the stronghold. That is huge. That is massive for Hoffik. Let's not forget, Hoffik is currently 1 game behind here. Raul is still looking for it. How did Hoffik do that?
He threw one eye underground in a dungeon, had a completely off idea about the direction, no distance estimate at all. And
that's huge.
Why are there
how many skeletons? How many skeletons? Good lord!
God.
Oh, man just walked around the corner and spooky, scary skeletons started playing. That was horrifying. But Hoffik still needs to find where this is, and Raul's digging down. Raul is digging down. We now have a real race on our hands between these two players. Keep an eye out on the Hoffik screen. Keep an eye out. It looks as though Hoffik is still going through here, trying to find it. There's a bunch of apples. That's a neat little bit of food source. Not massive, but it will help out. Currently looking for that portal room. Hoffik got here first, but Raul is not far behind. And don't forget, if Hoffik takes this, we go to a game number 3. If Raul takes this, we go to a second best of 3. This is massive for both of these players. Don't forget, these strongholds can be confusing. We saw Dimax here in one for about 8 minutes previously. So once again, this, even though Hoffik got here first, this does not mean that it is guaranteed for Hoffik by any stretch of the imagination.
Raul, here's the silver efficiencies at first.
Raul, look at the efficiency there. He's managed to get there first. Raul has actually managed to get there first. That is huge. Just being able to get through the area. Hoffik's still looking for it though. Wait, does Raul have enough? Does Raul have enough?
Oh, he doesn't have enough string or wood? Oh, this is smart. Okay. A lot of runners would make this mistake and just enter in and assume they have enough materials. Raul doing a nice smart check before. It's going to be slower, but he's going to guarantee he has the right amount of beds that he wants going into the end. That could have been disastrous. Nice play, Raul. Take it.
Is he setting up for the zero phase?
I don't think he has enough for that. I think he was getting just barely enough wood for 1 cycle. I could be wrong, though. Yeah.
Is he going for the zero? Yeah. Okay, Hoffik managing to get there first, but not able to find the portal room. Raul could be taking us to a second best of 3, and it looks like that is going to be the case, unless something goes drastically wrong on the side of Raul. But Raul has been playing so well, I cannot see that happening. Let's get some hype in the chat, because here we go. Raul could potentially be taking the king to a second best of 3. This could be the moment where we start to see the monarchy on the side of Hoffik crumble, and Raul could be getting themselves a nice shiny new hat in the foreseeable future. But we're still waiting on that perch. But Hoffik is still searching.
Hoffik's strongholds is very scuffed. I think both of their strongholds were pretty scuffed. I think they actually went to different ones. Hoffik did blind at the Blaze spawner. Raul went back to his original portal, so could be different strongholds. Wouldn't surprise me. Hoffik, I think, has to go. Oh my God, there's a witch and 8 skeleton, bro. This is a nightmare. What is doing?
I mean, it's getting close to Halloween. Maybe they were just trick-or-treaters.
I think that original spot that had 8 skeletons, I think that might have been where the portal room is. And Hoffik just didn't want to go.
There's a library.
There's going to be a purge very, very soon for Raul. This might actually be it.
It has to be, surely. Let's have a look. I mean, Hoffik is taking a look, but keep an eye on the Ender Dragon. I think this could be the perch. This could be the perch. Here comes the perch. This could be the moment that Raul takes it. So let's keep an eye on these beds. One bed doesn't do a bunch of damage. The second one does, though. Third one, fourth one. We've got one more bed after this. Is it going to be enough? He hasn't got it. Does he have it? Yes, he does. He manages to get it just about. Ooh, Raul playing with fire there, but he is going to take game number 2. This takes us to a second best of 3. Here we go. Hoffik, Raul, roll it back, because that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here. T-Wags, is there a new king in the Method Rush, King of the Hill, or is Hoffik going to be able to retain this crown at the last moment?
I mean, if you're telling me Hoffik I spies, but Raul plays the rest of the run so much faster that he still wins and Hoffik isn't even in the end, it kind of seems like Raul might be the favorite in this last one. I mean, it did come down to Stronghold Nav, but even though Hoffik hit that I Spy and seemed to be in a substantial lead, Raul played, I think, the Bastion better, the Fortress better, and the Overworld better, and was only 30 seconds-ish behind, I think, getting into that Stronghold. So, props to Hoffik for hitting that I Spy. That's crazy, but Raul just playing every part of the run better. He's on a roll. This dude's unstoppable right now.
He's on a roll, you would almost say. Does that work? You missed it. You missed it. He's on a roll. It sounds like you're saying roll really weirdly, but it kind of works. Yeah, that absolutely incredible. That does mean we go to our second best of 3 here, between Hoffik and Raul, and that is just. Whew, this is very, very exciting. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen in this grand final. The king is under siege, and Raul is knocking on the doors to the throne room. Who's going to take the crown? Find out after this break.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage, you're a million. Explode every time you go and slam the door. Adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. It is the Method Rush, King of the Hill. My name is TheKexman. I'm joined by T-Wags, and the Royal Jewels are in danger because Seven Raoul is heavy on the heels of Hoffik right now. We just had an incredible best of three series that ended 2-0 to Raoul, the King not even getting a point on the board, which takes us to this, the final best of three game of the day. Raoul in with a chance to claim the crown. T-Wags, you said you believed in the underdog, and the underdog is proving you right as it stands.
It has been a long day of Minecraft speedrunning. I'm sure these runners are pretty tired right now. Hoffik having the first match of the day 2-0 several hours ago, but this is it. There's nothing else after this. This is a best of three, and the loser will take home $200, but the winner, depending on who it is, will take home at the very least $600 and the crown and returning chances to come back and win more money and become King of the Hill. So it is a very, very big deal. This is the most, I would say, strongest looking underdog comeback we've ever seen in Method King of the Hill. We have only seen one runner, Hoffik actually, come back from the lower bracket and take it to a second series, and Hoffik did end up winning that one. But Raoul looks very dominant, much more so dominant than I think Hoffik did. So scary.
Yeah, and then the other side as well is you've got to imagine Hoffik is sat there going, what do I have to do to beat this guy? What do I have to do to beat Raoul? It's so... Raoul has just been on a Raoul. Like, there's no other way. There's no other way to really describe it. They have just been performing so well, not doing anything crazy. There's not been anything sat there going, I mean, there's been a couple of things that they've done where they've obviously, I spied into into the stronghold, but we saw Hoffik do that, but it just didn't work out the same way. It's like, yeah, it's just been it's just been five head the entire time here.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Seven Raoul speedrunning. I'll be honest, I didn't know if Raoul had maybe, taken a break or was back on the grind. It's tough to speedrun Minecraft every day for, 5 or 6 hours a day for like multiple years. You never know when someone's like, well, maybe I don't want to speedrun 116 6 hours a day every day for today. But Raoul has proven that he is in tip-top shape one of the best speedrunning shapes he's been in a while, and is honestly been outperforming Hoffik on the last 2 seeds. I think the I Spies are relatively lucky, especially when you throw an eye and you don't have any distance estimation, you just have an angle. Both Raul and Hoffik have gotten equally lucky with their I Spies, but in the skill-based aspects, the bastion routes, the fortress routing, decision making, the sheetless axis, Raul is doing good. He's doing very good this tourney.
Yeah, and we are obviously the final series of the day. This is it. This is for all of the marbles, or all of the crown jewels, as it were. Because if Raul wins this, they are the new king. If Hoffik wins this, they stay. Their reign continues at the top of the hill. So again, there's everything to play for these two players right now. Hoffik really wants to retain this crown, but Raul also really wants the crown. Which need is greater, the need to keep it or the need to gain it? Only one way to find out, and that is to put these two players in various different seeds to see exactly what is going to come out of them. And now we are in the final 2. What are these seeds going to look like?
I'm hoping at least one of these seeds is going to be a crazy one. I would like some Desert Temple, of course. That would be cool. Maybe some blacksmiths are fun. We usually, Mansion. I think I've seen like 1 monument per tourney or per day, so we've already seen our monuments. Maybe a bastion or a mansion. You never know. They're tough to see find for, but yeah, I think something wild. And I think my dog is also expecting something wild. This is a high fun. My dog is. This is as the most excited she has been in years. She is so hyped for this finals match. I can't believe it. She's ready.
Dog confirmed in chat. Village in Lava Pool. So it's
okay. Let's start off with the easy one. I like those. That's good.
There we go. Bastion visible, fortress north or northeast of Bastion. And honestly, this is a really, for my money, this is a really good seed to start these two off on in this final best of 3. Because I think it's relatively simple. There's nothing here that's too wild. But at the same time, they need to be concentrating. They need to be playing at their best level. If they play at their best level, we're going to see like 11, 12 minutes. So yeah, it might not be as exciting. It's not like blow your head off crazy, but it's still got some really fun stuff involved in it if they play it well.
And there's still something kind of missing, because in Minecraft speedrunning, at the start, you're always looking for that 7 iron. That 7 number is critical because that gives you a bucket and a flint and steel to enter the nether, but also an iron pick in order to mine any gold blocks you find bastions to really accelerate the run like crazy. So that 7 iron number is pretty big. In this mod, in this tournament, you are given 5 iron guaranteed from the golem, but there's still 2 missing. I didn't see a rune portal in those notes. I just saw lava pool. So the runners are going to be thinking, where's that mystery 2 iron coming from? Is it in the village somewhere? Do I need to find in the bastion? We'll find out. They'll have to make sense of it. There could be a blacksmith. It didn't say. Oh, Raul using the pie chart there. I think he does see a blacksmith. Yeah, there's one right there.
There we go. Immediately moves in. So Hoffik doing what they can, getting a bunch, fairly obvious start here, getting a bunch of wood that we have seen. There's the bed for Raul. So we do want to see the 3, what was it? 3, 2 bed, 12 bread. Oh no, it was the 12 bread, 2 bed strap. That's what we want to see. Diamond pickaxe as well, which is really, really nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, forget the 7 iron. If you have 4 iron and 3 diamonds, that also works. So a very nice blacksmith there. Diamond pick not only helps you accelerate the mining of other
even more diamond
blocks, but that gives you can also mine obsidian if you need to. If you have to mine obsidian for about 10 seconds to get to that magical number 10, you can. Raul here getting 15 bread and 2 beds. Close enough. 3 extra 15 bread. Raul's predicting something that we don't know.
Gotta get that bread. You've always got to get that bread. There we go. We do see the boat coming out the bucket. Fairly standard opening for both of these players here. And as mentioned, this is not a crazy seed. This is not something that is going to be absolutely wild for these players. But it does mean that they are going to be playing it at a very, very high level. They're going to be really fast through this. Hoffik and it looks as though Raul are pretty much neck and neck. And once again, this is the final best of 3. Raul's still looking for that lava, though. Raul's still looking for the lava. Hoffik has found it first. So actually small advantage. And the longer this goes on, the bigger advantage it is to Hoffik right now.
Yeah, I think Raul is not heading towards it. Raul is going towards a ruined portal that's next to a desert temple in the distance. This is not a guaranteed enter. If it's in desert at all, that will... Oh, it's still actually an enter. There is plenty of stuff. Raul actually gets a golden apple, some gold armor. So he's going to be entering slower, but actually does have a good amount of goodies here to help accelerate the run. So this isn't the worst outcome, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's what we've mentioned before, that slight risk reward. Entering slightly slower, but with a couple of extra items to maybe help them. We'll see how this plays out. I mean, if we end up in a situation where Hoffik ends up dying to mobs, or ends up in a position where they have to go slow because of mobs, that actually means that the advantage would slightly move over to Raul. Obviously, I mean, a death massively moves the advantage over to Raul, but Raul potentially in a better situation to deal with this as they move into the Bastion here. But both players looking relatively comfortable. We're gonna, we've said this before, and you've said it multiple times, T-Wags. The amount of times these players have done this has to be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands.
Yeah, they've done these Bastion routes not only in real runs, but practicing over and over and over for hours at a time to just make sure it's all committed to muscle memory. Raul actually starting off in a different nether spawn. So actually in a higher up position, we'll just be doing kind of a top focused treasure route instead of whereas Hoffik started from the bottom. So advantage is Hoffik gets a few more piglins on average and an additional gold block or 2. But Raul will get less gold, but he's starting to trade right away. So Raul was technically behind in the nether enter, but if he gets good trades, that's actually all gone. And Raul just has the advantage now.
There we go. We does look as though Raul having a slight advantage over Hoffik, but there's still a lot to play for between both of these players here. They need to make sure they're getting as many trades as they possibly can. And also, I want to point out, this is a god seed because they didn't have to kill the Iron Golem. So this is the best possible seed that they could possibly have.
You're very committed to that Iron Golem protection.
I am. I am Team Iron Golem.
Nice. I like that.
I'm Team Iron Golem. Looks as though we do have Raul immediately heading out. Pretty much have what they want, and they are going to be looking for that fortress. It did say north to northeast away from the Bastion, so could be quite a margin for Hoffik and Raul to go. It looks like both of them are heading off now, which is to be expected for both of these players. And Hoffik almost landing directly on it. There we go. You love to see that. And Hoffik has come to play potentially. We know how good Hoffik can be, current reigning king. So Hoffik does definitely have some skill when it comes to playing this video game, but there's a lot of mobs here in this fortress.
Yeah, it gets 4 straight withers right off the bat. That kind of sucks. But it is up against a spawner, whereas Raul, I think, still has to find a little bit. So Raul in the interior can't really see too much what's going on and does have a lot of mobs he doesn't want. Does find a spawner. Is going to drink this fire res. I would assume both of them have 20 obsidian. Yeah, I think they both do.
I think there's a bed blow up on the side of Raul. We've seen that before, but ooh, bunch of lava coming down there. Kind of want to block that up as quickly as possible. You don't want to be dealing with that, and it looks as though that has been blocked up. Now, we do see Hoffik killing 2 blaze rods on the side of Hoffik right now, but look at that nice flat area around the spawn. You don't want to be dealing with any problems there, and it looks as though Hoffik did the exact same thing, spreading out, getting a bunch of platforms all set up here, and that's looking relatively comfortable for Hoffik as well right now. So between these two players, pretty even Stevens, you would say.
Pretty close. It's been tight. I mean, Raul took a little bit longer in the overworld to get that room portal, but the Bastion route ended up being just slightly faster. They went different routes to the fortress, and now they're different spawners, so they actually couldn't be more different in what seems like a pretty straightforward village lava pool seed, honestly. This is probably very simple, but yeah, very different routes. And waiting to leave. They do have 20 obsidian, though. I'm wondering why Raul isn't leaving to the overworld.
He's going to a different area here. Maybe he just wants to get a little bit more. Maybe he doesn't feel like he wants to come back. Oh my god, demonic accordion. A demonic accordion is coming through here. This is a really nasty setup for these blazes, by the way. Oh, that's a big demonic accordion. There we go. And it's split into multiple. Oh my god, it has demonic accordion babies. This is terrifying. Get the demonic accordion away. We don't like that. And there, Hoffik is now in the overworld. So let's see what Hoffik does with their research here. Getting as much as they possibly can, and off it goes, and that's quite far by my estimations.
Well, we'll see with the second eye throw how far it's going to be. Hoffik just doing a very quick distance estimate with 4 sprint jumps, not using the chunk borders or calculating anything precisely.
Oh god, Raul.
Yeah.
Raul just dealing with enemy upon enemy right now. This is just turning into carnage for Raul, but I think Raul does have enough blaze. But yeah, so going out into the overworld now. Hoffik has come back in, so Hoffik has information, but the question is, how far does Hoffik need to go? Raul is in a cave, so this is a little bit unfortunate because this means this does waste a fair amount of time if you have to go. Specifically, if you're in a mountain area, this is a lot of time wasted, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad for Raul here as they do get close to the surface. And there's a bunch of sand, and there we go, under the sea. Yeah, and as we know, everything is better down where it's wetter. And there's the information from the eye coming into Raul. And where's Hoffik building another portal? Has Hoffik been able to get into another? Have they been able to I spy their way into this stronghold? Let's find out. No, they haven't. But how close are they? That's the big question.
Yeah, I saw Hoffik do a distance estimate and go what would be about 1,000 blocks in the overworld. So it's fairly average. His coordinates are fairly early in the ring, and he's going -X. So it physically cannot be much closer. 1,300 and 600. Yeah, he can only be like max 100 blocks away if he's traveling in this direction, right? So I think Hoffik's actually very close. Raul taking a bit more time. He does have to dig down, which really sucks, but he did get precise information. So Raul's travel should be pretty close.
He's got to dig far down as well. Like, that's a real long way that he has to dig down. But oh, there we go. And that's one of those things, by the way. It looks very, very simple. Just place a bucket of water down. If you get that timing wrong, you're dead. And I also really appreciate that Raul comes through and immediately has a bunch of enemies staring at him. Here we go. Here comes the maths. Here comes the maths coming out of Raul, doing everything they can to figure out, okay, how many blocks do I need to travel over this area? How many things do I need to do? So let's find out exactly what we are going to be seeing out of Raul here. Hoffik still has to do some journeying, but can't be too far away now, surely.
Yeah, his eye did point backwards, and I think he can't be that far off. Oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
Hoffik with a great nether exit this time. Is probably just going to leave the eye. It does have plenty, and is going to be digging down. Raul actually in dire straits. This fortress really punishing him here. Even if he does hit an eye spy, he's just going to be tied at this point in time, and he's got to travel through basalt.
Yeah, Hoffik coming down. This is a pretty rough area to be traveling through. Lots of jumping having to do, but Raul is falling behind here. Hoffik has made it into the stronghold. Now, getting into the stronghold does not guarantee anything because it can take a while to find the spawner, but oh my god, Hoffik has found it almost directly straight away. That is a super, super close portal room, and this could be the chance for Hoffik to potentially stamp their name on this final best of 3 here and say, hey, you beat me in the previous one, but I am still the king. And that is exactly what is going to be happening. Giant demonic accordion on the side of Raul. Raul taking a bunch of damage here, and while all this is going on, Hoffik is just chilling in the Ender Dragon house, has been able to find their way there, and now just needs to say, hey, all I need to do is kill this dragon, and it is effectively 1-0 to me, and that is exactly what is going to happen. Looks as though they do have enough beds. Hoffik has enough beds right well. Severnal is building this up. However, if Severnal has calculated this correctly and ends up in the middle of the portal room, this could go down to the absolute wire between these two teams. Has Raul been able to do it? Not quite. I thought we were close to it, but it hasn't quite worked out for them.
Yeah, really tough for Raul now. I think he was low on fire resistance, and this run really came down to the Fortress. I think Raul played the Overworlds just fine, and the Bastion just fine, but the Fortress was a huge time loss for Raul compared to Hoffik. And here's the Purge. Raul's not even going to be close yet.
Yeah, not even going to be close, but we still need to get this perch done. There's one. That's done no damage. That's done no damage to the Ender Dragon. We're still sat here. Ender Dragon at 50%. That's a huge third hit there. And Hoffik does take it. Hoffik manages to take down the Ender Dragon. So that does mean the King is 1-0 up in this best of 3. It looks as though Raul has been playing out of their skin, but unfortunately, that wasn't quite enough for this seed. A sub 12-minute seed victory here for Hoffik. Game number 2 is is effectively tournament game for Hoffik. He could be claiming the victory right here. T-Wags, we said that the seed was going to be relatively simple. It looks as though it was, and Hoffik showing us that, yes, Raul has been doing fantastic work, but never ever count out a king.
Yeah, Hoffik, I gotta rewatch what happened in that Fortress, because Raul entered first, I think. I remember they were both at the Treasure Bastion. It was kind of back and forth. One was ahead, one was behind, but Raul pearled out of the Bastion maybe 10-20 seconds ahead. And then all of a sudden, Hoffik is just like near the stronghold, and Raul is still calculating his eyes. I guess the underground spawn really, set Raul back. He had to dig all the way up and all the way back down, so it did take a significant amount of time. Could have decided to go a different route or something, but Hoffik's Fortress and Nether Exit were just super clean this time around. So, yeah, Hoffik showing why he's the king, why he deserves to be in these finals, and one game closer.
Yeah. That was, again, that was still relatively quick. Under 12 minutes for that one there. And this does now mean that Raul has to win this game. If Raul doesn't win this next game, it is over. Hoffik remains king. Are we going to be going to a game number 3 here in the final? It would be absolutely incredible to see, but in the past, these second seeds have been pretty crazy, T-Wags. In comparison to third seeds, these second seeds have been pretty crazy. If you are, I mean, obviously the seeds are all predetermined beforehand. So we're not sort of like sat here, we make sure that they are playable. There's nothing ridiculous going on. But at the same time, these players, I mean, if we show up with something incredibly difficult, that's just going to send this best of 3 into absolute chaos here.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I don't know what we haven't seen. Mansion is very rare to see. We could just see a good old desert temple. We could just see, jungle temple. Those are fairly standard to seed find for. Jungle temples, I think, are the most difficult. Some runners love them, some runners hate them. It's a very polarizing seed idea to have, such a quick amount of golden iron, but no food, essentially. Desert temples are always pretty fun, so we've seen pretty much everything today. I'd be happy with anything. I think they've played Village Blacksmith, they've played Shipwreck, Desert Temple, Buried Treasure,
Ruin Portal.
So Ruin Portal, they've done it all.
Exactly. But yeah, are we going to get that third round excitement? Only one way to find out, and that is to get Raul and Hoffik. We do have a Raulever in the chat. They believe in 7 Raul. They believe in 7 Raul to take the crown here, but it's more of an uphill struggle than it was previously, especially now they are 1-0 down in this final best of 3 series here up against the king. If Hoffik takes this once again, they remain the king, and that's a fairly prestigious thing for Hoffik to say, that they are remaining the king here, T-Wags. So I think Hoffik has now realized, hey, I've got a game on my hands. Let's not let's really start playing, but let's jump it up a notch. And that's exactly what happened, I think, in that last series there. So seeds that we have, Shipwreck and Lava Ravine. So a fairly standard seed here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, Shipwreck could mean a lot of things. You could get a Shipwreck that has 16 iron, you get some shears for wool and some leaves for blocks, you get some TNT, you get gold for armor. You get 50 wheat, so you can make a bunch of bread, or you could get a shipwreck with 3 iron, and you feel really sad, and you have to do a bucket list enter. So shipwrecks can mean a lot of things. Structures like buried treasures and villages, you can pretty much expect the same things every time, but shipwrecks, just because you see a shipwreck doesn't tell you much. So I would hope there's a good amount of iron and at least some food they can be comfortable with. But honestly, these runners are plenty used to just iron and no food from a shipwreck at all. Struggling through the run like that is a pretty typical strategy.
Just the pain. And you know what they say about shipwrecks, don't you?
No, what do they say about shipwrecks, actually?
It's the outpost of the sea.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
It is the outpost of the sea. But here we go. Hoffik versus Raul. This one is tournament point here for Hoffik. If Hoffik wins this, they remain the king. Let's get some hype in chat. Who do you think is going to take this one? Is Hoffik going to remain the king, or is Raul going to take us to a game number 3? Let's find out right now, because here we are. Hoffik, Raul, very, very similar starts, and we want to keep an eye on that shipwreck. Let's see just how much they get from it. Are we going to be seeing a bunch of iron? Are we going to be seeing a load, potentially some food there available for them as well? And there's the wooden axe coming up. They want to make themselves a boat pretty quickly, I would imagine, and they're going to keep an eye out for that shipwreck. So again, this is that time where it's only small things, but if you can really start to get these openings together and turn around and say, hey, I can really quickly gather this food, this stuff up, and it looks as though Hoffik is first. Looks as though Hoffik is there first, but Several right on the tail of Hoffik, and as expected between these two players, it is neck and neck here at the start.
Yeah, already some interesting strategy coming out. Unless you're really, really into Minecraft speedrunning, you won't have noticed very much. But yeah, there's a good mix of food there. 10 iron, which is pretty good. You can make an iron axe, as well as the pick and the bucket flint steel to get in the nether. So very nice amount of iron. Not a whole lot of food, but an interesting variety. You could turn those carrots into gold carrots and have the best food source also. But yeah, both runners opting to get 7 logs after their initial crafting, which is interesting, because if you're just looking for 1 cycle and that's it, you could barely leave with 5 logs. If you're looking for 0 cycle possibility with some flexibility to use those planks as building blocks, 7 logs is typical.
Hoffik's on the lava. Raul's still looking for it. Raul is still looking
the other way.
I think Raul has found it now. But that is again, it's a small change. It's a small difference here for Hoffik, but my word, it's just it's 30 seconds to a minute quicker than what we're seeing from Raul. And then Hoffik immediately in, and there was a little bit of what did you spot there? What did you spot, T-Wags?
That is a bridge bastion very close to that portal. This is
wow,
another waste biome, which is the best biome for speedrunning by far. So the runners will rejoice upon seeing this nether entry. You can see the fortress over there. This is just the most gorgeous nether of all time. And yeah, mining that chalice immediately at 2 minutes 20 seconds. We'll see if there's a triple chest. This could be a crazy fast seed. If not, they'll have to work something out. There might not be, actually.
There we go. Looks like they are using a little bit of that gold. They're making themselves a golden helm. They haven't got all of it, but over we go. Let's find out. So once again, this is another bridge bastion. We've seen a bunch of these before, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It does mean that Hoffik and Raul are going to know exactly which way they need to go. Setting up those stairs, and in comes one of these blocks. The piglin coming in aggressively. The piglins are aggressive, and down they go. We're going to get a bunch of trading going on here. Oh, hello. Piglins dropping in left and right. They all want a piece of that gold. They all want a piece of the gold, and they are going to get it. And here we go. Take a look. There's a golden, I believe, 8 golden carrots on the side of Hoffik as well. So there's a bunch of food available, and Raul also setting up. At this point, Hoffik slightly ahead. But again, we've seen how quickly these things can just turn on their head, T-Wags.
This is actually a really nice dip route here. A lot of people hate on dip route and will never use it. We'll either just do center bridge or do a left side triple Rain X or a Rain X style left side triple. But Raul here, desperately try and get the center bridge route to work. I think he'll have 6 or 7 piglins, which is pretty good, but it was a bit slow. Hoffik just going back to his roots, doing the basic dip route. He loves doing dip, and I think he got plenty of pigs. I think it's going to be a rewarding Hoffik now. I think, unironically, this dip route is going to save him about 30 seconds on the seed. It's, yeah, I think he's almost out of trade. 16 pearls, 13 obsidian. Probably will just do home portal educated, leave with less than 20 obsidian. That looks.
I believe that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I think one of the other side as well, Hoffik has been so good at setting up these, setting everything up that in regards to the portal, getting out of the nether into the overworld, that I honestly think Hoffik is not too worried about not having enough obsidian. But down we go into the fortress. It does look as though Raul is a little bit far behind, but these fortresses you still have to be careful. We've seen these fortresses today kill more than one person. A bunch of the withered there available as well, so they need to make sure they're avoiding that. And Raul has dropped down and is taking on these blazes. And this is, I think, where Raul has really, this is the main difference maker for my money in between, the other players and Raul, is Raul's fortress routes. They have been so clean. They've been so good throughout the day.
Yeah, Raul having a nice pearl hang, overlapping some of his trades there in order to get here. I don't think Raul got as many trades as Hoffik did, but here at the fortress at almost the same time with a really clutch pearl. Hoffik does have a pearl hang back to his original portal though. And if Raul doesn't, that could save a few seconds. There are so many decisions that are being made by both these runners that are just saving about 5 to 10 seconds. And it's so back and forth on which one is doing it that they're almost just at the exact same position the whole run. So yeah,
I can't see blaze rods on the side of Hoffik. The other side as well is, once again, do not forget this is everything to play for every single one of these for these two players. Everything to play for. One of these players is going to end up in a position of potentially taking us to a game number 3. The other one in a position to keep their crown. So they are really looking forward to each and every aspect of this game. And also, as you mentioned, they're pretty much neck and neck now. Any mistake on the side of them, there's Casper, the unfriendly ghost, throwing out as many of those spitballs as possible. The blaze is also doing a bunch of damage. And there's obviously, is that render? There we go. Home portal. Yeah. Hoffik feels comfortable enough now. Hoffik is going to go back and get a little bit more information and see where they need to go. So this is, Hoffik feels comfortable. Raul is still fighting those blazes. Do you think as though Raul is thinking to themselves, I don't have enough blaze rods at this point, whereas Hoffik is just kind of going straight for it?
Yeah, Raul is on 5. I assume Hoffik is on at least 6. I can't really tell. He's got 7 there. I mean, maybe Hoffik already got 7 and has 2 blaze rods advantage on Raul. That would be massive and save a good amount of time. So maybe he has. But the other thing I noticed from this bastion and these chests is there's a very low string count. Something that's easy to overlook, but I think Hoffik has pre-crafted 2 anchors and only has 29 strings, so that would make 2 beds. So, 2 bed, 2 anchor is comfortable. That's a minimum to go for in an RSG run. But when there's a ton of pressure on the line, and this is at minimum difference of $400 for winning this seed, probably a lot more for Hoffik's case. You want to have 5 explosives, let's just say. So Hoffik will, I think, just have 4, unless he gets some more, and probably route 2.
Hoffik needs to be looking at that DFS sale, making sure that there are more beds available. We have seen them taking the time actually to kill sheep out in the open world to get that wool to potentially make more beds. Raul dropping down as well, obviously has the information that they require to maybe move forward. We have seen some pretty insane plays for these two players, both of them picking up exactly where they need to be coming out of the nether. And we see Hoffik laying down the portal now. Let's see where Hoffik is going to end up. Is it going to be one of those crazy portals into a stronghold? We've seen seen them happen before, not quite in the middle of a cave. So there could be a way to get out here. Could take a little while for Hoffik getting out, which does give a little bit more time here for Raul to catch up. But there we go. There goes the Pearl out to the edge there, just making sure that they have the information immediately on the boat. And Raul is setting up the portal now as well. So we could potentially see Raul setting up the portal inside the stronghold. Once again, don't forget, Raul needs to win this one to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, Hoffik reclaims the crown. Let's see exactly where Raul is, and looks to be in the middle of a...
He's on a witch hunt. I've never seen someone blind on a witch hunt.
That's pretty impressive no matter which way. Just immediately on top. Do you imagine if you're just chilling, you've got... That witch is probably just sat there with a cup of tea and all of a sudden just heard... above. What was that? That witch just absolutely just filled her pants. There's suddenly a portal appearing on top of your house. Hoffik, though, I just want to point out, Hoffik looks as though they had quite a steep angle on that, so maybe they're getting close to the stronghold here.
Yeah, they are on coast, so a lot of ocean travel, which is really good. And strongholds, the way they generate, they preferentially snap to coastlines, so the fact that you're along the coast here is pretty good. Usually I veer off to the opposite direction and throw an eye and see if it points back to the coast, because that's just the most likely. Meanwhile, Raul is in kind of an unfortunate spot here in the middle of what looks to be a dark oak and plains biome. Not really the best spot you want to be in.
Hoffik has to go back.
Oh, Hoffik's turning around already?
Yeah, Hoffik is turning around, so I think Hoffik is not far away. Cannot be far away realistically.
Yeah, looks like it's probably right here, maybe on this coastline, maybe on this chunk.
I mean, we do see that Raul is still looking, but again, could be unfortunate. Mm-hmm. There it is. Hoffik has it. Hoffik has it. So Hoffik has found it now. So this is, again, this is massive. The king is looking to keep his throne, and that is exactly what could be happening here. Raul is trying their best, but it looks as though Hoffik has been able to really nail down where these strongholds are in these past two games, and this could be it. This could be the one for all of the marbles or for all of the royal jewels. But Seven Raul, I don't think Seven Raul is too far behind. Don't forget, getting to a stronghold first does not guarantee you victory. T-Wags, I mean, how long did we see, how long was Dimax inside that stronghold for?
About 8 to 10 minutes, I think. But that was a very unusual anomaly portal room placement. 70% of strongholds have portal rooms that are in a very predictable location, and this would be one of them. There it is. Hoffik finds it right away, and this looks very bad for Raul. Raul is still, I think he's in the neighborhood. It looks like he's close. But
he might be in a different stronghold, but here we go. Hoffik does have, I believe does Hoffik have the beds available though? That's the next question. Or are we going to be seeing some anchors here? So this is still not confirmed for Hoffik. There is still the potential for Hoffik to drop this. And Raul, if Raul finds the stronghold quickly, we could be seeing, there's one bed made. How many beds have we got? We've only got 2 beds. We've only got 2 beds and 2 anchors. So again, not perfect. Not perfect on the side of Hoffik, but there's still room. And is Raul found it?
Raul's eye did go down, so he knows the exact chunk here. But Hoffik is going to get the guaranteed force perch before Raul even gets the chance. So it will come down to Hoffik's 1 cycle. But, if he misses a perch and has to go for a second one, Raul is right behind him and is going to be pretty close. I believe this is the same stronghold, so the nav should be pretty easy as well.
There we go. Down he goes. Raul is down in the stronghold. I don't think it's the same. If it is, they're in a different location. Looks to be in a different location. Keep an eye out for the Ender Dragon here. Are we going to be seeing the perch shortly? That does, if it is the same stronghold, it's a different entrance to the same stronghold. So Raul is still looking. Meanwhile, Hoffik is waiting for this. This could be a huge perch. There's not enough beds to do what we consider potentially the 1 phase, but there are definitely the bed 1 phase that we see regularly. In comes the perch. So let's find out. Let's see how this plays out for Hoffik. This is for all of the marbles. This is for Hoffik to keep the crown. There's a big bunch of damage on the first bed. Huge bunch of damage. In comes the anchor. Second one. Third one. Wow. If you come for the king, you better not miss, because Hoffik is still your king of the hill. Hail to the king, baby.
Wow, and Raul literally placing the block down in the end portal room as he sees the news, you lost. Raul seemingly unstoppable, but Hoffik just turns it up and on a couple seeds takes it by just a couple minutes. Raul was very, very close. Came so close. Raul,
that was so close. Raul, yeah, there we go. Let's get some love in chat for Raul. What a fantastic performance, taking the king to the final best of 3. Let's get some love for Raul. Let's get some love for No Fear, and let's get some love for Dima as well. Some fantastic runners. However, your king, still Hoffik. What a fantastic performance in that final, in those final 2 games there.
Yeah, still Hoffik coming in clutch, not slipping up, not letting the fear overtake him there of Raul coming in. Raul seemingly unstoppable, but Hoffik says, you know what, I'm going to keep my head down, play my game, and be better. And I just think he performed really well on that last one. So that'll take, Hoffik has won tournament 11 through 14. Today's 14, right?
Yeah.
So Hoffik now has 4 King of the Hill tournament victories, and that's tied with Cube. So Cube and Hoffik now both tied 4th, and Feinberg at 6th. So Hoffik doing well. Should be very proud. Very nice.
Yeah, Hoffik, that was absolutely huge. But yeah, what a great series there. And I don't think, again, we spoke about this previously in that, you know, Raul didn't do anything wrong. And in pretty much every game that Raul has played so far, there's specifically that best of 3 series against Hoffik earlier on in the upper bracket before Hoffik moved Raul down. In the, you know, Hoffik and Raul, they at no point did either of them make any mistakes. It was just in the games that they played, at one point, one of them was just playing better than the other. For example, in the best of 3 series we saw before this one that pushed us into this final round, Hoffik didn't do anything badly. Raul just played really, really well. Yeah. Now all of a sudden we go to this final one and it's almost completely flipped. Hoffik was Hoffik. That is the Hoffik that we know and love, just playing out of his mind.
Yeah. What else is there to say? I mean, it's been a long day. What has it been? About 7 hours.
Just over 6 hours. Just over 6 hours. So, yeah, and they were obviously practicing beforehand as well.
Yeah. I mean, you're practicing the week before, the day before. It's hard to sleep the night before, and then you're practicing the morning of. So it's probably been a good 8 hours at least for these runners. So I think it looks like they're both too tired to do an interview at the end.
It's been a long day.
We'll see if they want to, but I think they're going to pass on that. It's understandable. It's
they probably want to get some food. They want to sleep. Yeah. They want to relax. There's, you know, Hoffik probably wants to celebrate. With I don't know what do kings celebrate with? Wine? I don't know. I've never met a king. Surprisingly, mead is good. I could agree with mead. I could absolutely agree with mead. You love to see it, and also what I love to see is method merch. I love to see it because it's super comfortable, and I know that I have my Method friends out there. Exclamation point merch in the chat will find you all of that beautiful loot. Also method.gg/store as well. The hoodie I recommend 100%. I recommend a hoodie 100%. They are super comfortable. I have one myself. However, I believe, unless I get any extra information from production, I believe that is it from us here in the Method Rush King of the Hill. What an absolutely fantastic tournament it has been. T-Wags, it has been a pleasure to share this desk with you. And for the fine folks that are watching in the chat and thought to themselves, oh, that T-Wags gentleman was delightful. I want to get myself a little bit more of that. Where can they find you?
I do have a YouTube channel, T_Wags. I don't post often. I mainly post, Minecraft speedrun tutorials to help people learn how to speedrun and do new stuff. So there's some older videos on there. You could check out when things were invented. You can look at all the zero cycle videos when we were first figuring out how that was possible. Stuff like that. Bastion routes, which were first created about 2 years ago. All that fun stuff. It's like a fun little archive for Minecraft speedrunning you could check out. There's my Twitter in the post as well, and my my Twitch every once in a while I stream on. But it has been a pleasure. Kexman, you're honestly fantastic when talking about Minecraft speedrunning. Always coming up with the new terminology that we're lacking in this community. And we appreciate you very much for being here, sticking with us. It's been awesome.
Thank you. And if you do want to get a little bit more Kexman in your life, you can use !Kexman in the chat. Twitter, that will give you a direct link to my Twitter and my Twitch. Those are the two main places that I do interact with folks. I stream quite often. I haven't this past week because, again, I've had COVID, so haven't had time to stream. But I will be back streaming. Yeah, fair. I'll be back streaming tomorrow. So don't worry, I will be back. From all of us here, there we go. We can see how it all played out. Hoffik taking the 2-0 victory at the very end in the best of three. Obviously, when Sevenrel did take the 2-0. Once again, if you come for the king, you better not miss. All hail Hoffik. We'll see you next time.
Show me how you get on down. Close my eyes, take me for a ride.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. I got this feeling like it's starting now, starting now. I feel adventurous with you. And there is nothing that can hold us back, hold us back. We can do what we wanna do. 'Cause we got all the time in the world. For better or worse, we should stay together. So let's stay young and in love. We should focus on us forever. Yeah, baby, if you are feeling like I do, we could run away across the ocean. Baby, what you say? We can leave today. Anywhere we'll go, we'll be alright. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you. Doesn't matter if we make mistakes, which I can promise that we'll do. Just hold my hand and we will be okay. Yeah, it's true. 'Cause we got all the time in the world. For better or worse, we should stay together. So let's stay young and in love. We should focus on us forever. Yeah, baby, if you are feeling like I do, we could run away across the ocean. Baby, what you say? We can leave today. Anywhere we'll go, we'll be alright. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about you.
Light me up, don't you stop. 'Cause tonight it's on the line. Show me how you get on down. Close my eyes.